Yo, what's going on around? What is going on? Tough morning to get up to. Yeah, New York, New Jersey, tri-state, little weather, you know what I mean? Temperature dipped down a little bit. Not feeling the greatest, but we got to power through. You know what I'm saying? My brother Saul, give Saul some love, y'all. He's going through it right now. He got called in to work. So I don't know if we're going to get Saul, but we might have some people on deck for replacements. Shout out to Back for Dead raiding with you last night. Shout out to ILP Destiny Clan. Salute, man. You was doing your thing, brother. It was a lot of fun. Even when we was messing up, it was a lot of fun. But me and you were holding, we did our job back. We were holding down them sides. We was helping the dude, the caretaker, you know, guys that were trying to shock your man, you know, trying to stun him. You know, we did our thing. But anyway, Sith Lord, what's going on? Dion78, what's up? The Joker Saint, what's going on? Gerald Mack, always be. Shout out to Gerald Mack. He be holding it down. Salute to the video. Salute to the love. You know what I'm saying? I see you. Lydian Master, what's going on? I see you. But yeah, I got a cool little show. Oh, DR78 from the UK. What part of the UK? Big up, big up. Big up UK. What's going on? I got fam out there. I got fam London, Tooting, Stratton, all that. I be out there. I'm worldwide with it. Cogs worldwide with it. So DR, put up where you from in the UK. You know what I'm saying? I got fam out there. Mass produced. What's good, familia? What's going on? So Attic will be rolling in. King will be rolling in. You know what I'm saying? We all it's a little sluggish Sunday, but we're going to get something cooking for y'all, man. We're going to get something cooking. Got a lot of good topics, though. Topics are lit, so I'm excited for that. But, yeah, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one. Waiting for Addict to pull up, checking the levels, make sure my levels are sound out. Look how my levels is. Lately, the levels have been all over the place. We got to correct it. The fans, you guys are absolutely correct. I brought myself down just a little bit, because I want to make sure that I'm not overpowering Attic or anybody else on the mic. I know Addict's having his issues, whatever. Lydian Master, so let's get it. You already know. Yeah, we got some fun today for sure. We always have fun with the realm. Also, PAX East is happening. You know what I'm saying? Unkept Talk. Salute. I appreciate y'all making it to the live show. No doubt, no doubt. Yeah, it's going to be a fun month, man. We got a lot planned this month. PAX East is this month. Oh, Manchester. Okay, North UK in the building. You already know. See Pitfall XX new pricing plan. I did not do Reaper. I did not. I gotta go check that out. Kevin List, what's going on? But yeah, man, we're gonna get everybody in the room, see what's going on with King, and he'll be in shortly. And then of course Attic, and yeah, we may have some surprises. So look, I hear y'all. Appreciate Gerald Mack. Thank you for the sound check, mic check. Make sure I'm doing okay out there. Use this hustle. Big Cloud. Whoa, Big Cloud. You may have to check your DMs, brother. Big Cloud, what's going on? It's been a minute. We need to talk. Good to see you, brother. You are absolutely. First of all, let's give Big Cloud his flowers, man. He been doing a long time. He's a professional, that Ryan. But I want to say live on air because I don't think we give a lot of fellow content creators their flowers. Brother, I am proud of you, and I love what you're doing right now. You're doing things, you're creating your own lane, and your blessings are coming forth. So yeah, you're gonna see your DMs in a minute. I got you. Mitchie dies a lot. What's up? What's going on? You already know. I got you, bro. I got you. It's coming through. It's coming through. So look, let me get going because King gonna come in with the music. Big Cloud, I'ma holla, and yeah, see y'all in a few.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. That's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original. Y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga fire. This is that yoga fire flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start it regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start it regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start it regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start it regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
next.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again.
It's now that you done moseyed on down over to the website. Go check it out, whether you're going to get that focus for them gaming sessions, that energy, little perk for the gym, or you want to get some swag, some merch, maybe an ice shaker. Go run on over there, check out the products, man. Again, really cool products. They don't hide behind any type of proprietary blend nonsense. It's all transparent as far as the ingredients, the label, green tea, caffeine, kind of a healthy form of natural caffeine. None of that crash, none of that stuff. So yeah, again, go check it out. You run in there, you add it to your cart, use that referral link that we got in the description, and then you make sure on the checkout you're putting in Iron Lord. Again, Iron Lord on the checkout. Get yourself a nice discount when you're checking out Advanced GG. And like I said, try the product for yourself. See what you think about it. The Lords, we love it, and we are powered by Advanced GG. Go check that thing out.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right. Hear ye, hear ye. Yo, do a quick mic check. Yeah, I see levels. I said, so we'll make sure. You know how the levels be. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also the lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 251. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table of the Lord's Day. 251 was kind of cool. It's kind of crazy. And today we've got PlaystationPlus revamped. U.S. Senators.
Wait.
Yes.
It ain't Spartacus?
They are officially calling it PlayStation Plus.
Okay. Wow.
U.S. Senators versus Microsoft Activision. Undead Lab allegations. And of course, damn, I forgot to put the time. E3. E3 2022. Unprofessional con. E3 2022 canceled to be discussed. So let's introduce. Damn, we down one Lord. We're down one Lord. Everyone send their love to solve. There's a chance. There is a chance he could still
It's
make
funny
it.
because, all right, you got to start saying send your love because they really think this dude is sick or something and he be dying or something. He at work. He can't make it
working
out.
hard,
So let's just say, yeah, okay, but he at work. So let's just say, yo, say what's up to Saab when you see him, right? Hopefully he get here.
No doubt. Say you love the song because King don't care.
God. It's not sick, guys.
Cog be making it seem like we about to start a GoFundMe for
Yeah, it's like I look on Twitter and they be like, Sav, get well.
Listen, man, our brother's hurting.
Oh,
But anyway, what goes to go most? My brother from another mother. The difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Addict Show. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. It's been a crazy week. I do want to point out that I went to the store yesterday and I got this. I don't know why, but like this was just screaming my name.
Yeah.
I'm sure people in the chat know what this is. I'm not explaining. It's
What anime reference that my old self don't know what it is?
You'll be fine.
he doesn't play that.
I mean, unless it's like on the back.
Oh, that
no,
was
it just
fire.
says his name.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure someone in the chat will say it. But it's been a good week, man. We played a Destiny raid, didn't finish it yesterday. So hopefully we
saw
can
y'all.
Yeah.
I kindly stepped away from the pool.
Yeah, you've been stepping away for a while.
I'm like, oh, excuse me.
No. What else you been playing, man?
That's all.
That's it. Just besides raiding with us late last night. Nothing else.
And Elden Ring.
Yeah, and Elden Ring is finished.
Well, it's at
Yeah,
the
I'm
point right
kinda
now.
done with
Elden
Elden
Ring is
Ring.
like breathing to him, so you don't even mention that. No
Yeah,
more.
I'm literally on Elden Ring. All I'm doing is just showing up and like two-shotting bosses for people. Like, what's funny is I've been on this new rampage where people keep saying that magic is broken in Elden Ring, and I got this shield that's more broken than any magic I've ever seen in Elden Ring. And I'm going to like the hardest bosses in the game and showing to them, at least with a mage, you have to dodge. Sure, you got long range distance. Axe King, I don't have to do anything but hold left trigger, like left bumper.
Yeah.
Left
Stay
bumper. This is all I have to do. Left bumper, and then hit this over and over again. That's all. Like,
That's it.
Because he can't hit me.
That's the key.
Like usually, the way that they balanced Elden Ring and any kind of From Software's game is when you block, it takes your stamina. But this particular shield has really high defense, so it doesn't take as much stamina. But when you add it with the great shield talisman, it takes even less. So it literally would take like, let's say my stamina bar is this long. It takes like this is literally how long it goes before it goes down.
Oh, it be going slow.
And then keep in mind, all I have to do is just stop moving.
but magic is the cheese. Magic is the cheese.
Yeah, magic's the cheese.
No
And what's
doubt.
funny is like people talk about broken weapons, and it's not magic. The moon veil,
Speaking of broken,
the rivers of blood, like
PG in the chat, salute. He said, greeting all the window jumpers out there. We love you.
window jumpers.
He's talking about them Spartacus lovers.
You're
No,
ridiculous.
Hello,
didn't
guys.
you use the movie jump BG?
Oh!
What not the BG in the past? How
Send
you
the
gonna
shots
talk
in the
about
back.
window
Oh, you
jumpers?
can't be shots at weapon. Will. That's the shot maker, the shot caller. No doubt. What up, BG? What's going on? Good to see you up in the realm. And of course, King does not want me to say any good things to solve, but solve without
We didn't say that. We just say,
He just said stop acting like he on deathbed.
All right, so
Yeah.
Solve's at work, y'all. Solve's at work, but
There
hopefully
you go.
he will join us. But anyway, we got the Incredible Hulk of this, a.k.a. the XS Gamer.
Ooh,
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience and is the leader of the Fraud Alert movement.
Ooh,
Beloved Lord King. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. It's a great weekend. It's very nice. A lot of things is going on. Stuff is moving and shaking.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to go see Morbius like I hoped and prayed that I'll be able to do so. It's going to happen this time, sometime this week. I don't care about the frauds talking about it's the worst Marvel movie ever. You don't know the characters, so shut up. First of all, it's not a Marvel movie. It's a Sony movie. He's a Marvel character. The movie was made by Sony.
Oh, so that's what we do.
That's
Wait,
all
that's
I
what
need
we
to
do.
hear,
No,
We doing
listen.
this already.
We gonna do that because if Kevin Feige got his hands in it and it says Marvel and not in association with,
Oh Lord.
you know how that go.
Okay. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, you know the checks go to Sony.
Mm-hmm.
So we ain't
I
gonna
mean-
act like the checks ain't going to them.
Okay.
I mean, Sony has made good movies.
Yeah, they did.
Sure, like they're not as. Here's the thing: like, you can't expect a Marvel type movie with the universe they've built in Marvel
Right.
from individual video movies that Sony keeps making. Like, they haven't built that universe. It's impossible to meet that quality.
Right.
Yeah, listen, I honestly get it. They just did Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was phenomenal.
Okay.
So, you know, a lot of people want to say, oh, when Spider-Man's phenomenal, it's a Sony movie. Oh, when Morbius is whack, it's Marvel. We're going to leave that on. No, we ain't going to do that today, sir.
No doubt. Shout out to the Raven Blade member, 14-month Lord Bronze. He said, hello, everyone. It's that time, ILP time. I'm happy that I got to the mountaintop after clapping them two bosses. Yes, magic is broken, Mimic, and Azure combo. Attic?
Well,
you go, sir?
Mimic and Azure combo.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he's talking about like dual Kamehameha waves, or like the Mimic is pretty much a clone of yourself, Cog.
Yeah,
So whatever
okay.
armor you have, the moment you pop the Mimic, it makes a clone of yourself to fight alongside you.
Yeah, but the thing about that is they kind of nerfed it. Like in the
Okay.
beginning, the first couple of weeks, it was crazy broken, but I never got to it. I got a problem, man.
Oh, what's up?
All right, because you know I'm playing this Elden Ring and I see these dudes out here running around with the 200s and the 179s and all that. I put in literally probably 6-7 hours a day. You know, and Chris got mad at me because Chris was like, "Yo, you know, you playing the game all day, but you're not going the way you're supposed to go to."
That's
Well,
the whole point of the game.
How the hell am I supposed to go to that place where it is dangerous, like literally dangerous?
Wait, hold on.
Like-
you avoiding O Block?
No, well, the thing is, you can't go to old block without your vest.
Okay.
So what I do is I get stronger,
Yeah.
get my vest, then walk over to old block.
Okay,
So he had me in Blood Manor,
Mm-hmm.
and if anybody knows what Blood Manor is, it's like Castlevania.
Mm-hmm.
This game got so many hints of every other thing. It's so nice.
Okay.
So I'm in Blood Manor, and then they send you on missions to take out people across the map. So I got the missions, and I did them. And then you get good armor and stuff like that. So, you know, to Chris, who said I'm not doing everything, I'm not trying to finish my $70 game in a day.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get to the ending all fast. I'm exploring the wonderful world and the end of a generation because this game is not a true next generation game.
Oh.
Let's keep a buck. Let's keep it a buck.
Oh, you're coming around. Coming around the cogs?
It's not a true next generation game. It's this generation game. It's the last generation game. It's the ending of a great last generation.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, like the loading screens are kind of longer than I would like to.
Oh, so y'all coming around to my 1998 energy.
Coming
that
around,
I've
I've
been
always
telling
been.
y'all. No, I'm just joking.
No,
Not
no,
y'all.
listen,
Not you.
I'm
Not you.
not.
Not you.
I'm not gonna say 1980s.
98.
thing.
98. We're gonna put them up.
98. Oh, I guess 10 years. 10 years is a long time. A lot of stuff can happen in 10 years.
Exactly.
We've
Not
had
that
all
loaded.
wars end in 10 years.
Yeah, not that loaded though. Not that.
But, yeah,
Not that.
okay,
That knock
so
and
I-
clamber and the
I'm-
slow
I mean, it's not
attack.
as bad as like last gen Destiny loading.
Oh,
So
that co-op, I can't press the Xbox Live
No,
button. It's just
I'm
bad.
gonna concede a lot of things
Uh-huh.
because Attic and I were jumping into each other's world.
Yeah.
Tried to do it with Sinister and Kaibatsu. Somebody didn't put the proper wording.
Oh, you
in
had to
the
call?
multiplayer. So we're standing there for half an hour.
Uh-huh.
Rob is trying to figure out.
yeah, and
Oh.
he invites me to the party. I join. The first thing I say is the capitalization.
Oh,
Everything right?
oh,
And
so
then-
y'all had to make y'all
Sinister
syntax
was
was
like,
correct.
Oh, the L is supposed to be capitalized.
Oh,
Yeah. So
yeah.
then they able to see me in their world.
Oh.
And then I go to his world and I'm the weakest dude.
What
Oh,
happened?
the more people you have there,
Mhm.
scaling is crazy on the boss.
No, it goes off level. Since he was just starting the game, and you were so high level, they put you closer to his level than the other way around.
It's crap.
Oh, okay,
That's
wow.
crap. That's crap. Because I got in there and I'm trying to beat the Sentinel. I'm like, I'm beating the Sentinel by myself. What the hell is this?
Wow.
And then it wasn't going down like that. But as soon as Kaibatsu fell out, like, because he got murdered, as soon as he got murdered,
Sit in the chat.
my strength just
They let you loose.
yeah. So we got it done, and we gotta play today because Sin is just having a good time.
No
with
doubt.
it, waving our dirty fingers in the air. I gotta talk to these frauds out there.
Uh-oh, fraud alert. What's up?
A lot of you dudes is out here capping, talking about
What's going on?
it's 2 games in particular.
What's happening?
And
I have a feeling one of them is going to be a PlayStation, or both of them is going to be a PlayStation.
Yeah, somehow I feel Sony gonna catch a bullet for some reason, but let's see.
No, it has absolutely nothing to do with Sony.
Oh.
It has everything to do with Microsoft.
Oh, this is the first. Let me sit by Van GG for this one.
No, but it's these dudes that's out here capping wrong. So these dudes, let me see where it is. All right, well,
Capping.
these dudes acting like the show came out and they're ridiculous to me. Hold on.
What, to show the baseball game?
Or are you doing that? Let me get these super chats.
Yeah, get the super chats while you're doing it. Yeah,
Got a
please.
$2 super chat from Don Otaku. I owe Sony some knees for Breath of the Wild 2 delay. Man, he hardcore about that Breath of the Wild. I'm with it though. I'm with it.
Yeah.
Then we got Raiden Blade with the 14-month chat. Hello everyone, it's that ILP time. I'm happy that I got to Mountaintop after clapping 2 bosses. You read that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we got the 26 months chat from Smitty Smith. Congratulations, Lords and chat.
The legend, Smitty Smith.
For sure.
And then we got a Big Madbo with the 21 months chat. He didn't say nothing. I didn't even know you can reply with not saying anything.
Oh, what he was saying was I'm right.
All right, what's up?
That's it. Okay, so all right, Crusader Kings 3.
Oh, you playing too? Okay.
No. I gotta tell these dudes. First of all, millions of PC dudes love it.
Yes.
And what's not for you, that doesn't mean it's not for the next dude. Stop hating on somebody else's fun.
On to something.
Right?
Talk about
I'm so sick and tired of that. Like, oh, it's Game Pass fodder. It is not Game Pass fodder. It's fodder for you.
That is a massive franchise on PC.
Yes. And then it's Tunic. If I catch any of you dudes out there calling it a Souls-like game,
it's more like Zelda, like the old Zeldas.
It's Zelda. It's if Zelda and Star Fox had a baby, that's the game. Like, you got the fox and you got the Zelda skills with the sword and the shield. And so you mean to tell me that Zelda is Souls-like? No, it's not. Zelda came first before any of these stupid Souls games. So y'all are so quick to throw that in your caption, so quick to cap, oh, it's a Souls-like game. Just because the game seems hard to you, y'all don't, if you haven't played a Souls game, you have to understand that there's timing and stuff that goes into those games, and there's weight distribution. Addict can talk more about that, but in a Zelda game, that stuff is not prevalent, except for if you're over incumbent in certain games. But that is not. Tunic is a nice Zelda-like game. So I'm tired of these frauds with that, oh, it's a Souls-like game.
Okay.
And they know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to say the name on the air.
Is people want to associate anything hard with Souls-like games for some reason.
Yeah, sometimes it be that association a lot. I would say that on some level. What else been going on,
like,
sir?
there's a game called Moonlighters that I think's like amazing, and it's more Zelda-like, and people were trying to say it was Souls-like.
Yeah. Okay, they saying about your camera. I don't know if you can do anything on the fly because they said your focus is a little crazy. But if you can't, it's all good.
We're gonna have to fix that.
Yeah, we got a little. We may have to be after the show. It's cool. Oh, cool. So I'll be at it. Get some chats. I'll do my show. We get some chats. But yeah, we got me.
Got King Cheek right there.
King Cheek Live. You know what I'm saying? He gave it to himself. Yo, chill. You doing too much. You doing chat. I gotta go because he's doing too much. I'm gonna introduce myself so we don't see that. That is way too much What's going on?
You're giving me some guys energy right now.
Yeah, that's some sauce energy. Like, that's crazy. Anyway, the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spread that real to the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Defining Duke, should be up right now. Me and Mr. Matty play, still arguing about food and soda and all type of stuff. We do talk a little bit about PlayStation Plus, Joy. You still a little unfolded. Like, your background better now, but now you still a little blurry.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, get you. We need you back to where you need to be. But yeah, man. Other than that, I've been rocking that. We did that. Oh, we got a special one cooking with Chris Raygun and Evantis. It should be a Witch Queen spoiler cast that will be coming soon. It's already recorded. It's in the decade. Just wait. Once Colin released my album, it's good. I'm just waiting for Colin let my record sales go. 10 years ago. You know, so shout out to him. He had a good interview with the gentleman from I believe Blue Box Entertainment. So go check that out.
You know what's funny?
What's up?
I saw Colin post that, and I was like, I ain't even watching that. I know this dude gonna dance around every conversation. Like, I was like, there is nothing on Twitter that's made me think this dude's gonna be genuine. Anything.
It was very interesting. You know what I'm saying? But yo, check that out. Colin put his album out first though. Salute the I can listen, man. The boy do numbers. I can't platinum artist. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the label though. But anyway, yo, I got that. Shout out to the last word with Ebatis, Ty Guy Travis.
Doing your thing over there.
Appreciate it, man. We had Mooch. It was very spicy. Shout out to Mooch. We had that. We talk about it from a player who haven't played Destiny, coming back to it. We talked a little bit of the PlayStation Plus. Mooch had a lot to say about the PlayStation Plus revamp. We'll get about that. And for me, King, yeah, I've been playing Crusaders Kings 3. I've been rocking that out, and got to admit, man, it's very unique. It's different than what I thought it was, but in a good way. I like all of the King. Yo, you gotta chill. Come on, man. You gotta fix it. I gotta fix it. I don't like it now. Don't be doing all that while I'm doing. Anyway, it's a good game. Check it out again. But you got to be into. It's more about relationship, your dynasty, the league, the people who you set up in position. You know what I'm saying, and marrying and stuff like that, as far as warfare and all that other stuff. Of course, Destiny. Shout out to the Raid team last night. Was getting on. Shout out to Fork Boy Gaming down with the Destiny clan. Salute. You know what I'm saying? Salute to him. So you know you got that going on, and then also playing a little Demio. Me and Addict got some Demio action going on. What's up, Ken?
Why didn't y'all just tell me how y'all was getting on?
No, we ain't doing it yet. We're supposed to do it today.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Shout out to 30 Days of Coach.
Oh, I see that. No spaces.
Popping. Y'all don't know what it is. It's in my mod. Oh, go do a space.
The focus can't tell us that, sir.
Yeah, we can't tell. Hold on. Time out.
Oh, now he wants to fix it.
Come on. Where the?
Yeah.
You see that now?
Yeah.
Hold on. I can get it on.
Oh yeah. It's good. It's clear. It's clear as day now. Now it's clear.
I've seen those at the Salvation Army, bud.
Oh.
Said I hate him. I hate him so much.
Now we get the chain and the shirt. Anyway, so
you know when you're focusing like that, King, all you have to do is like act like you're taking a picture, and it'll go back to normal.
That's what. Yeah. You know how many pictures I got in there?
He's still off though, Addict. Like, don't he still look off? Y'all got to get in the lab on that one. But anyway,
we got to do something.
Anyway, so look, we got that going on, and then like I said for that. So, Addict, if you could give a couple of super chats, and then I'll set some other things up.
All right. We have a $5 super chat from Flame. When Jim Clown Shoes Ryan said we cannot put our games day and day in the service without sacrificing quality, MLB The Show said, "Excuse me." We got a $5 super chat from Smitty Smith. How come PS Plus is more like minus the hashtag Book of X?
Wow.
We got a $2 super chat from Sith Lord. He said, "Your cup is Duke Deku from My Hero Academia."
Mm-hmm.
We got a $5 super chat from Smitty Smith. LordCognito, didn't the Sony fanboys say they didn't buy a console to play old games? Hashtag Book of X.
Give him a Book of X right quick. Shout out to Smitty Smith. Y'all messy early.
That is the
super chat.
That is the cup. It's Deku from.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, Deku from My Hero Academia. See, look, King. This is what you want. You know, it's focusing on that, focusing on me. That's what you want. Focusing on that, focusing on me.
You know what?
Let's do it again. Focusing on that, focusing on me.
Time on camera talk.
It's focusing on the important things in the back.
No,
also, we're saying you're not important.
Right now, obviously, the camera doesn't think so.
Anyway, so look, y'all, it is that time of the month. We gotta give some love. What's going on, KSLT? Some love to Lords of Gaming, man. LogNet's been in the building, really been killing it. Yo, we got a tremendous team, man. As I look, it just grows. It gets bigger and bigger. The quality's getting better and better, and I'm very proud. So shout out to all the writers on the team, editorial. Shout out to Mahmoud, our editor-in-chief is Ramadan right now, so send some love to him. You know what I'm saying, while he's going through that.
I was calling him a boomer camera.
Yo, somebody said King Drake got big goggles. I was dying. Anyway, but yeah, man, we want to salute that. So it's that time of the month where, you know, again, rest in peace, our brother Lord Dizzy, who kind of we came up with this idea to kind of celebrate each month one writer that went above and beyond, one writer that really did his thing in the month of March. Exceptional month. He is King, the Lord of the Lord's Minute. Let's give him that. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely Lord of the Lord's Minute. His segments on gaming, movie, pop culture, absolutely kill it. He has one of the most detailed Destiny Valve Disciple Raid guys I've ever seen. Is up now. And yeah, man, he's been holding us down for a minute. So I am proud to present the latest winner of the iDizzy LogNet Scribe of the Month to Lord Prince Delos, a.k.a. Ty Swenson. What's going on? Put your hands together. Now, he's supposed to make it. I don't know if these things got caught up, but if he does jump in to accept his word, we'll give him his bars for that. But he's been killing it, man. He's just been...
That's my guy.
Yeah, he was not... Yo, Flames, it was rigged. He got it because he had a positive Destiny 2 review. Listen. I told you what you got to do if you want to win the Scribe. But let me stop. Let me stop. It ain't like that. It ain't like that. But he had a fantastic.
You got to buy that advanced GG powder.
He had a fantastic article. But his Lords of Minutes have been absolutely killing it. So salute to Ty Swanson. Hopefully he can come in and get his reward. LordsofGaming.net entire team absolutely killing it. So that's what I got there. So you want to get a couple of other super chats, sir?
Yeah. Let me... I think we only have one. We got a $2 super chat from JD Gamer.
Boom.
Good morning, Lords. Let us in today's holy service. We got a $5 super chat from Creeper Evo X. You got to join 2 Meteorica services and we'll come up short to Game Pass. Oh, that's kind of true. You know, I actually said it on the Addict Show that they combined those services because they got tired of PlayStation out staining their reputation.
Oh my Lord!
We got a $2 super chat from Victor Allenstein. Salute to you guys.
No doubt. Shout out to Asa in there.
We got a $5 super chat from Matt Tickborn. I don't know. We're gonna go on with our life.
Titchball.
Praise the Lords on their day. Looking forward to King getting messy today. Hit that like button. Everyone.
I got something for you, baby.
No doubt. No doubt.
There you go. Now we can see you.
Wait, he got it?
I was touching it.
Woo! There you go.
I had to touch it to make sure that it got me in focus.
Pause. Anyway, we all good to go now. That's what's up. So look, salute. Hopefully, like I said, if Ty comes through, we'll give him his flowers. Let him get his speech off in the middle because we definitely want to celebrate him. You know what I'm saying? You already know. But we're gonna get into these topics because we got a lot going on, man. We got a lot going on. So PlayStation Plus revamped. This is King's topic. I'll set it up for him. Yeah, man. PlayStation Plus and PlayStation Now come together. Players can now choose 3 flexible options, and it's from the PlayStation blog, right? And it's got basically he talks about PlayStation Plus Essential, which is the same benefits that the initial PlayStation Plus members are getting today: 2 monthly downloadable games, exclusive discounts, cloud storage for save games, online multiplayer access, and then we've got PlayStation Plus Extra, which provides all the benefits from the Essential tier, adds a catalog of up to 400 of the most enjoyable PS4 and PS5 games, including blockbuster hits from our PlayStation Studios catalog and third-party partners. Games in the Extra tier are downloadable for play. And then we've got, that was also $15 a month. The prior tier was $10 a month in the United States. And then the premium, we have PlayStation Plus Premium provides all the benefits from Essential and Extra tiers Adds
Everything.
adds up to 340 additional games, including PS3 games via cloud streaming. A catalog of classic games available in both streaming and download options from the original PlayStation, PS2, and PSP generations.
Ooh, that's crazy.
And then offers cloud streaming where PlayStation Now is available. Customers can stream games using PS4 and PS5 consoles and PC. And time-limited game trials will also be offered in this tier, so customers
Demos. I get demos too.
And you forgot you get discounts.
Shout out to
discounts.
Yes, you get discounts, sir.
They're giving us discounts. Oh my God.
Shout out to Big Cloud Gaming in the building, no doubt pulling up. But let's get to it, King. This is your topic. You want to talk about this?
Hello, people.
Oh,
And
no.
today we are in class.
What's going
And
on?
since you financial experts out there
All right, let me get something to drink.
like to say that you know exactly what a good deal is.
Yes.
Well, let me show you exactly what's really going on under the hood of this new Sony
What's
stuff.
going on? And
And
why you got some
exactly
glasses, man?
What you guys are really paying for. Okay, so let's go with the assumption that Sony thinks you don't have enough money.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to do the whole $18 for 12 months. I want everyone to get out the calculator so we can break this down.
I feel like
So you go $18
Uh-huh.
times 12
Yes.
equals $216. Right? So you see that and you say, oh my God, $216? I can't do that. I can't actually live with this. Sony said, don't worry,
Oh,
guys.
hold up, King. Let me do the math on my end. Okay, you're correct.
So Sony says,
Mhm.
hey guys, this is exactly what we will do to you, do for you.
Mhm.
We can take that and we can turn that into $120 for a year. Oh my God. Sony, serious, Sony? Are you really going to drop down all that money? Well, let's see how much you actually save. So we're going to minus 120 out of that 216, right? And we're left with $96. That's the savings, people.
Okay.
This is where you're saving at right now.
Uh-huh.
$96. Sony's never given you anything.
So you saying that they're playing on Oprah? You save $96. You save $96.
Let me show you. Let me show you what they're doing.
What they're doing, King.
This $96 is the actual cost for the subscription service for the year, and that's the premium. Now you divide that by 12, and it's actually worth $8. Now, that's the actual bottom line, because Sony's not giving you anything back. You see, they hope and they pray that you can only survive on the $18 a month, and you stretch it out for the $216.
Right.
And if you do actually say, you know what, I'm gonna do the 120. I'm gonna get the year out the way.
Right.
Minus out the $96 out of that, and they made $24 off of each and every person that actually did that. Now, there's no savings, there's no deals, there's no bargains, there's nothing there. And if you guys think that I'm lying, tell me the first day Sony gave you anything back.
Oh, Lord. Here we
So
go.
let's break it really down. No one, all you financial analysts, I see y'all all the time talking about, oh, Sony this and they got 1 million sales. And what is the breakdown? The breakdown is $8 is what it actually costs. Sony is not going to lose a penny. So on each yearly subscription for 120, they're going to make $24 off of each of you. And for every person that only pays for that $18 a month, you're paying for 2 subscriptions and a half. They making money hand over fist.
All right. So
Let's
we've got the professor in the building teaching us what's going on here behind the scenes, the analysts. So what's Kid got giving off weird substitute teacher energy, but salute.
Man, King, you should feel ashamed. He didn't even give you full teacher
No, I'm
feelings. He
substitute.
said substitute.
Substitute teacher.
You just someone else's side piece. Like you ain't even a full blown.
I don't really operate in that school like that. I just come in when they unruly.
Anyway, so we got Mr. Big Cloud, man. Yo, salute to you, brother, because wanted to shout you out, man. You were really killing it. The interviews, the growth. I see the IGN move. You outside, man, and we definitely. It's been a minute since you've been on, so I definitely wanted to give you flowers on that. But good timing
next month.
Oh, I already know you got more cooking. I already know. And we definitely gonna talk about that. But I wanted to get you in here, especially this topic. You know, there's a lot going on. Obviously, the revamp of PlayStation Plus. You know, what's your thought process? The tiers. How you feeling about it?
Well, okay. So these tears.
Oh.
It left you in tears.
First, I mean, I guess
You stupid. Good.
I won't even say it left me in tears because we knew a lot of this was coming. We talked about this so many times, all of us. And the thing that kind of just like, first of all, you know, we're talking about the benefits out the gate, right? These are some of the most basic, bare bones benefits I've ever seen. But on top of that, wasn't there supposed to be something crucial added to this? It's called Crunchyroll. Where's Crunchyroll?
Oh, I forgot about that.
And okay, I do want to point out that when they bought these anime services, I was the first one to say, you guys are out of your mind if you think they combine this with any PlayStation.
I was hoping that I'd be able to get that.
I mean, but if you're looking at what you're getting here, and mind you, this is like a service that's very limited in terms on options, the way you can experience majority of these games. The key behind Game Pass and this type of service is nostalgia, is it not? So you going back and playing those games, downloading them. So the fact that you can't
just the same way you left them.
Yeah, you can't even play.
No enhancements, nothing.
Titles. Yeah. And the funny thing, I said this with Blaze. I was like, yo, you know, even if they didn't offer, let's say what Microsoft did, where they fine-tuned them and you get the, you know, the natural upgrade system where like you get better performance and whatnot, it automatically upscales. They could have added that later type of thing, right? But I thought,
how much did that cost when Microsoft did that?
I forgot.
Free.
Hardly none.
It costs nothing.
Well, to us.
Let's continue.
But
let's continue.
But going back to it, like when I looked at what you're offering again, you're just not getting anything. Well, you're not getting the option to download these games. And then, you know, these are PS3 games. Some of your most key, you know, games are the PlayStation 3 games, your God of War 3s, you know, in general. Where's God of War 3? Why is it not option? And people like to, I said in my video, and people are like, oh, well, you can still download these games. I'm like, I don't care about PS1, 2, and, you know, and Vita. I want the option to go back to PS3. I would love to play Metal Gear Solid 4.
Yeah.
You could
on my PS5
by
you know
streaming it.
Well, I don't want to stream it. And the funny thing
choice.
Is, there's already an emulator that's very popular, and this was made by a small team, a tiny team. You would think, okay, if that can be done by a small team working in a basement type of thing, and this is Sony with all these resources. You mean tell me Sony couldn't have an option for you to download these games, or at least and drop that in a software patch? Again, I'm not talking about trophy support. That stuff could have been coming later, like we got with PlayStation Network. Remember how we got all that stuff later? They could have done that with this service, but you're asking $120 a year. And again, some people might be going, "Oh, it's not that big deal. I don't really care about it. $120 a year. You know, it's better than this because we got 700 games, mind you. You can't even download all 700 of these games.
Yeah,
mind you, you're not going to be streaming majority of these games on this service.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of cap. It's a valid point. And
then it gets weird though. The middle tier is the one that's the most insulting one. You get PS4 and 5 in these tiers. These are the ones that they introduced the PS4 and 5 library. Now, you guys remember, if you buy the PS5 outright, if you bought the PS5, you get access to that little collection. It's like 20 games. It's PS4 titles that were like quote unquote enhanced for PS5. What's happening to that list? Are they gonna move that list to the $100 tier? Or are they gonna add on to it? I doubt they're gonna add on to it. But if that list is still there, let's say hypothetically it's still there, and we go to this $100 tier, where does that leave some of the empty spots for these games? Are they gonna include those games in the $100 tier? Because keep in mind, there's there's a lot of games that obviously we're not gonna get yet, right? Because they just dropped. Like we're not gonna get like Jesus Christ, what was it? There was a few
Horizon,
games. Horizon. We're not
West.
gonna get GT7. We're not gonna get those yet. I can see those games. This is where this little caveat kind of I have this little theory for. Because y'all noticed the little window got significantly less when it comes to games going to PC. I can see this dropping to 6 months now with this service included, where you can, they'll do that. Every 6 months after the game's released, when the game's stagnant in the market, it's got what they think they can get. They'll drop it in the service. You can play it there, and then that will be obviously a part of PC as well. Gotcha. You can have that be with it as well.
No doubt. Real quick, not to side divert, because we got a lot of stuff going on. We got Rand, I thought, jumped in the building. Hustle and Motivate jumped in the building. But before I do all that, someone missed their call for their speech. You know what I'm saying? It's not his fault, because I did tell him 1:30, and we were actually earlier because Saul wasn't here. So real quick, I just have to let the man get his bars off. LogNet Scribe of the Month for March, my man Ty Swinson, a.k.a. Prince Delos. Speech, brother, speech.
All right. How's it going, everyone? I'm not gonna keep y'all for long, but yeah, I was super surprised at getting Scribe of the Month for March. I love everything that I do.
I was like, why you didn't get it sooner?
Long overdue. Well, technically, he was co-winner one time, but this is.
I know. I wanted his solo.
This is his solo album.
I wanted him solo.
Get talk that talk, baby.
Yeah, my partner, they're the ultimate cheerleader in my corner. They're always like, yo, your writing is great. The stuff that you do for the site is wonderful. You need to give yourself more credit. Plug when you're out in the streets. But yeah, I did a lot of Destiny content leading up to getting Scribe of the Month for Destiny 2, The Witch Queen. I reviewed it. It has some guides, some other stuff.
Flame said that in the chat. That was Flame. Continue.
And yeah, I just love writing what I'm passionate about, whether it be games that I'm playing, whether it be shining light on diversity and social issues going on in the industry. Doing Lord's Man with King is always a pleasure. For people who might be looking for, extra content that might not be happening on ILP Sundays, check out the Lord's Minute with me, April, whoever else is doing it. We have a broad horizon of topics that we cover, whether it be comics, TV shows, games, critical things happening in the industry. Lord's Minute is the place to check it out at. But yeah, I just love the team. I love working at lordsofgaming.net. I love working with everything on the Iron Lords, and yeah, salute to the Warlock delegation.
Already know Warlock stand up. You already know. You was in off the rip.
Now we know how you want.
Now we know. Listen, man, salute to you, Ty. You've been absolutely killing it. Your enthusiasm, your passion for the industry, absolutely outstanding. The connection you have with King on those topics, with just everything in pop culture, I love when you scoop me up for any Destiny talk. I'm always for that. And just in general, it's just been a pleasure to work with, to see your star shine. Salute. The whole team is behind it. Mahmoud, almost unanimous this month. Like, you really killed it, and you're holding us down. So salute to the March Scribe of the Month, Ty Swinson. You already know. Make sure you hit up Solve in the DM. Get yourself whatever you want. You already know. You killed it, brother. And we will be talking some more in the future.
Yep, will do. Y'all have a great show. I'm gonna go put in my time at the gym.
Oh, you already know. But did you do the advance? Did you focus? Did you energy? What you do?
That new shaker came.
Oh, you got the powder. Let's go. My man got the powder. Go to advancegg.com. Let's go.
That's how he got it.
That's how he went. Yo, you stupid. Oh, you can't be doing that.
And I think we're gonna have to intervene, man. There's too much compromise going on over there.
We've been compromised.
We've been covered.
It's looking like Cog's literally got a Discord server that says you gonna listen to me right now.
We gotta take him out of there like Jeff Keegan. You can't vote no more.
No. Salute, Ty, you already know. But I see some guests done pulled up to help us out with the topic and solve not being here. First, let's talk about the man with the $1 million Rand Outdoor 19. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
The man with no camera.
Stop it.
No.
The man with no videos.
Stop it.
Listen. He's
OG grandfather then when the Lords were nothing.
Yeah,
that man was in here blessing us with his son, giving us the stimulus package.
King's the man with no heater looking at his
No. See, I can actually take it off, but what I do is, for spaces. See, we wouldn't know if you butt naked or not. So no.
very well could be, King.
Whoa! Chad! Don't be coming for Red like that.
If you out there with your nipples or not. But
I gotta be the nipples, though. Why the nipples? Red, yo, salute to you, brother. Caught a little bit of Xbox too. Always killing it with you and Jez, and of course the videos. But yeah, man, what's going on? PlayStation Plus Revamp, man. How you feeling about this? You know, obviously there's talk of whether or not it's a competitor, whether it's not a competitor. That's another bit of talk. So wherever you want to go with this, as far as your thoughts.
Wherever I want to go. Well, first off, I didn't even know I was going to be on the show until what, 20 minutes ago?
That is correct.
You're like, hey, can you come on? And I'm like, I suppose I could come on. I wasn't doing anything.
You did DM me before preemptively. So I'm like, hey,
yeah, but I DM'd you because I wanted to show you something.
Yes.
I could laugh about it.
Yes.
How utterly ridiculous.
Yes.
What I saw was. So I was like,
that
me
is true.
I gotta have a good laugh about this. And he's like, hey, can you come on a little bit, talk about some stuff? And I'm like,
why I gotta have that voice when I ask you? Why I can't be like, yo, my man, since you awake,
when I roast you, you gotta let me roast you.
Hey, man, you wanna come in and talk about some stuff?
Man, look, Rand, though I don't like the way you talking right
now.
now.
Why he did that voice on me though?
No, I don't care about the voice. Give him the voice all you want.
Oh,
like my thing is like you be acting like coming on here is a chore, like you got to. Like,
no, real talk though. I had the promise with him, like, Ram, I know we go long. So, and I know you got things you got to do. So if you can only jump in for a bit.
Yeah, you know, it's 5 hours of sitting here, you know, all naked is not, you know, very conducive to everything.
That sounds very comfortable, actually.
Rand, you sitting there all night.
You know what? You know what, Rand? It sounds so comfortable.
What is going on?
What is happening?
What's that? Rand, let's start with the top. The show went left. Continue.
The show went left. So... yeah, I mean, PlayStation Plus is all right. I mean, the new revamp, it's nothing spectacular. It's exactly what everybody said it was going to be. Them combining a failed service into an actual pretty good service. Well, at least a very popular service, right?
Yes.
Right.
I find it odd that time-limited demos are on the highest tier. Like, it almost seems to me that the highest tier is incomplete.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Right? And I think I said it on Xbox too, or at least when I first saw it, I was like, you know, I think at some point in the future, that is where first-party day and date PlayStation games will go. They'll go into the premium tier, which they can then rename, you know, PlayStation Day One or something, right? For $18.99.
Wait. Are you implying that Day One, day and date is still happening?
Because I don't believe anything Jim Ryan says.
But Jim Ryan said that it's not. He feels he's in a good virtuous cycle.
Well,
yes,
he also said he can't speak for the future too.
But then he also literally says at the end of it, "Is like, I don't know what the future's gonna hold, guys."
Exactly.
He didn't say that, but he did say he said the way the world is changing so very quickly at the moment, nothing is forever. He said, "Who would have said for?" Go ahead,
what has Sony done with the generations though? They've changed with the generation.
Fair enough.
Adapted.
And they did say they don't like old games, and they got old games in these
You're highlighting old games.
So basically, no one in the panel believes Jim saying that.
Nobody, man.
Okay.
They gave you something that you needed.
The biggest question is called: do you believe Jim Ryan what he's saying?
No. I don't. That is true. That you got me there.
Then we don't need to go any
further.
But
I have to ask the question. But anyway, back to Rand, like you were saying.
Well, it's very telling to me, at least, that all the PR that came out of Jim Ryan the day they announced it was about what the service wasn't doing, rather than what the service was doing. Like, no talk of like, you know, what games you're going to have at launch for the second tier. Like, the immediate response was, we're not putting our games day one in a subscription service. That's kind of like Netflix coming out and being like, you're not getting Star Wars movies on here or Marvel stuff. Like, you don't tell customers, at least you don't start telling off customers what you're not going to do, right? But I mostly think that's just PR. They needed a way to kind of get out to the fans about why they're not doing something, and it plays into Sony's overall PR that their games are magnificent, right? And that their games require so much money to make.
You got whole laughing.
You know? And that if they don't put that money into these games, then God of War, the next God of War's it's not gonna be any good. And the PlayStation fans eat it all up, just like they ate up the whole "we believe in generations" bull. Right? I didn't swear their cock.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
What of you? So no, I don't believe a word he says. And when he talks about live, live service games, because it was very much like, oh, we think live service games are the future. We don't think game subscriptions are the future. But it's like, well, who said game subscriptions were the future? Phil's never said that.
Yep.
Phil always said like Game Pass is one aspect of what we do at Xbox.
Okay.
And that live service sort of has been the future for some time now. It's that finally Sony's like jumping on the bandwagon. But to me, like when you got what Haven's making, and you got probably whatever Deviation Games is making, those games are going to be live service games. And in today's environment, live service games need to be one of two things. They either need to be free to play or they need to be in a subscription service. And they also probably need to be day one on PC. If you're trying to get the biggest audience possible to play it, to spend all the microtransactions. So in my view, if you're not going to do free to play with Haven's game, then Haven's game is going to be in a subscription service that you also have a third tier for, which you can conveniently then kind of change the narrative, saying like, well, we did say, when we weren't going to do this, but we said, oh, things change.
Right.
But I mean, the service, I don't know. The service basically is just like, hey, we got rid of a service that was a complete failure. And we bundled into PlayStation Now was complete abject failure by every stretch of performance metrics. Sony barely talked about it for years. And they rolled it into their most, obviously successful subscription service. So it makes a lot of sense. Sony's going to basically use this opportunity to help them get more revenue, because they're going to start having users who were normally accustomed to paying $60 a year or $10 a month to now paying $100 a year instead of $60. So it's a way to get more revenue.
Did have King do the math. You missed that part. Professor King did.
It's a way for them to get more revenue from their existing user base.
Okay. Let me ask you this before we pass it off, because you've also said something. You've been very staunch on the day and date thing. And you're probably one of the few, because I know we've talked offline, and then you actually said it on Xbox too, which is you feel that they will eventually go day and date. And so what makes you think? Because I guess, to play devil's advocate, my feeling is like, well, maybe because the model that they currently have is working for them, as far as them not really putting their games in there. That, obviously the $70 price point, it's not really too much pushback consumer wise, because games are still selling, right? So my question, to you would be like, what's to stop them from staying, status quo, or staying pat, as opposed to copying the Microsoft, playbook?
Well, I never said they would put all their games day and date. I said I think there's like their live service stuff is going to have to be either they're going to have to be or they're going to be free to play.
Okay.
Microsoft is obviously one for the different approach, where they're all in on, hey, this is how we're going to grow our service, and we're going to use Starfields and the Call of Duties of the world, presumably, to grow that. But maybe you can make the argument that a single player game isn't maybe something best for a subscription service. But we know for a fact from our buddy Jim Ryan himself, well, even from the investors, that Sony has what? BitCloud, you know this. How many games of service? 10 games of service games coming?
Yeah.
I mean, we're in an era right now that people don't want to pay for multiplayer, or at least the expectation from gamers is that multiplayer should be free these days. And the biggest games are. So if you're going to try to come out with the live service game, you can't be $70. I mean, we Battlefield 2042 just came out, and what is it? How many months now? 4 months, 5 months? And it's completely dead in the water. I mean, it was a bad game, but also in the era of free to play, you can't come out as a full price game. And I'm sorry, like, no matter how good Haven's game is going to be, or Deviation Games, or any of those other ones, they're going to fail as a live service at $70. So either it's going to be free, or it's going to be in a subscription service. So my guess is the third tier, the tier that doesn't make them any sense, with time-limited demos and backwards compatibility. Like, that'll be the tier that will suddenly be like, hey, if you want to play this stuff, It's in this tier.
So you think that's
And then
what the
Sony,
evolve is? I'm sorry.
And
Yeah.
that's where Sony will then get more money out of their user base, and that's where they'll actually get more subscribers, like new subscribers, because that's the tier they'll subscribe to play those games. That's how I feel it'll go in the future.
Fair enough. We got two other guests. We got to get their opinion. We got the Lord of Virtual Legality and double duty on the Bitcast, my man, Hogue Law, the Hogue Law Business Law Firm. Let me check your level, sir. How you doing, sir?
Yes, please do check my levels. I never know if you can hear me when I
No,
just
you're
jump
good.
into one of these.
No, you're great right now. You're absolutely fantastic, and thank you for pulling up, man. So look, PlayStation Plus Revamp. You know, what are your thoughts on this whole thing? And obviously Jim Ryan's comments about, you know, not basically saying that their titles virtuous and they don't choose to put those day and date and mimic a Game Pass like model.
Well, before I give my thoughts, I think I should qualify them by saying I do like Sony and PlayStation, but I cover them in the way that I do because I think they've been making messaging errors for a good couple months now, and I think this is the latest in a fairly long line of them. I think that they make a fundamental mistake by competing with Game Pass, but not really competing with them. This is essentially like dollar store discount Game Pass that doesn't really necessarily offer you what their closest competitor is doing so that they can check a box as to what services they're providing. I think you can tell from Jim Ryan's interviews that they don't really believe in it. They don't really understand why people would want to play retro games or these kinds of things. And so they have constructed something that allows them to potentially upsell their existing PlayStation Plus people, much like you'd get to at a retail counter when somebody tries to sell you a strategy guide with that game that you're buying, and otherwise aren't really thinking about what that looks like. Because as they've said, they don't think that they can use their own current monetization strategies with a day and date or other ways to use a Game Pass type library. So to me, I read all that and I say, your heart's not in this.
Right.
So you're doing it for a different reason. And as a Sony PlayStation player, I look at it as fairly disappointing. When you tell me, okay, it's going to be Returnal, it's going to be God of War 2018, it's going to be Spider-Man, it's going to be Spider-Man Miles Morales, it's going to be Mortal Kombat 11. Somebody who is invested in the PlayStation ecosystem says, okay, the ones that aren't 5 years old are all games that I already own because I've been supporting your ecosystem. So it's not for me.
Right.
So what are we talking about here? Now, some part of this has to be based on the value that we will see when we get a chance to look at the libraries.
Right.
Is premium just the PlayStation Now service strapped onto the end? Is there more effort being put into whatever the library at extra is? We don't know. But I think everything that you've seen so far gives you reason to doubt. And unfortunately, I've said this before in this space, but I think PlayStation needs to get weird. They need to do wild things. They need to do different things that aren't just discount versions of what their competitors are doing because they can't aim the money cannon. They don't have the infrastructural resources that a Microsoft does. And Microsoft, to the benefit of the community, is spending those resources. But Sony, if we want them to survive and thrive, and I do, should be looking at things that aren't just, well, that looks like Game Pass, but worse.
Right.
That's my overall thing.
Let me ask you real quick, because you said something very interesting at the beginning of your statement in the sense of, you know, almost like a half-hearted attempt kind of thing as a competitor. But there has been talk online that I've seen and people are like, oh, no, this is not a competitor. So for like, based on your thoughts, like, because I even seen an article, I believe, shout out to PC Mag, and they asked Jim Ryan specifically in an interview. They were like, hey, like how this was way before, and they was asking like how he would respond, how Sony would respond to Microsoft Game Pass, and he said nothing was expecting. He said they weren't expecting anything to do anything at the time, but he says there's actually news to come, but just not today. So the direct response to the question of do we have a competitor was, yes, there's news to come, just not today. So the way I interpret it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that on some level internally they are viewing it as a competitor. Am I wrong to assume that? What do you think?
No, I don't think you can look at what they just released and say that has nothing to do with Game Pass, right? Okay. I think that they like that stance that says we're not competing with them, because if you are, you're losing. Like it's not equivalent. So you don't want to be competing with them. This is why I would have said get weird. Right. Instead of doing anything that looks like this, have a library of VR games that'll be exclusive to PlayStation 2. That's a subscription.
Like
do
that.
Something that Microsoft isn't going to match. That isn't discount Microsoft.
Right.
Because what happened, regardless of how they want you to think about it, oh, we're not competing, this isn't a Game Pass service. You know what happened this week, which is GameSpot puts out a graphic that shows the differences. IGN puts out a graphic. Yeah. Everybody talks about them as if they are competitors. And you're not dumb, Jim Ryan. You're not dumb, Sony. You know this is how this industry is going to look at these kinds of things. So why did you structure it this way? That's the fundamental problem I have with it is you could have done something different. You could have said, we're going to get you library of games from your favorite ex-PlayStation. Do something that feels different so that you don't have that obvious comparison point. And by giving us that obvious comparison point, it seems like a shallow competitive behavior. So I think they made a mistake there. And that interview, and I've been listening to you a little bit before I started talking, the way it's been characterized is right. They don't feel like they want to do this so much. There isn't a lot of backing from Jim Ryan.
Are you saying that they're being forced to do this?
I'm saying that you can read between the lines of his interview and you can feel the friction at the various SIE boardrooms or Sony boardrooms, depending on how high up it goes.
He's under duress.
In the quote that he gives about PC games, that there was clearly some kind of fighting about whether that made sense. They said, we knew 4 years ago we could put PC gaming out. You can feel all of this. Jim Ryan has a quote that says, effectively, I don't know who would buy Premiere. This doesn't seem attractive to anybody.
Yeah, he kind of.
We'll put it out there. Like, he doesn't agree necessarily with what the company is doing. And then by the time you get to the end of his interview, he's basically saying, well, aren't live services subscriptions? It's like, no, what are you talking about? But you can see that the push for Sony is going to be live services, and that this is, well, we've got a Game Pass too. It's the internet meme, right? I want Game Pass. We got Game Pass at home. PlayStationPlus Extra.
He said at home. You funny. Let's get hustle and motivated, man. Once you heard the PlayStation Plus revamp, man, what are your thoughts? But like, where you at with it? And we already touched the competitive thing, but just in general, personally, for you, is it something that you're interested in? Any of the tiers, anything like that?
I would be if the PlayStation 3 games were downloadable. Apparently, you can only stream those. I be in my retro bag as of late, as you all know, as you all may know. This service isn't good, man. Like, a lot of things are off here. Like, who would pay? First of all, I want to take y'all back to 1994. PlayStation was the first ones that I remember, like, who came with like a package demo disc. Like, if you couldn't afford a game, and a lot of us couldn't, that's what you had to play, and they get it to you for nothing, right? In fact, you got a lot of times going like,
it was factored into the price, but yeah.
Well, still, regardless, you got it day one. Now they're charging you for demos, and people talk about how long it takes to make a game. Like, don't they add like 3 or 4 months when you make a demo on top of the game that you're already making? All right, so I ain't really trying to hear that. And then, yo, why are you paying $18 for a service that, all right, I know y'all said it wasn't in competition with Game Pass, but let's be real, dog. It is. Like, we're gonna be real. It is. This wouldn't have been a move because this was already PlayStation Now anyway, and like nobody wanted PlayStation Now. So this is definitely in competition. And as far as the retro games, one of the things that Xbox does over PlayStation is that, where is it? Hold on, give me a minute. I can pop this in.
Yep, you can pop it in and play.
Yep, it'll play. Not only will it play, it'll play like the new updated version, 720p version of this game too. And my Xbox One X, by the way. So we ain't even talking about the serious stuff, but in the One X, this will play. So I mean, there's a lot that's wrong with what's going on. Somebody said, "Do you believe Jim Ryan?" No, that boy be flip flopping. Boy, that boy, look, he's scrambling like 2 eggs on a Sunday morning. Right now. How many times that man done went back on his word? All I'm saying is,
I mean, the information that he's giving you is on a need to know basis, and you don't need to know.
I feel you. You're right, and I don't need to spend my money on that subpar service because it is a subpar service, dog. I mean, hey, when Nintendo
hustle. How are you gonna save? How are you gonna save your games in the cloud if you don't subscribe to one of these services?
I bet they make you pay for that. Coincidentally, that's how I actually
discounts hustle.
Yep. How about that? That's actually how I lost the save file to Persona 5, the vanilla version. Yeah, I didn't have it in the cloud.
And I've lost that save file 3 times.
Yeah. Look, I don't know about none of this, man. I just think that the PlayStation look crazy right now. It's getting bad. And I like PlayStation. I want to see the next Uncharted, man, and I want to see all these things move forward. But what's the point of you even putting this service out if you're not gonna match the competition, dog? If you're not gonna put games day and date in there, like what's the?
They don't have to match the competition if competition tells you they like to spend $70.
Okay. Well, I don't like to spend $70. Sir, my stomach is touching my back. Man, my ribs are showing. I ain't trying to.
My ribs are showing.
Give it to me for $10 a month, like they got on PC, dog. I ain't trying.
That's why I said, man. 6 months. I can see 6 months drop off for these games. And
That's so let me ask you before I open it up to Attic and Lord. Let me ask anyone whether a rare big cloud or whole on this. Like the vibe I'm getting from you is that they don't seem fully wholeheartedly invested in it, right? There seems to be some type of internal conflict. So What could it be? Go ahead, Rand. What do you think is going on that's pushing them outside of their comfort zone?
Their approach for this is exactly their approach to how their stuff with PC started. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
PC. I said on this show back in 2019 that I knew for a fact that Sony was going to be putting their games on P, and I said Horizon was going to come. The PlayStation community vehemently disagreed with me and attacked me, even though I had like 13 sources on that. So I knew it was coming, right? But if you remember how Sony, when they first announced that game for PC, Herman Hulse was like, it's just one game. We're not bringing all of our games over, right? And then a year later, they're like, we got the whole slate coming, fam. Everything's coming, right? So to me, this is just basically Sony trying to take their customers, taking their super hardcore fans by the hand as they lead them slowly, step by step through the process. At first, it's just one AAA game coming to PC, and then it's almost all of them, and then oh, well, it was 3 years, but now it's going to be 6 months to a year, and then eventually it's going to be day and date.
Right.
And now it's like, don't worry, guys. You know, we're making the games that you want. We're investing in the virtuous cycle and all that stupid nonsense.
Y'all don't like
the
virtuous
games are going to be
cycle.
still quality, but at the same time, the future could change. And then in 2 to 3 years from now, when all these games show up in the subscription service, I mean, Jim Ryan even said in the article that, in regards to the PC stuff, that people had made their peace with it and nobody cares anymore.
Wow.
He literally said that. And I'm like, Jim, that's not the case, because I still see PlayStation fans being super upset about that. But yeah, time does heal all wounds.
Remember Corey Barlog was like the biggest advocate for putting God of War on PC.
And I will say the comparison, you know, we don't know the library, but you know, Microsoft, and I don't know if there's a topic or not, but like the comparison is going to even look worse. An Xbox Game Pass family plan comes out in eventually, because like you have people comparing the libraries and people comparing the prices. Well, what are people going to say when you can get Xbox Game Pass Ultimate for $30 a month for 5 of your friends?
Hey, Rand.
Instead of, you know, I'm just saying it's going to even look worse in the future.
Rand, I got a question. Why do you think that service is launching in June?
I don't know.
I got an answer.
Yes, Kay.
Why is it launching in June, sir?
Because MLB The Show is launching in Game Pass. So you can't launch your service and don't have your first party game there, and it's in the competitor's service. So in order not to look bad, we'll launch in June. That game will come out there, and then we're going to make money over here. And then maybe it might be inside their service then. I doubt it. Very seriously, but I wonder the comparisons will be too high if it launched earlier and that game isn't in their own service.
Interesting.
Well, I also want, they never did put, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe Big Cloud, you know this, they never put MLB 21 into PS Now or PS Plus, did they?
No, I don't think
so. It could very much be a situation where Microsoft has the rights to that game in a subscription service, and Sony can't put their game into it. You know, like kind of like it could be something like that, because you'd imagine they want to do that. But yeah, I was just saying whenever the family plan comes out, you're just gonna add another thing to those IGN, GameSpot lists where it's like, you know, what's the better value? I can get all these games day one plus these third-party games, and for barely more than it would have cost if the highest tier of PlayStation Plus, I can bring 4 of my friends with me. I mean, you know, it's gonna be.
We haven't even gotten to the big releases yet from the first party.
That is true.
That's true.
Yeah, no, that's true. A valid point. I see Addict jumped out for a second, so we'll keep it pushing.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I didn't see your thing. I saw your mic muted. But yeah, man, Addict, what you think, man? PlayStation Plus revamp. Where you at?
All right. First off, I want to point out is that all this, if you really look at it, you strip down these tiers. What is this PlayStation Plus? That's what I'm calling it. PlayStation Plus. Well, what is this really? Tier 1 is what you've been paying for PlayStation Plus, which is $9.99. How much is PlayStation Now currently? $9.99.
Yeah.
And it feels like to me, for the most part, they split up PlayStation Now, put it in two tiers and they're trying to charge you more for that service. Because currently you could play PlayStation 3 games on PlayStation Now. Is that correct, King?
I don't know. I don't use these stuff.
Yeah.
You can stream it.
You can stream it.
So
I buy the
currently,
game, sir.
You can stream it. 3 games on now.
So
I can't download
currently you could download PS4 and PS5 games onto your PlayStation and play it locally. Is that right, Big Cloud?
Yeah, not now. But
Did I just name 2 different tiers?
Continue, Attic. I know where you're going.
Oh man,
that's it.
They have found a really sleazy, unique way of making you pay more for the same whack service they had 2 months ago.
Easy. I like that.
Listen, what about you don't see perceived value in the premium tier with the
The only value to this is not having.
Oh my God,
Jesus.
Jesus!
What about the savings, Attic? What about the it's $216?
What savings? They're charging you $18 a month to play old games.
Yeah.
No, but what about the one?
King, if you want to play 360,
360,
King, if you want to play 360 games, Xbox One games, what do you got to do?
I just gotta pop it in.
Oh my God!
Hey,
I think we stumbled into an advertisement for Game Pass. I'm sorry. Look, Jim Ryan doesn't even believe in Premiere. Did you read his quotes? He's like,
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
who this is for. That's what he says.
he was under duress.
But
Hold, turn your
now-
mic level up just slightly. I'm sorry.
my mic level up?
Just a little bit. Now you went low a little bit. Yeah.
I can yell louder.
No, you good. You good. Continue.
Yeah, so he doesn't believe in it, but you look at the tiers anyway. It's the thing that's most offensive to me on that is you put the most retro stuff at the you have to buy everything else tier. And it's just a wild thing. This is why I said they should have gone with libraries or something different, because all they really did was strap now to PlayStation Plus. And their big genius ideas are annual. So that they can try to get people in for a longer subscription revenue term, which is fine.
Yeah.
That's normal economics, and Xbox doesn't offer an alternative for that yet, right now at least.
Correct.
And so that's one of their big moves. But when you as the CEO come out and say, Premiere, I'm sure somebody would want retro games. We don't understand any of this backwards compatibility stuff. So we slapped it all at the end.
Right.
It feels bad.
I feel
I feel like the biggest reason they're doing this is because how bad PlayStation Now kind of looked in terms of like metric wise, like output. They had like 3 million subs for like 15 years. I feel like, they're like, look, Game Pass is definitely destroying that subscription service. But if we combined it with PlayStation Plus, we go above it. So now instead of saying PlayStation Now is equal to Game Pass, it has like drastically lower, ratings and subscription counts. Now we could say that our subscription service has more. But it doesn't matter if there's 2 other tiers.
Aren't you supposed to do that with Xbox Live, Games with Gold? Aren't you supposed to add that to that?
And you know what's funny?
What bang?
People are trying to sit there and they're trying to say, but add it. They're giving you the ability to be able to download these, and you have access to the online features on PlayStation. Hey, idiots, you already have online features on any game on PlayStation Now. Is that true or false, Big Cloud?
You're gonna be like he's official rep.
I'm
hitting my man like he's official rep for something.
Are you guys always doing cross-exam in this?
Attic always does it now.
I love it.
Look,
it just feel like state property to me. It just feel like get down and lay down. That's what it feels like.
State property. Stop.
All this is all this is preparation for the future.
Oh, okay.
They know, not necessarily grooming. I feel like we shouldn't use the word grooming. In this
oh my God, King! Continue.
I'm just saying.
PlayStation knows that right now they're fine, but they don't know what the future holds for them. So
they can't guarantee every game's gonna do the numbers they think they're.
And tomorrow it might be inside there. You might get God of War inside there. If it don't sell in June,
that equals your doom.
Ridiculous. Anyway, let me jump in.
I always said ILP is one of the best Xbox podcasts.
Oh my God.
So pretty much, I feel like what they're doing is they're like, look, like we spent a lot of money on PlayStation now, so we're going to split it. Which I do think this format's better than PlayStation Now being by itself.
Correct.
Because I don't think PlayStation Now is ever going to do anything by itself. They've always supported PlayStation Plus over PlayStation Now. You see more day-and-date games going in PlayStation Plus. This is the better choice to do, but it's just like you could have made different things. That's why I feel like they're like, look, we're going to get some heat for this,
right?
But we're going to make. I feel like there was originally supposed to be 2, and they made that 3rd tier so they can slide in those day-and-date games down the line. Because if you look at it, like
hell,
here's what doing day and date. Oh, you don't think they're ever going to do day and date?
I'd be surprised.
Yeah, no, I do disagree. I think fundamentally what you see in this approach is that, again, you can feel this in the interview, that there are boardroom fights about this. Sony, rightly or wrongly, truly believes, as best I can tell, that it is not sustainable to do what Xbox is doing.
Right.
They are subsidizing that process, that they're in the user acquisition phase, that it doesn't make sense long term. So what I view this is as a temporary measure that puts that checkbox on Sony's side of things so they can continue to sell their boxes under televisions, and they're waiting Xbox out because they don't think it works, literally. Now, I tend to think they're wrong, but this is a reasonable minds can differ kind of feel. They're projecting out into the future, and Microsoft, to their credit, keeps saying it's doing all these things, it's advancing all these aspects of the industry. It is not sharing direct Game Pass numbers. It's not sharing inputs and outputs. It's not telling you exactly what's happening there.
Got a question for you.
And you can tell Sony has analyzed this, and they've talked to their financial folks, and they know what their ROI is on their games, which without a Game Pass kind of concept, we're generally selling better than Microsoft's best first-party games without that subscription service. That's just reality.
Hold on. I got a question because I'm going to forget. But my question for Hogue is, if that is the case, right, and I do believe a lot of what you're saying, my question is why. It's almost the thought process. If you're the leader and you're sustaining you have all this financial revenue doing what you're doing, why copy the 3rd place guy? Why copy a model that you yourself don't even believe in? Like, if you're the leader, why even do that? That's my only thing. I'm just curious of why even put yourself in this position, because clearly the message that you're sending, I mean, not you, but Sony, is that they don't want to do this. So like, you're fine, right? So stay. So
they don't believe Game Pass day and date works. I think this is all speculation.
We speculate,
from the outside. They don't think Game Pass works, but they also have a somewhat broken product that they had with PlayStation Now, which is mostly broken because everybody thought of it as a streaming service, which is what it was. Then they strapped a library to it. I don't really think that message got out so much.
Right.
And so they're instead highlighting the fact here that there's a library with PlayStation Now, which is what that extra tier is.
Right.
And they don't believe it'll work, but they can see a way, and this is probably how it was sold internally, that they can upsell PlayStation Plus. Well, what's a few more bucks if you want to get access to the library? You're already paying for multiplayer. Hell, you're already paying for cloud services, you chumps. Right?
Cloud saves, you got to pay for. Damn.
I think what it is.
So they're looking at it like that. And then also, I think the preparation for the future is correct, though. If it doesn't go the way that they think, if Microsoft actually can work this, and I think Sony's thinking like I'm thinking,
adaptable
aspect.
Have
to jack that price at some point. It probably is being effectively subsidized by the rest of the company and things like that. If it's going to work, then they could slide into that. That's why you get Jim Ryan being weird. He has a very definitive statement that says we're not doing that. And then in the next paragraph, it's we might do that. Never know.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I feel you.
So it's to me, it's a company that says, well, it's fine if we're just upselling PlayStation Plus. That could work out for us. It's not a strong committal thing,
right?
And maybe Xbox is right. You're trying to be prepared either direction,
right?
I think institutionally, they think it doesn't work. In particular, they think it doesn't work if they can sell 13 million copies of Spider-Man without you being subscribed for it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Back to Addict.
I do think that they are progressing, and it's not like I do think that there is a realm where they do games day and day, and the only time that I would see happen is if the value of Game Pass makes them start losing enough market share that's overlooking their games. Because
they're worried about the market shifting. They're worried about the market changing, right? Xbox, if you want to tell this story, Xbox in the last generation said, we're losing We're losing at this game of basketball. We're going to play football instead.
Right. We make it a whole sport.
And Sony says, well, we're winning at basketball. We're dominating at basketball. We don't really want to play football, but we'll start a flag football intramural team.
Yo, why gotta be flag football in the mural hole? You ain't even hit him with the high school intramural. Come on.
Let's be real here, Ho. They changed the ball. There's no other team playing. They're playing basketball for football.
But they don't like football. They said they don't feel football is the future.
Microsoft stood up and said, "We don't care what you don't like."
Well, they're worried that they're the MLB, right? Which goes with the show release. They're worried that they're baseball and the NFL's coming up.
Yes.
That's what they're worried about.
Okay.
So they're going to start saying, what does the NFL look like?
I got a question for you, Hogue.
Yeah.
You mentioned like Jim Ryan in his talk about the games as a service being the future, right?
Yep.
How do you view them, the Haven and the Bungie and the Deviation games, when those games come out in a couple years? Do you see them as full price $70 releases, or are they going to have to be day one on PC as well, free to play, or part of the subscription? Like, do you think a full priced new IP is going to actually succeed in the market as it is right now?
Well, a couple of things. One, because they apparently got bent over something when they were negotiating with Bungie. They won't control how those
Yo, going in
Yo, say that again.
I think Bungie wants to be free to play. I think Bungie wants to be free to play with expansion add-ons kind of thing. Like that's what they work Destiny into, right? Haven is a wild purchase because Haven hasn't done anything. Haven's 12 months old.
Just
They're
throwing
years
money
out from releasing anything.
Ty got Travis said it was a pre-order.
I think that they're feeling pressure from the consolidation in the market, and they're grabbing things that they think are interesting before they would otherwise do so. In terms of the release of that game, we're guessing what that is. We know it's live services. We know it's something multiplayer. So I think it would really depend on the model that they're building out there. If it's going to be free to play and monetization, I think you'd slap it in to some kind of bonus tier of a subscription service. But if it's free to play anyway, I mean, what are you really getting from that? Nobody gets much from having Fortnite.
How you feel about factions? So, because we still waiting for.
You gonna pay for that too?
On that. Now, I'm wondering if that's gonna be free
Last
to
of
play.
Us?
Last of Us.
Yeah.
Because they're doing the remake of the first one, and we still haven't gotten it.
I can honestly say I have no idea what's going on with the management in Naughty Dog in basically any respects at this point.
Yeah.
They're remaking a game that is all of 7 years old for the second time. So I don't know what kind of resources they're putting in. I think if Sony is thinking about it, they'd make it a live services, they'd make it a multiplayer, but they're also probably watching Halo Infinite really struggle with keeping up with community expectations are at the time. The reason they bought Bungie is not Destiny.
Right.
They don't have any control of what
It's for the expertise.
Yeah.
It's to help them out with economics.
Yes.
It's to go get a handle on macroeconomics.
Just to maintain the full stuff.
No, absolutely.
What a live services looks like. So if they're thinking properly, the industry would support factions best, I think, as a free-to-play with a battle pass and some monetization elements.
Right.
We know now, watching Gran Turismo 7, watching them buying up live services companies, they don't have any idea how to properly interact with that market, and they're smart enough. Let's give Sony some credit.
That's what I tell people.
Let's bring in the people.
Bring in the people who are the experts. I'm so
That's
with
right.
you. Let me
pay over and above and bring them in. And bring in the people that didn't even make a game.
Good, Etiquette. I got to get my balls off. I didn't get my balls off.
Yeah, the thing that we got to remember too is when it comes to the subscription service, I feel like they weren't pressing the gas either with it because they knew they were wanting to do something with both of them individually, with some kind of future of them merging. I'm curious if they amp up supporting both services together now. So, they might do that. I don't think their games are coming day and date. You might have some indie games that they support because they've done that with, the car game, whatever that thing's called. They've done a couple games putting it to day and date. So I'm curious now, since it's done and over and it's merged, I'm curious if they're going to actually put money behind the service now, or are they just going to literally keep it exactly how it was, but now it's together?
It's interesting.
We do have to hold up on the value proposition to see what those libraries actually look like.
Agree.
We do.
Agree. And I'll jump in. And everyone made fantastic point. Randy on fire. Everybody's been on fire. And here's the thing. As it's currently constructed, I have no interest in what's going on here. I'm going to stay at my current middle tier, which I'm apparently rolled into. And
we all are.
and I'm going to stay there. My thing is I'm a huge PS1 fan. I'm a huge Vita fan. You know, those Vita's not listed. PlayStation 1.
The Vita.
Yeah.
That's behind
unfortunate
the
omission.
Omission. That's my heart. Like, I really love Vita. That, like, no disrespect to Switch. I'm Switch gang all day, but Vita was my.
And the worst part, Cog, is
Panthers.
the lack of transparency that what's doing this, what games
Right.
are doing it.
Yeah.
Not even examples. They're like PS1, PS2, and PS3 games. See in
See in
June.
June. And see, that's
See
my
in
thing.
June and more updates.
And more updates to come. And the thing to me that's just weird is that, like, I'm not a person. Just don't throw numbers at me. We have over 400.
But that's what the fan base uses. The numbers.
I get that.
400, 700.
And kudos to them for knowing their base. And I said
That's
this on
right.
Define and Do because they know that their base, where they use terms like virtuous and our games
Mm-hmm.
are quality, we don't know if putting our games in this service is really to our advantage because they know their fan base buys into that, right? And that's how you start to get over it. I hate to use the term. I call it the greasing. It's the setup.
Ask you a question, Cog.
Yes.
Was any of their games in a service last year when they didn't reach meet the Metacritic Publisher of the Year standard?
I see where you're going.
I'm
leaving this alone.
Who
You know
first
what-
party games were
Microsoft's
in a
was in.
service?
Right.
So quality doesn't dip, right?
Yeah.
I'm just checking.
But
You know what it's going to take, Cog?
Yes.
It's going to take, because right now, the standpoint, and they have every right to make that statement. Like, look, the reason our games aren't in subscription service because we have quality. Until we start seeing more quality come out of Game Pass, because then once you see a lot of quality come out of Game Pass, you're going to have a different conversation. Look, Sony over here is saying this, but Microsoft's proving them otherwise.
Right, and I agree with Hog in a sense. It's hedging the bet for the future. They like the model where they currently are. They're not willing to overcommit. It's almost a half dip your toe in. Let's see, right? Let's do something that's very advantageous for us financially, and that's fine. You know, for me personally, what I liked with the service before it revamped was, and Big Cloud, you can help me out here, is the PlayStation Collection. I thought the PlayStation Collection was very positive at the launch of the PS5. And I'm like, okay, we got God of War in here. You know, you got all your legacy titles. So to me, what I would like it to evolve into is, you know, whether it's, we know now, shout out to Nix's King's favorite, that's his heart. But, you know, we know now that they're doing the PC thing, right? Which Rand got stoned on ILP for saying it. Rand was the first. People told him it never happened.
Sorry, Rand.
Sorry, Rand. You definitely.
I learned better to keep my mouth shut. All the things I do know that I will not. Well, I actually tell Cognito some of the stuff I do know.
Bro, you definitely carried the cross to that one and got pelted up. It was crazy. And to see it all transpire the way it was, it's very interesting. So to me, it's now that we know the PC thing is coming. He's even openly admitted it. Because when he talk about that, they say, look, who would have thought we'd have put our stuff in PC? You know, Jim Ryan said, and now it's coming. So I think what would be cool, I don't know if they're going to do it, is if after the PC window happens, when the zeitgeist of the blockbuster goes down, let's use Ghost of Tsushima, one of my favorite games, right? So when the PC release now comes, because we know it's coming, right?
Yeah.
Then
Extended edition.
right, you get that money on the back end. Then that fades a little bit. Hey, PlayStation middle tier, or PlayStation, extended tier, collection tier, so to speak.
Here's
and
the
then
thing,
you bolster it. What you think, Big Cloud?
Here's the thing about the collection that you're talking about, where you got the God of Wars. If I remember correctly, they pretty much, and I've been asked for that for a while too, like them just to add upon that, add more value just to get into it. But I think it was already confirmed a long time ago they weren't ever going to add on to that list. So what I see
It's
happening,
gonna stay in
what you just said,
perpetuity, the same games.
that's just going to be 20 games. Those are like the trial or just the first.
We don't get a sub in. Nobody tags in. And somebody tag out.
You don't get that. No, they don't take them out. And I thought they were going to do that, where it'd be like it will refresh. Let's say every month.
Yeah.
They don't do that. They don't do that. So what I see, what you just said, that will be there for you, but that's going to be there for an additional.
You know what their
$40,
statement to that
which
is?
the $100,
Big Cloud?
the $100 tier, and that's the PS4 and 5 tier.
You know what their statement to that is, Big Cloud?
What's up?
If you want more than these games, we got a subscription service.
But look, that's disappointing because
And the
yeah,
wild part
Big
is,
Cloud.
though, and the reason why they're doing it, again, the reason why is that Sony is like, I don't even know how we've got to that point where people are championing paying for $70 in general for
To
games.
play
They got
salute.
Like,
Listen.
Oh, people
So,
in the
like-
chat are saying Persona's leaving.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's what
no.
I saw that up.
I didn't know
mention
this.
that. Yeah, but yeah, I saw that. From
Thank God
Nether
I
like
have
that.
it.
That's crazy.
So
Guys,
Fact.
one game, so only one game is leaving.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's
yeah, that
worse.
is
Like, it's worse to lose a game than gain a game.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but it's just, again, I thought that would be a great opportunity for them to take advantage of something like that. And look, this is just a revamp. You guys said it best. Katie said it, like, there's one positive service with PlayStation Plus and a failing service with PlayStation Now. Let's merge it. Let's see if we could get, something off top of it. And that's where I'm at.
Bro, Now had potential to be fire if it was done right. Even when they first talked about streaming it. But the thing is, if we didn't already have that bad experience for it out the gate, right? If this was just announced, them just now buying Gaikai, maybe we'd be excited type of thing.
Right.
But the thing is, streaming games and streaming movies just are two completely different,
No, absolutely.
things here. It's tough, and you can't really put that behind. You just can't do it. It's too many inputs involved in these games and all that.
And my thing is, I really want the commitment to the download option, and I really want the commitment to the catalog, and I want a list. Can I have a list of what I'm getting?
No.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I would
need to know basis, and you don't need to know.
And my final point is, look, I will say, in fairness, I will say, when Game Pass did launch, let's be real, it wasn't what it is now.
It's the caveat, Cog.
No, but we got to be fair. Let's be fair. It evolved into It was people exactly. It was 360 games. It wasn't day and date off the rip. Let's be honest, right? So what I'm hoping is that it grows to that. Also, what I would like, since we've been talking about live service, I would like if a couple of those. I mean, they did it with Destruction All-Stars, right?
To be honest, I'm with Rand. Those are going to be free to play.
Right.
I'm 100% with Rand.
I would like, at least if there's an investment and a commitment to the live service model, can we get any one of those live service games in that premium? Make this premium. I'm not paying for no trial and no demo. I'm not doing
That's
that.
what you're gonna do.
Unless you know what they're gonna do? They go. Let me take that back. Let me take that back. They're gonna get me with a game I want.
It's an odd message when Sony's the one out here talking about their games are so good they have to be $70, but then also trying to put games out for free to play. Kind of clash. I thought your games are so good that it'll be $70. Well, not this game.
Well, look, that's what I got. It's a very interesting. We just gotta wait and see how this thing gonna go. Addict, get some chats, and we gotta set up Hole because we got a spicy one that I need him for, even though time may be limited.
Really quickly.
Yes.
And I'm usually not messy, so I'll be messy here.
Oh God! Oh Lord!
Thank you.
I think Sony should do day and date more on PC sooner than later, because then at least Horizon Forbidden West would have lasted longer than 6 days.
Well, you know what, man? This is and this is the thing that I was talking about with the numbers thing, right? The failures, they're starting to mount up now. You have one in Horizon, and you have the next one in Gran Turismo.
Can we say that Horizon?
Can we say Horizon's a failure though?
Well, where's the numbers?
Where's
the numbers?
Now you want the numbers.
People that yell
because they be
numbers,
beating their chest that they show the numbers. So you waiting for the blog? You waiting for the blog post, the press statement?
Where's the numbers?
You know what kills me about that? King? I never thought I'd see PlayStation dudes all of a sudden say From Software is overrated. That blew me away. I'm like, From Software gave us one of the best PlayStation exclusives of all time, and that was Bloodborne.
Yes.
Right.
Oh man.
So we don't want to give them their flowers.
And it also gave you a release date title, like Demon Souls. Oh no, they didn't do that.
No, that was
Blue Point. That's Blue Point.
that was their game. That game wouldn't have originated without From Software.
Yeah.
Right.
But it kills me though, because it's like, okay, so it doesn't have the PlayStation Studios logo on it. So all of a sudden we're just immediately going to say they're overrated.
Yeah, but
Horizon's better. It's got more layers. I'm like, if you played Elden Ring, you would know.
Yeah, it's fanboy stuff. We never get it, and I'm not going to disrespect. All right, but to King's credit,
it's just. I mean, listen, we're gonna keep the same energy, right? I mean, I'm not gonna let them dip. I'm not gonna let them dodge. I'm not gonna let them slide out the way. Where's the numbers? I want the numbers. I want the numbers. I want the numbers because you're having people pay $70, and obviously these games aren't up to snuff.
Horizon up to snuff now.
Listen, because it came out broken.
Oh, King, free R. Kelly in the chat.
Yeah, we're gonna get these super chats. Get the super chats lined up. At
free R. Kelly.
I already have them ready.
Okay, cool.
I just want to say one thing to you, sir. If you don't have the numbers, please don't talk.
So that way, King. So that's what we do. We only talk about the numbers. That's what we do.
Okay, I will read you the beginning of this super chat that he said. He said, Here's some numbers, King. That's all I'm gonna read you from that one. We'll get to it.
No, he might as well read it because he's coming from Microsoft's crown jewel, Halo Infinite, lost 95% of the players. So much for that 10-year plan Sony dominated.
And 18% of the players of Horizon finished the game.
Oh, God.
Wait a minute. So I just want to say,
Hey, free R. Kelly.
Free R. Kelly.
Elden Ring.
What's the numbers,
Good
bro?
point, Coke. I don't know. Anyway, look, it's getting spicy. So let's get the super chats before it goes left because I need to maximize talk style. Let's get these super chats.
They shipping out broken games.
Just to be transparent here, my YouTube chat refreshed. The only thing I can see is super chats. I can't see.
Yeah, so we missed member chats. We apologize in advance. This is what happens when we don't have soft. We're messy.
We have a $2 super chat from JD Gamer. I'm not paying for demos. Whose idea was that? It was King. We have a $5 super chat from Cedric H. Professor King. We have a 5 super chat from Matt Tichbon, whatever. King's reading glasses coming out like an accountant of Xbox. We have a $5 super chat from KO3 Black Truth. Jim is a hustler, baby. He sells water to a well.
Fact.
We have a $5 super chat from Smitty Smith. Sony's premium tier is treating their fans like Abby, ready to receive.
Yo. Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Absolute Sword.
Super chat from Absolute Sword. So now they expect us to pay for blue balls.
Moving on.
We got a $10 super chat from Lou. Said what? Jim on his Mad Dre. Can you?
Mac Dre.
He can talk a cat off a fish wagon or sell an Eskimo ice at a high price and get him twice.
He ain't that nice.
Nothing nice. We got a $5 shipment from Don Utaku. They're gonna have it eventually add Crunchyroll into a tier called PlaystationPlus Ultra. No, they're not. They have a $20 super chat. Phase 23. Phase 23. Why don't you ask your Lord and Savior Phil Spencer to give the option for paying Game Pass Ultimate for a year instead of monthly cost, considering $100.80 a year? Let me respond to him real quick.
Talk about it.
I'm hoping if anything positive happens from this restructure, that's what's going to happen.
Competition? I like competition.
Yes.
Oh, so they are
Competition
competing.
is none. They remain on the top like the sun. And they
boss.
burn whoever comes in the chamber of torture. They torture. You should have brought your neighborhood to support you. Don't come for me unless I send for you. You're going with this weak service. They wasn't even ready for today. How are they going to tell them, I'll see you in June? They're going to pull up for the fight. We going to knuckle up. See you in June. Man, if you don't get away from me.
I do feel you on it. I don't like the fact this is a blog post and it's not ready. I forgot to say that in my boss. Like, it was not ready to be launched.
A blog post. They just put it out there. Yo, check it out.
Continue. Get out again. I got you. Black Hobbit, $2 super chat. Just get the PlayStation now for $60 before June. Okay. You caught up? Or you want me to take over?
And then we got the 5 super chat from Spartan Ghost 17. Is it me or did DL Hughley, Jason Schreier, and Will Smith come together to make this Game Pass killer? You're better off burning your money, literally. You got a $2 super chat from Dawn Otaku. Mark Cerny can't run PS3 on that unstable box. We got a $10 super chat from Smelly Wrestling Geek.
Okay.
How long until Microsoft adds a year subscription option for Game Pass? Glad they're finally adding a family plan. How much per month do you think that will be? I don't know.
Randall Insider, how much?
Any?
I would say probably around $30.
Probably for the year be 216.
It's ridiculous. Q-Tay Clang, New Zealand, $8.99 super chat. As someone who loves Game Pass, I want PS Extra to be successful enough for Sony to see the value in day and date. And then you want me to take over, Attic, or you got it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got you. Creeper Evox, $2 super chat. It's not a competitor. It's a defeatist statement. Oh my God. Donald Tagu, $5 super chat. A year after Xbox Game Pass, PlayStation now started allowing downloads of PS4 games. That's true. Don't let anyone tell you they're not trying to compete with Game Pass. They just can't. Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. Get rid of PCP in them Sony board. Oh my God. Mac Titchbon, £10 super chat. Sony not knowing what gamers want is the same as them now knowing what cinema goers want and then wondering why they flop. No, please, give me more origin films for C-list Spider-Man villains. Okay. JD Gamer files super chat. Sony thinks they're Disney and that Microsoft is Netflix. So expect Sony to offer day and date at a cost at some point, say $30 in PlaystationPlus Premier subscription. Makai, 28. US, he got $5 super chat. We've been playing Spartacus 2 years ago. All right, here comes Free R. Kelly. Back off a long hiatus. $20 super chat. It's
He's
over.
been missing in action.
He's been missing in action after he bet the Need a King last time. It's over. I predicted this last year. King Game Pass is finished. Have a good Sunday, y'all. JD Gamer, $20 super chat. Responds to R. Kelly. Stop the cap. I'm not paying for demos and back compat. I'll get their service when it's an actual good deal. So until then,
Stop the fight.
Get a good deal with Game Pass, sir. Free R. Kelly. $5 super chat. Back at JD Gamer. You rented on Xbox. I'm owning on PlayStation.
You ain't owning anything. You
Slow down.
Shut up. You can't even download it to your box.
Wait a minute.
Free R. Kelly still on him. $5 super chat.
crazy.
There's a reason Sony bought Destiny 2. Look at Halo. Lost 95% of the place. Xbox is done. Jim, Thanos, Ryan finishing Microsoft.
Wait a second.
I don't know, JD. I think he kind of stopping you right now.
Wait.
JD coming back. He got
the
two more super chats on
why
Jack.
they brought Destiny 2. It's for the streets. It's for everybody. What the hell are you talking about? You think they stopped selling it on Xbox now just because they told them in the contract, we for the streets.
JD Gamer claps back for our super chat. They having a war with the super chat. Free R. Kelly. I own all consoles as I always have. Stop watching my pockets and look at PlayStation picking yours. JD Gamer again. $5 super chat. At Free R. Kelly. Haven't you ever been taught to read the fine print? I'm renting and buying as I play Sony playing games. I like wondering why you have none. Okay. Hargeet Shani, $10 super chat. Whether we like it or not, PlayStation is already a monopoly in the console space. What? For most devs, AA or AAA space, they are beholden to the tyranny of Sony. They have substantial market share and leverage it. Okay. Lady Cyan, $10 super chat. Hold up.
Saying.
Sorry.
I get to correct you once.
Thank you, because you know it's anime and I'm incorrect. $10 super chat. Hold up. Why are we saying let's wait and see for quality to come to Game Pass, as last year already showed quality is in Game Pass? Tunic, which I will shout from the rooftops, is a quality game. Shout out to Lady.
Well, I didn't say that. I said consistent quality.
Okay.
That's what I said.
JD Oh, wow. JD Gamer is still on R. Kelly's deck. File super chat. Free R. Kelly. Oh, and Thanos is dead. Snapped away. Now, if you're talking about Jim Dance rules, Ryan, he's finding new steps almost weekly at this point. Free R. Kelly with the recent clapback. This is the last one I got. Addict, you can take off after this. $5 super chat. Here's some numbers, King. Oh, this is the one he said it again. Microsoft, Crown Jewel, blah, blah. Okay, are we caught up?
Live, Free R. Kelly. JD Gamer done threw Spirit Bomb straight in your face.
Yeah, it was an intense console war going on in the super
JD
chat.
Gamer definitely won. We gonna be real here.
Salute.
We got Hardisher King with the $2 super chat.
Yeah.
He dropped a tiny Tina code in the chat. I appreciate that.
Salute.
Man.
Thank you.
What's up?
We got a $5 super chat from JD Gamer. King say, I want the numbers. Oh, and why does GT7 look like a PS3 game when it's not in the replay? Ridiculous. And why no 120 boost on the PS5 Digital Foundry? That.
All right, so we all good. Hogs been paid.
No, there's still more.
Oh wow, Jesus, I guess it's a good problem to have.
Then we have a $2 super chat from Ham Solo. Yeah, give him that Duralimite.
Dolomite?
Jive?
Oh, that Dolomite jive talk. Okay, I know what he's doing. I don't know.
We're gonna move past that. We got a $2 super from G's. You don't want that smoking June. And I think we have another one. Hold on, let me read.
Yeah, I got him. Dorian Gray, $5 super chat. 3 guys got PS3 games to run on an emulator or PC, and a multi-billion company, and Mark Cerny can't get it done.
They can get it done. They just don't want to.
Okay, Michael Patton, $2 super chat. Xbox Virtuous Cycle is an 87 Metacritic. Okay.
You know, I want to be extra messy, Cole.
Mm-hmm.
Put a 1 in the chat if you feel like JD Gamer won that argument.
Oh my
Put
God.
a 2 in the chat if
was
you feel
intense.
like Free R. Kelly won that
It was
argument.
very console warrior. It was intense. But look, we got to move on. Hogue has been extremely patient. I really, really want his time for this topic. There's a lot going on right now. U.S. Senators versus Microsoft. FTC reviewing the deal for potential monopolistic power to harm or lessen the competition. Hogue Law of Hogue Law Business Law Firm. Please subscribe to his channel, y'all. The Hogue Law channel. Excellent work. Virtual legality, reasonable minds can differ, but also gives good perspective here. So Hogue, for those who have not watched this amazing video, which you should, put Hogue Law's information in chat, y'all. There's a lot of y'all here. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Excellent work. So Hogue, what's going on here? You know, we're seeing things and senators getting involved with game. What's happening, Hogue?
So the really short story here, as best I can tell, is that they have a bill they'd like to promote, and that's a mechanism that they use to try to do it. The longer answer is that it's a political season. It's an election year for at least some of the folks. And this is something that has captured the imagination of a lot of people. As you can tell from the somewhat incongruous tweets that come behind Senator Warren's statements or Senator Sanders of Sony people saying thank you for trying to stop the evil monolith of Xbox and things like that. People are invested in their gaming consoles. I know this is a surprise to all of us who talk about these things regularly, but I think what you've got is a combination of things. You've got a technology bent that the FTC and the DOJ has taken. You've got a Biden administration executive order that says we're worried about technology companies. Microsoft is a technology company. Buying Activision really isn't what they're generally talking about. You know, they make Call of Duty. It's not like chipsets or something that can go into the energy sector or weapons or something along those lines. But it is a technology company. And fundamentally, even though you might have seen it reported on as they want to stop this deal for monopolistic reasons or whatever, their letter comes down to, overall, the fact that Activision Blizzard is a bad actor, and they feel that this transaction will hurt workers' leverage over the Microsoft entity because they have some momentum going right now. Gotcha. Fundamentally, this is a story about 4 senators who are backing up unionization efforts, specifically at Raven, where they're happening, but also across Activision Blizzard, and believe that the transaction will hurt the leverage and hurt the possibilities of that happening.
Now, I'm sorry to continue. I got some questions.
It's absolutely fine. I can answer any questions you have as we go along. The antitrust laws are not really supposed to be read to talk about specific secondary stakeholders, whether that's workers, whether that's vendors, whether that's other competitors. The laws themselves are in favor of competition on the whole, because that leads to better and cheaper products for consumers. So for at least the last 50 years, they have been read by the Supreme Court, and obviously the courts that filter out from down there, to be based on, are consumers hurt by this kind of thing? If Microsoft buys Activision, is some product being held back? Is some price going up at the end user level? Because anything above that, taking into account our workers harmed, our vendors harmed, or other things that go into the input to the production manufacturer harmed, that has no end. There's no logical endpoint for discussing that, because somebody is a winner and somebody's a loser in any kind of transaction. So the antitrust laws have traditionally focused on end users, consumers. Are we going to be hurt? And when I've talked in the past, I think even maybe here, I've talked in the past about, hey, this is an 80-20 chance of this deal going through. The basic concept was, if the FTC or the DOJ wanted to move against this deal, they would say, okay, well, if you take away all this content, are you monopolizing, most likely, the nascent market for game subscription services? Are you trying to crush PlayStation or whoever else might want to bring one in the crib, and that makes it so that you can jack the price up higher? Because if they don't have any way to go and get ZeniMax games or any way to go and get Activision games, you have a lot more control potentially over the secondary market that feeds your position in the subscription service market. And I think that's a bit attenuated. I think it's 80% chance that they don't go that direction. But the FTC, like all executive agencies, like people in Washington in general, are political bodies, and they could be seeing all of the signals from the Biden administration, from other people, and say, well, if we were going to go after this deal, this is what it would look like.
Gotcha.
Similarly, these senators come out with this letter and say, Activision Blizzard is terrible. Look at what California accused them of. Look at what the EEOC accused them of. Look at the investigation the SEC is doing. And look at their nascent workers' rights efforts, the CWA and the NLRB hearing. And this is going to kill that. But also, really the thing that gives it away, in the last paragraph, and by the way, our bill that's currently pending in front of the Senate would help solve all of this. And it's like, okay. So as a lawyer, I look at it and I say, okay, I understand where you're coming from, and I understand being concerned about workers' rights. It's not the fact that every specific nail is subject to the hammer that you have.
Right.
So when we talk about the FTC, when we talk about the antitrust system, it really isn't designed for this kind of thing. If they got their way and the law changed, if they passed their law, it would be. They have things like banning $5 billion or more transactions, which I think are problematic on their face, but we're not here to talk about the politics of their bill. But if they pass this law, it also has a section that says you'll take into account workers' leverage positions and not just consumer welfare or competition on the whole. That is a different paradigm than what we have right now. So I look at that letter and I complain a little bit and I say, well, you're asking the FTC to enforce something that the Supreme Court and any court below it would likely knock down because you believe the law should be changed to something else, and or you're doing it as a fundraising. Politics, they have all sorts of good reasons to do that for the reasons that have been established in politics. I don't tend to love politicians, but that's neither here nor there on either side of the aisle. In this particular case, it's important for people to understand that this is as much a kind of public relations political thing as it is anything else. I did, however, in my video say I'm probably going to reduce it from 80-20 to 75-25, not because they bring up a good point under the laws right now, but primarily because sometimes you do get kind of a crowd mentality. Okay, if those 4 senators go out there and then a few more want to join in, we make enough of a din, and that's going to actually impact the FTC's evaluation because they are a political body themselves.
Let me ask.
So that's the short version. I know
that's the short. Yeah, I got more questions for Hogue. Real quick. At it because I gotta follow up with a few,
hit me.
So here's the thing. Right now, the goal is the preliminary injunction, right? Is that? I guess my question is to get this kind of stoppage of this deal, right? My question is, what is the alternative to Microsoft not owning them? If they're against this in theory, right? Even though you brought up some eloquent points about, this potentially could be political posturing for a bill or law that does not exist that would stop something like this, but what's currently in place may not. So, but my question is, okay, is explicitly mentioned, okay, well, if Microsoft, we don't want this to happen, right? So what is the alternative with Microsoft doesn't have? Is that explicitly stated as something with a goal, since their concern is for the workers and fair treatment at Activision?
Yeah, let's back up a step. Right?
Okay.
So when the FTC is looking at this under the Clayton Act, through the auspices of the Hart-Scott-Rodino Act, they are looking to see if the deal itself reduces competition.
Right.
And that is generally determined by whether consumers are hurt. That's kind of separate. What powers do they have to actually do anything about it? They have primarily one. They have one chainsaw super weapon that they can use on these things, and that's to go sue in federal court to stop the deal from happening.
Right.
And so that's what they have, but that's a big old weapon that they can point at people. And so the secondary thing that happens in a significantly higher number of cases than that actually go into federal court is they can say, Microsoft, we have this weapon. We won't pull the trigger if you can agree to certain things with us. And that's separate. That can be anything in the universe. Right? I've talked about it in different spaces. They say, yeah, you can mandate that Call of Duty appears for 5 years. You can do anything you want. Of course, Microsoft has to agree because they know that you may or may not have a good gun to use against them. Right? When we're talking about this, the FTC could say, well, we know that this is anti-competitive for reason X, Y, and Z. Microsoft can say, that's bullshit. What are you talking about? And they could say, go prove it in federal court. We got the money. We got the lawyers. Let's go do this thing. Right. But with any kind of credible claim, the FTC could walk up and say, all right, we got this letter from the senators. We think we can make a case that a court won't kick out immediately if we talk about Game Pass or cloud services or something like that. Here's what we want. We want this kind of thing that you pledge for exclusivity, whatever it might be. Part of that could be you agree that if we get X number of signature cards in, you will just voluntarily acknowledge a union. Like that's one of the things we're worried about. Gotcha. Now that's separate from what they should actually be looking at, but Microsoft could agree to that separately, right? At that point, you're just discussing terms. It's just you've settled on negotiating. You're just establishing the price. So Microsoft could accede to that. They don't want to be bound by that. Right. Microsoft is pretty notoriously non-union, and you could take that one of two ways. They bust or they provide the employees what they want. Depends on what side you look at these kind of things. But Microsoft generally avoids that for their workforce. Right. And so they wouldn't want a consent decree. That's the settlement agreement you'd have with the FTC to do these things. In fact, you might have seen the phrase consent decree referenced by Phil and Satya Nadella, where they say, we don't think a consent decree should be required for these various things. This is when they're pitching that Call of Duty is going to be available on PlayStation.
Gotcha.
They say, we don't want to be forced, because you never want to be forced. If you can do something voluntarily that gets you to not sign something that mandates it, that's where you want to live if you're
Ideally.
Microsoft. But FTC basically only has a nuclear weapon as an option, right? They can threaten the full shebang. We're just going to stop the whole thing.
Right.
Everything before that is essentially a settlement agreement that says don't kill it. So that's the tools they have in their tool belt. It's kind of more nuanced than that.
Do you think that there might be some people speaking against it? But I think it would be fair to say that, you know, low key, obviously, these giant companies, they got, I wouldn't say they got senators in their pocket, but they got people that highly recommend certain companies for certain things. You think it's safe to assume that Microsoft might have some people in Congress that are all for it? Like,
well, Congress isn't looking at this. That's one of the things that's a little bit odd for senators to kind of speak out at this stage. They've done it in the past, certainly, but Congress ostensibly shouldn't be involved at this point. They wrote the antitrust laws. Now it's in the executive branch. Right. I would never ever accuse any corporation of bribing officials of any kind, but certainly Microsoft has a lobbying arm and can advocate for certain changes in the law. Right. Those wouldn't be necessary for what we're looking at here in terms of what the senators argued for, which is paying attention to workers' leverage. I think the last line in their letter is like, if you find that the workers' leverage would be harmed by this deal, you should oppose it. Right. And I look at it and go, well, no, that's not how the law works. Right. Because the law works, just to kind of frame it as I do in my video, is if you show a merger to the FTC that can double the output because of the technology synergies or whatever, it can double the output of the product, reduce the price in half, and reduce the workforce that it takes to build it in half, that's something that the laws say is good, right? That less labor making more stuff cheaper is better for consumers and allows that corporation to be more competitive. But obviously, the workforce is harmed, and so you have to decide exactly what you're looking at. They're advocating for something different from what the law has historically been read to mean. Right. Which is fine. That's politics. That's their purview. They're in Congress, right? But
that's, get this new law popping that don't exist yet. Continue.
Right. So do I think that Microsoft can talk to the FTC, can dock back channels? Sure. I'm not sure that they would have to on this spot. And to be honest with you, Microsoft knows better right this minute exactly how the FTC is thinking about these things, because they would have already started the process of the investigation. Interesting. So you'll get a feel for it potentially if Microsoft does a little bit more juggling, like they did with the blog post.
With the blog post, which was like
in favor of Epic and like the Coalition for App Fairness, which is like an ancillary point. They're just trying to collect brownie points in Washington. If you see more of that, you probably will. But if you see it at a high degree, you get a feel for that. They think they need to do a little dance.
Right. That would be more of an indicator that, okay, we need to get this across the finish line.
Remember, Microsoft is on the hook for between $2 and $3 billion if the regulators strike this down. That'll go straight to Activision. So that's why Activision negotiated for that. Right. It's Microsoft that's mostly going to be in charge of getting this across the finish line. So they say, okay, if you fail, we don't want you walking away for free, because Activision is essentially in a state of stasis right now, right? All hell breaks loose if this deal falls through. So Microsoft, do your best, and if you don't, you owe us $3 billion.
The joke I use is the feds are watching, so we have to do everything. But I want to say this. Was my last question before I open up. Anybody has some more questions for you on this? Is that, in fairness, right? Even though, to me, based on your video, based on what you're saying now, you know, I have to admit it does sound a bit political posturing / grandstanding. I'm gonna be honest. You know, I usually don't do the politic thing here on ILP, but it's pertaining to gaming, so I have to talk about it.
Grandstanding is equal no matter your political party. I don't view it as a political stance. They're being politicians.
They're being politicians, and the vibe I get, yes, there's a law that does not exist that they would like to present that would be able to maybe have jurisdiction over deals like this and so on and so forth. But my question is, like, you know, in terms of this, you know, the monopolistic talk, which I find interesting, right? And I look at like Activision themselves, the way they were created, right? And you look at like Respawn, like they were able to break away, and then form, you know, companies successfully themselves under the current structure that exists. So it's just interesting to me, this wanting to infuse and get ahead of. I was very surprised. I'll be honest, Hulk, I was very surprised by this. I did not.
By the substance of the letter.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing that you brought up that I didn't bring up, because they aren't silly. I call them silly, but they're trying to tie their argument into the actual existing antitrust act. So they try to describe this problem with workers as Microsoft becoming what we call a monopsony buyer of labor services, which is just the opposite of monopoly. If you think of monopolies as sellers, there's only one seller in the market. Monopsony means there's only one buyer in the market. Yeah. And I say this in my video. I don't usually say things that are this specific. I'm a lawyer. I say, hey, this is this possibility, this is this possibility, this is what I think it. But I say that is insane for the video game market because Activision Blizzard, big company, 10,000 workers out of hundreds of thousands across the globe. And more importantly, making video games is not making cars. It doesn't need a huge factory and all this real estate. The history of the gaming industry is the history of Activision, as you rightly point out. It's the history of going and saying, screw these guys, we're going to go build our own. And so that makes it so that there isn't that same kind of labor analysis in this specific industry because laptops and friends are going to get you where you need to be in making video games. Might not be as easy as somebody with all the bells and whistles in the office and those kinds of things, but it's a history that we see. There is a huge amount of fluidity in people making video games moving across these employers, and the numbers don't even work for that, right? Microsoft getting 10,000 more video game developers doesn't change it. Microsoft doesn't suddenly become the only place to sell video game development services, not even close. So they try to tie it that way to make sure that they've got a hook. It's at least talking about antitrust a little bit, but that one to me is flatly obvious as inapplicable to what we're talking about.
Fair enough. Ran out through a big cloud. Anybody's got, or the Lords, got any questions? I know Hulk's time is limited. I wonder if y'all got any questions for Hulk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you are you surprised or by all the attention that the deal is getting since the very beginning? Like, did you expect this sort of treatment?
Yeah, at that number and with that party line. So what I mean by that is 70 billion is a lot in any industry. We're used to seeing it in some of them, but you cross, you get into double-digit billions, really, you're going to get some kind of attention. Unless you're smart enough to buy Zynga the day before Microsoft. Then it just goes by the wayside. Take-Two is just sneaking around with $4 billion.
Sneaking around.
But yes, Microsoft as a party line was also an important part of this puzzle because they're looking at big tech. And Microsoft mostly avoids some of this because they're really focused on internet and social media and Google and Apple and Amazon and those kinds of things. But Microsoft is obviously a tech giant. And so it's easy to kind of roll them back in. And everybody, I think, has at least an institutional memory of the fact that Microsoft has been in antitrust trouble before, that Microsoft is regularly brought before Congress and has had these conversations and got sued for bundling. So Microsoft is always going to get this kind of look when they make these kinds of moves because they have that history with the US government already, even when I still think it's attenuated. It's buying a video game publisher. It puts them into a certain position. I think you have to actually stretch to make that argument about Game Pass and cloud. That's why I give it an 80 or 75% chance of going through. But you can also see that the market isn't sure, right? I talk about this a lot, which is it's a $95 asset if it's going to happen, and it's selling for like $78, which is using the information from potential investors to say, we're not positive that this is going to go through. And they have it at about that same clip, 80%, 75%, something along those lines. So you look at that, and I think it was always obvious from the start. You don't see that number popping anywhere near 95 when it is announced that this was going to be a big deal. You just had a Biden administration executive order that says we're going to take a closer look at tech and a closer look at antitrust. Then you have the FTC and the DOJ have a combined press conference, I think that same week. It says we're going to re-examine our merger guidelines. We're going to enforce it more harshly. We're going to enforce it more harshly specifically against tech companies. And you say, okay, well, I don't think this is the greatest fit for them. They would prefer this was Amazon or Facebook trying to buy another kind of nascent competitor. That's the silver bullet. But this one is still, hey, this is sexy. This is a sexy industry that people are really interested in. It's bigger than movies. It's a big name party. And it's a heck of a lot of money. So yes, I always thought this was going to get this kind of look.
No doubt. Big Cloud, your question for Hope?
Yeah. So ever since this deal happened, like there's been like that 50-50 split, Hope. Like there are people who are really for it and those who are against it.
People tweeting at Senators right now. It's real.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So the reason I was going to ask you,
kiddos.
well, the question I was going to ask you, like, how do you feel about the like the whole situation, like the 50-50 split? I said it flat out, like on Boom Show, that there is a big positive to Microsoft buying them because of unionization. They can get rid of everybody who's pretty much brought this company down, and put better management in this, right, to lead to better games, better content for everybody. But there are a lot of people who really believe that they shouldn't do this, and we're good with what we got. But if you look at the games and the state of the Call of Duty franchise, it has not been good, right? There hasn't been no real quality game, and the games that they've published have been few and far between. Have actually had like a good, I guess, crazy reception. Like, for example, Sekiro had a really good reception. So I was curious what your thoughts on the merger, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this era of consolidation is tricky, right? Because I think reasonable people can look at it and say, well, if we put all our eggs in 1 or 2 or even 3 baskets, we start to really lose potential variety. We have a higher risk for the whole industry. And it's not like we're hundreds of years from the 80s crash. So you've seen these kinds of things happen when they get a little bit too consolidated. On the other hand, I have long been in favor personally, since Microsoft jumped in with the Xbox, of them actually using their resources to participate as they could in this industry.
Right.
And I am, to give my tilt so that people understand, I'm a mergers and acquisitions.
Oh, facts. I respect you.
I'm a corporate tilted guy in favor in general of transactions and better living through synergies and all that good stuff. So my tilt is towards, all right, you're going to put $80 billion at this industry that you have to go get return on investment from. That shows a couple of things. One, that you believe that this industry is going to grow and that this is a worthwhile place to spend valuable cash money, because Microsoft can invest in anything.
Correct.
Microsoft can invest in a moon base. Microsoft has decided to invest in Activision and ZeniMax. And overall, I think having a competitor in the market that is willing to invest those resources, that is evidence that they're here for the long haul, is a good thing. That competition is a good thing. That the last generation between Xbox and PlayStation made me sad because TV.
Yeah. Shout out to the dog.
So I like that. I do, however, also sympathize with those folks who say, well, okay, Microsoft could just buy everybody.
Right.
And Sony, as you probably heard me just say with respect to the PlayStation Plus stuff, I think is slow to react, and they've never, Sony Gaming, dealt with this kind of situation before. Microsoft was essentially a sleeping giant and has just decided to go nuts. And
that's why Sony's doing those
to
quick side deals now. You know, we just said it with the Haven Studios, we said it with Fire Sprite.
They have to
making the purchases, buying early, right? They're buying higher risk companies earlier because they can. Because if they were to just get into a fight and say, oh, this is a proven company, Microsoft's going to win in most bids.
Right.
So you don't want to have that fight. Sony has great development. I love my PlayStation. I like Sony. But they're in a fight that they've never been
Productions,
in.
Would you say? Hope.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm saying, would you say that they're looking for that next Kojima Productions type of studio, like that big impact?
It's an open question, right? Because I think if Kojima was doing his thing, if we just push the Konami departure a few years forward, I think they buy his studio before Death Stranding comes out. Right now, they look at what that is and they just buy it.
They're relocating, so you know that's a big thing going around.
And they have that close relationship. The one thing I would say is difficult there is, much like Ted Price was at Insomniac, I have a sneaking suspicion Hideo is a little bit reluctant to give up autonomy. After his experiences and having worked with founders my whole career, it's the kind of history where you say, I'm a little bit more standoffish. So that can mean a couple of things. The check is bigger. That can solve some problems.
Yes, the check bigger.
Or it's just that we're going to work very closely together, right? Insomniac, I think, at least I did.
Insomniac was like the best budget price studio they ever got.
Insomniac sold itself for pennies. But they were just done. But for the longest time, I don't think anyone would have been remiss in claiming that they were a Sony studio already. I mean, outside of the occasional Sunset Overdrive kind of thing, it's hard to imagine them as not being Sony.
Like Quantic Dream. I'm surprised Sony never invested in Quantic Dream.
I think that was more like a prestige play, right? Like that's the channel that has that one Emmy nominated kind of game company. And I don't think Quantic Dream games ever moved the needle on sales too much. I'd have to look at Detroit.
They made an impact with Heavy Rain, I know, because that was the one that kind of like pushed them for it. But then the one that really, I guess, put them on the map was Detroit.
I'd have to look at the numbers for Detroit, but I suspect that's why not. Also, when they were evaluating sales is when exactly Quantic Dreams
had the
scandals.
The scandal happened. Let me ask two quick ones, and I know you got to go.
I got like 10 minutes.
All right, cool.
I can do this.
So shout out to Peter 420. He did want to get this in, and this has been a question. You know, with this deal potentially going through, you know, or not going through, like what's the situation there? Do you think that this could put them on hold for other big acquisitions, say, for example, like a Ubisoft or anything. Or like, for example, right now, I've had this discussion with Manny on Defining Duke. Like, I'm of the mindset that maybe everything kind of stops right now and all hands on deck with the FTC to get this thing through the finish line? Or do you see a scenario where they still could potentially acquire another publisher or studio during this time period of the Activision deal trying to be worked out?
I think they could buy a little guy. You know, they just decided that they were going to roll up and buy the Mercury Steams of the world, that kind of thing.
Okay.
I think it's not all hands on deck. It's not like they're lacking in resources to consummate a second deal.
Right.
It's essentially we don't want to buzz the tower while the FTC is analyzing us.
Yes.
So I think that it's right. Any really big one, Ubisoft, EA, and any really large one would not go through right now, because what's important is getting that across the finish line.
Correct.
So I don't see a world in which Microsoft makes it like a huge splash, but maybe a significant splash to some people.
Okay.
And there are games companies out there that are making things independently that are important to people that Microsoft could probably buy if you're talking about a couple $100 million rather than something with a B in the number.
Fair enough. Last question for me is in fairness, obviously we've talked about what we think the motivation here politically, but my question is, what about those who say, look, there were a lot of bad actors at Activision, right? There were a lot of things that are going on. As Randall laughed like this, as Jez eloquently calls him, he doesn't call him Bob, he calls him Robert. Robert Kotick, right? Your co-host Jez from the Xbox Team says he calls him Robert Kotick, and a lot of people are upset that, hey, he's going to get a potentially golden parachute. He's going to be able to ride off into the sunset, live on an island somewhere, and there won't be any repercussion. Is there any fairness to say that that could be another reasoning to make sure that the proper justice goes to those who were part or may have been included with the
Well, I'm going to get a little real politic and maybe a little nihilist on you, which I know it's what I'm known for.
Yes.
But he never was. So he never was separately accused of
right, correct. That is correct.
Activision on the whole.
That is correct.
The expose from the Wall Street Journal came out, and to the extent they can prove those direct actions by him, he would still be on the hook regardless.
Right.
But he owns a significant percentage, not that significant in terms of controlling it, but in terms of when you've got $70 billion on the line, enough to make you a pretty happy person when you get those shares sold.
Right.
That was always going to happen. If Activision was ever going to eject him entirely, they were going to buy the shares.
Right.
If Activision was ever going to eject him and have some kind of control over what he says after he leaves, they were always going to have some kind of severance package.
Yeah, regardless what happens, he was getting that golden.
He getting that back.
Well,
you don't own that much stock and then not get a golden parachute.
That's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. I don't blame anybody that critiques it on the whole, but to critique it separately as a problem with this particular transaction is a little bit too far for me, because there's no world in which that doesn't happen. Even if Activision Blizzard tries to save itself by ejecting all the management, that's a buyout, that's a release, that's a severance package.
He might not get as much, but he's still getting a golden bag.
He might not get as much. He might, though. I mean, you look at what's described in the various aspects of the proxy statement and the merger, he's getting brought back up to where he would have been. And so I don't blame anybody, including the senators, for having a paragraph, because everybody hates Bobby Kotick, and that's kind of the easiest kind of slam dunk you can do, saying, look at this evil guy, and this evil guy is going to get money out of this deal. But the problem I do have with it is, you say you stop the deal, and one, there's plenty of employees from Activision Blizzard I see online saying they're looking forward to working under new management.
I did see that.
Effectively. And I have a problem with third parties, whether that's CWA, whether that's these senators coming in and saying, effectively, these people should suffer because they have a position of leverage, and we want them to use that leverage to create a precedent. That to me feels like we don't care about their individualized suffering. And it's actually kind of reminiscent of what California did by trying to block the EEOC settlement, effectively saying these women that were affected, that deserve redress, shouldn't be allowed to select their own settlement. They should have to go with the California litigation. And as I said in my videos, it's like their problems, what they experienced at Activision, is not owned by the state of California. So similarly, if these people are suffering under current management, and there's a chance that Microsoft can come in and cleanse some of that, and I'm not saying it's a guarantee. People come to my comments and say, well, you don't know Microsoft will be any better. It's like, well, we know what Activision Blizzard is. We know the problems that they've had. And yeah, Microsoft has had problems historically. They had a sexual harassment problem. They just had their shareholders. They just had their shareholders very recently force them to start reporting on it against the wishes of the board of directors.
Correct.
Big companies have issues that need to get solved, but I think that changing management is a potentially good option for what we can start to see is what looks like rot from the outside. And I'm not saying that because I'm standing in the room. I've said that in all my videos. I don't know the specifics of this, and I think California's lawsuit actually has significant problems, especially on the pay disparity side. Right. But we can tell from their messaging. We can tell from how they responded, how they blew up their own stock price by being morons. We can tell from the Jen O'Neill situation that they don't know what they're doing to handle this stuff. And I say, let's let another rider try this horse. And so that's the problem I have with it. Reasonable minds can differ on that. Reasonable minds can look at that and say, they're trying to help the people. This is how they're going to get the first big union in AAA United States video gaming. I get all that. Personally, I have a problem with that because if those people are suffering, ending that suffering should be priority one.
I think my standpoint on it is like, look, is things going to be changed with Microsoft? That's up in the air. But clearly things haven't changed in the past 10 years under Activision.
The alternative. No, fair enough. This is great. And all right, guys, all right, JD Gamer, Hogue, is there a way to put an acquisition on ice until this current purchase goes through the FTC so you can complete it later?
Is there a way to put it on ice? I mean, you could always halt the offer. You've got problems paying people in various ways, and who's responsible for that? Chances are that won't happen. Chances are they're committed to this. You don't put each side owing the other billions of dollars unless you're going to see this.
Right. So with that, I got a quick question for Hogue. You mentioned that if this falls through in any way, Microsoft owes Activision $3 billion,
falls
right?
Through the regulators block.
Regulators block it, and if Activision shareholders don't approve it, then they owe Microsoft like $2 billion or something, right?
I'd have to read through the specifics. I believe that's right. So these are negotiated positions. So there's two penalties. One from Microsoft to Activision, one from Activision to Microsoft. Microsoft's penalty is owed if the regulators stop it. Like theirs is pretty simple. Activision's leads to another list of 13 reasons why they would owe the money back. I believe if the shareholders vote it down, that would happen, that they would owe that money. I cannot guarantee it because I'm not looking at the 80-page document right this second.
Well, so if let's hypothetically, let's imagine a scenario where a government body blocks it, whether it's the US or whether it's the EU, right?
Yeah.
So it falls through, right? In your opinion, would there be any fallout from it? Would Microsoft then be less interested in acquiring publishers in the future because the Activision deal didn't go through? Would somebody have to fall on their sword at Xbox or Microsoft because $3 billion to give away for nothing is a lot of money? So like, would there be any fallout in your opinion if that did happen?
I would say it would depend on the reason why it fell through. There are legitimate reasons why that maybe Microsoft could have analyzed properly and they didn't get a good feel for what the politics of the situation were or whatever, that maybe a head rolls or two heads roll at that company. If it's something out of left field, if it's something that you're not expecting and the EU is just acting crazy or the FTC is acting crazy, that has to be evaluated separately. If there's no precedent for what they wound up doing, you have to evaluate those things. Generally, yes, I think there would be big postmortem conversations about how this happened and what we did wrong. But you had Phil Spencer on that phone call. You had Satya Nadella on that phone call. Those are very, very successful people that have made Microsoft a substantial amount of money. And so it's difficult to see exactly which heads would be taken, except for giving sanctions to Mississippi State when Kentucky does something wrong. That kind of thing. So I do believe that Microsoft knew that there were some risks. That's why they announced it for the summer of next year at the outside date. And everybody's kind of incorporated that in. I will also say, however, to those folks that come into my comments or social media or elsewise and say, well, Microsoft has great lawyers. They wouldn't be doing this if they didn't know it was okay. That's not how any of this works. Everybody has great lawyers. NVIDIA had great lawyers when they got their ARM deal struck down. These folks are taking reasonable positions based on calculated risks. It does not mean that they are guaranteed when they decide to engage in those risks.
Good point. Attic, and then I got it. Kiss Move, and that'll be the final question.
I'm about to do Kiss Move.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Kiss Move says, for Hulk, could Square Enix sell Crystal Dynamics to Microsoft in the middle of all this? Okay. Keep that in mind, but I want to ask you something I've always wondered. We've heard a lot of speculation. I want a lawyer to tell me. Is there true that there's all these precautions that took in place where an American company can't buy a Japanese company under no circumstances whatsoever?
I have to make a video on this.
You have to make a video on this.
Ask questions.
Yeah.
No, it is not. You can buy into basically any jurisdiction, but there are differing values of hoops that you have to jump through. You might need a holding company. You might need a specific local on the board of directors or controlling in a management position. I have represented clients that have purchased like 3 or 4 Japanese companies from an American headquarters, but sometimes with a Japanese subsidiary, all sorts of various things that you might otherwise.
So there's loopholes, pretty much.
Well, they're not loopholes. Japan or South America has big requirements for representation. That is somebody that's a citizen on these various things. They want these things organized in a specific way that they can better regulate them, that they can potentially help their own economy. So it's a matter of complying with them. It's more expensive.
So
yeah.
So them owning a company like Tango Studios, is that like kind of something that they could do to use that to leverage that to buy more, or is that just not like how that works?
Well, I'd be speaking out of school because you every time you would do this, you'd have lawyers that go in and look at the regulations and try to comply. You'd probably have local counsel that's also talking to you about what they're expecting and their mores. But yes, all other things being equal, not legal advice. That is the kind of thing that you could do, is you could have Tango buy something in Japan. And so there are ways to buy things in other jurisdictions. Every jurisdiction on earth might be harder, might be more expensive, might be difficult to structure your entities that way. But if you really, really want it, you can buy a Japanese company.
And then his simple question was, do you think Square Enix could do you think Square Enix could sell Crystal Dynamics to people that's helping with the initiative in the middle of all this? Do you think that could ever happen?
Yeah, so foundationally, first of all, you can always spin off a company. You can always sell a portion of your assets. And video game companies, especially publishers, are pretty well organized for that. They've got all these different tunnels that are separate entities, basically. So they 100% legally could say, we're going to sell you the Crystal Dynamics assets. We don't have to sell you stock. You don't have to buy all the Square Enix. We can just sell you a portion, if that's what makes sense. If the other side of that question is, could they do this while Activision Blizzard's going on? Yes. I think they can tell a good story for how apparently they alienated all the people working on Perfect Dark and need Crystal Dynamics now. And they could actually explain why this purchase was happening. Again, you're probably talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, not billions, I would guess. It's all guesswork. But I think Square on its own is only worth $6 billion or so, like by itself. So I think you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. And you could tell that story, I think. It's a single developer. It's already working on your game. The people that are already working on that game used to be managers at that company, I believe, is the way that story goes. So I think you could tell that. I think you could tell that story to a regulator. Still not. I mean, you're still taking on risk. Right? Every move that you make is
that's why they're so quiet right now.
Affecting the balance on the rope, right? But it's something that I could see them doing. Honestly, I still think that the FTC is going to mostly let this roll. So it's really a matter of also a feel for that atmosphere. Again, Microsoft's in direct contact with the FTC, is in direct contact with its investigators. They already have a slightly better feel than us on the outside as to how aggressive they're acting.
And I know your time's limited. One more quick
oh my God, we killing Hulk right now.
Do you think, let's say the Activision goes through, which you said you're pretty sure it will.
70-30 was his last.
Yeah, 70-30. So let's say that goes through. Do you think Microsoft will be a lot more hesitant? It's like we got by something that we was unsure of. Do you think that it might prevent them from jumping out the ship again and buying another publisher?
With all of their messaging and all of their signaling, I would say no. I would say it requires a longer discussion.
Are they emboldened?
I would say if they saw something that they thought was undervalued, that would materially add to this product offering that they are making, they would run with it. Microsoft is acting very aggressively. There's nothing wrong with that. But they're acting with if the risk is even potentially 20%, as I'm describing here, or more, let's roll with it. Let's risk $3 billion because we think we can get it through. And if we do get it through, people think, well, does that make them stop or does it make them more nervous? Potentially makes them the opposite. Well, hell, we ate a $70 billion fish. Who's going to argue about a $6 billion
like that
fish?
talk. Look, man, this is amazing stuff.
And where's your YouTube channel?
Yeah, but listen, man, we gotta celebrate the amazing.
Because I'm gonna need
Rick
that Japanese video.
of the
You and a lot of people. I'll try to get it done.
Yes, you got to get that done. That has been amazing, brother. Hogue, I appreciate you for coming through in the 11th hour, man. I'm so proud of you, man. I am so proud of to see where you're going and what
Almost
you're doing.
60,000 subscribers.
60,000. So
Pumped in virtual legality.
bro, when I see, what makes me smile is when I see other publications and I see you quoted. And people hit me be like, wait a minute, wasn't that the guy you had on for way back? I'm like, yeah, that's my guy. Hogue, look, man, I'm proud of you, brother. You're killing it. Absolute pleasure to always have you in the realm. Get your insight. Once again, for the people who do not know, where can they find Rick Hogue?
Yes. Well, thank you. And I really appreciate the kind words. Virtual legality is us talking about business and law, a lot about video games, pop culture, other ways that it pops up. And that's on my YouTube channel. That's Hogue Law. YouTube.com/Hogue Law.
Thank you, Hustle.
And you can find virtual legality there. We did a video on the Bungie lawsuit against their alleged fraudsters, which is really 25 pages of them screaming at YouTube. Highly recommended. It is an enjoyable complaint, and I think that video is one of our best. But we did that. We talked about PlayStation Plus. We talked about this Senators letter. We are always doing that in virtual legality. Thankfully, the gaming industry is always providing us content. So please do come over, check us out. We're going to be at 60,000 subscribers very soon. I'm very pumped about that number.
Let's get him to 60K, y'all. Hit that like, subscribe.
60,000.
Nelson Rivera, just subscribe to the channel, my man. Continue.
Awesome. And if you like my hot takes on things like the Halo television show and other things that really irritate people like Mass Effect or other
And
things
I can confirm he's got hot takes.
He's got hot takes, y'all. Mass Effect, Final Fantasy.
At Hogue Law, same spelling.
No doubt, no doubt. Also on the Bitcast from my good friends Ainsley Bowden, Ty
I got to get that all into the thing. I came right from there. I've been streaming since 11.
That's why I feel so guilty to ask you. I'm like, this man is doing everything.
I love you guys. What did I tell you in DM, Todd? I told you,
did.
First of all, you were the first invite that anybody ever gave me, which I had, what did I have? 500 subscribers? Something like that.
I was like, this guy's a star.
That's always fantastic. You're always a priority. So ask
you,
whenever you want. But yeah, this conversation is fantastic. We have good talks here, even though I got to ease back on some of the ex-boy fan.
Oh, King.
Oh, man.
No, I love King. I love King. I got so many people in my freaking comments telling me I'm an Xbox shill and a Game Pass shill.
You're Xbox's corporate lawyer now?
Hey, Hogue, I'm a PlayStation guy and I get that. So.
Oh, see, it's ridiculous. It isn't my fault. Look, PlayStation has had like 4 messaging stories in a row that aren't great. I'm more than happy to cover the times that Xbox is, and I have. When I tried to double the price of gold, we did a video.
Oh, yeah.
So I that's what I'm about.
No
okay,
doubt.
But in any event, I love you guys. Thank you for inviting me. And I'm gonna get out of here.
Get some food. Enjoy your Sunday. A pleasure. Rick Hogue of the Hogue Law Business Law Firm. Subscribe to the channels in there. Enjoy your Sunday, brother. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Iron Lords.
You already know. Salute, salute. And Big Cloud Rand, I'm just making sure guys are okay. I have to ask because Rand accused me of keeping people hostage. So if people have things, I'm not kicking anybody out.
See, that's the great thing about not being on camera. So you don't even know what I'm doing.
Oh, God.
What I've been doing.
I know what you've been doing. Put those nipples away.
For the children. This is a children's show.
This is a children's show. Stop.
I remember when King used to like
Addict, you cannot do that.
You know, I
Rand's
love you.
just talking in the mic. You don't know what I'm
We don't know
wearing.
what you did.
Where'd you get your shit?
Wow. Anyway,
This man selling pills.
Addict, you want to get a couple of these super chats that we miss, and then we do this UndeadLabs in the E3 and get them out of here, man.
All right, just give me a second.
No worries. No worries. Refresh.
There's a lot.
There's a lot. Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah, because it was going at home.
Yeah, they were going out. It was a little spicy.
All the PlayStation dudes, it's gonna fail. I told you it's gonna fail. You're not getting Call of Duty. It's done.
They getting Call of Duty though.
All right, so
And if you think anybody got enough money to pay any senators, well, it ain't you guys.
Quick question. You read the one where he was talking about 3 guys got PS3 games to run on an emulator on PC and multi-billion.
Yes.
Okay.
I mentioned that earlier when I was saying my
We
point.
got
We
that
got a
one.
$2 super chat from Michael Patton. So Xbox Versio Cycle is an 87 Metacritic. Is that a game?
Yep, we got that one.
Okay, $10 super chat from Jigga J.
Ooh.
First off, MLB yeah, we took your game, Xbox, till we die.
Oh my
We
God.
came equipped with flames. Yeah, Jim Ryan don't mess with real G's.
Oh.
We quick to snatch y'all dancing butt off the streets.
Whoa, bang,
So-
bang. This is
You
very,
know what that is? Quintessential on the streets.
yo, very
Yeah, Tupac.
aggressive. Continue.
But you know, it's all from
We
life.
got a super chat from Gamma Onyx. Game Pass Ultimate is 9 in India. Xbox announced it's going down to $6.81 by the end of April here. That's cool.
Mhm.
We got a $2 super chat from Chronolistic.
enough.
Remember Xbox, Steam, any device, PS5 only console. $5 super chat from Tech Money. Won't Sony be the leader in subscription services starting in June? Wouldn't that kill the Game Pass monopoly argument?
Yeah, they'll definitely be the leader to the trash can.
Oh, Lord.
You know, it's funny. I
God.
actually asked. We could have asked that to Hogue when he was here.
Which one? Which question?
About like,
Market leader?
does
Monopoly,
them announcing
Right.
the new PS Plus revamp inadvertently help Microsoft's position with Game
Oh,
Pass
yep.
for the Activision deal? And he said that it might be the opposite. It actually might hurt it. It actually might hurt Microsoft because he said like you'd have to find out how many people are subscribed to the $15 tier. Like the FTC might decide and say, hey, you are stopping Sony and other people from entering this thing, so it is a monopoly, or so that we should have asked.
We should have asked him that. Yeah, we should have asked that for sure. I forgot about that.
Hogue, make a video.
Hogue, make a video. We'll DM Hogue.
We
Make a
got
video.
a $5 super chat from JD Gamer. Hogue, is there any way? Oh, you already answered that. Then we got the one from Kid Smooth. For Hogue, could Square Enix sell Crystal Dynamics to Microsoft in the middle of all this? $5 super chat from Michael Payton. I've said what Attic is asking before. Spin Tangle off Bethesda into Xbox Japan, absorb and buy Japanese entities in that way and grow it organically. Oh, we're using that word again. Organically. I got you. We got two super chat for Ramen. Hogue is a huge asset to the community. Thank you. And I think we have like two more. Let me refresh. We have a $5 super chat from Harnicha Chaki. I love it, man. We're going with it is. What days are you guys going to be here for PAX? Would love to hang out.
We'll be there. Oh, you in Boston, bro? Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there.
I don't know what days.
Was it the Thursday through the Saturday?
We'll be there every day.
Yeah, Thursday through the Saturday.
The only day we're not there is Sunday. Cool, we good?
And that's all, folks.
All right, cool. So
I got a question for Big Cloud.
Ooh,
my guy.
Ooh.
I've been kind of taking a sabbatical from social media here and there, right? I haven't released a video in a while. I don't really get on Twitter. I don't really tweet, right? But that's all changing soon enough this month.
Yeah,
but
made my long hiatus and it, so I guess.
But I could have sworn I saw a bunch of PlayStation guys being like, Sony's about to buy From Software and Konami this week. There was supposed to be like big PlayStation news that was going to happen Wednesday, and then on a Wednesday it was going to happen Thursday, but then maybe it's next
like
week.
Adapting with the wind.
Yeah. So what happened? What was going on?
I don't even know. That's the thing. I heard
weird.
Jeff Grubb say something big was happening. Then Greg Miller added his take on it. And I was okay, cool. And then now I got people saying WB. Got dudes saying From Software. I got dudes saying Kojima Productions. I'm like, okay, sure.
Yeah,
they're buying DLC. They just got DLC dollars left.
Yo, ridiculous. DLC dollars.
They blew the budget on Bungie.
I don't know. It just seemed to me, because people were sending me tweets and it was just like, I felt like it was a bunch of people like want to be insiders,
You know
like,
what it is.
or like
It's
quoting
wishful
out, like
thinking.
sending out like eye emoji tweets, and then if Sony did announce something, they could be like, "See, I knew too. Me, I knew what was going on." No, you didn't.
You know how it is, and you see it multiple times. Whenever you're right about something or somebody else is right about something, and these dudes just don't like that, they want to replicate that and see if they can get the same thing. That's just what it is. They want traction.
A lot of insider talk.
And hey, it's gonna be a lot of that.
Yeah,
And
we'll see how it goes with what actually happens.
I want to know who says, "Oh, I was the first one to say there wasn't going to be a PlayStation 6."
I want. I want to point out
Yes.
that I don't care. You can make all the rumors you want, PlayStation fanboys, because I'm gonna make all the videos I want about your rumors.
Moving on. Let's get these last two out, man. This one is a big one, kind of just dropped this week in UndeadLabs allegations. Like Kotaku had came out with an article, allegations of sexism, bullying, and burnout inside the Microsoft studio behind State of Decay 3. Very long article talking about potential mistreatment, talking about HR, talking about studio head Jeff Strain at one point, the other successor, I believe Holt was the gentleman's name. And we had that going on, and obviously the talk of potential mismanagement and state of decay's cycle. Then what was interesting was the day before the article dropped, Jeff Strain himself came out with a Medium post. And
what's funny is it was actually supposed to come out that day.
Right.
And for some reason, the real article got delayed.
So he came out, and then he made a whole post kind of saying, hey, something's about to come out, almost like a hit piece in reference to UndeadLabs at this time there. And he had a lot to say, in reference to, UndeadLabs, what his contribution was, what his personal situation was, and so on and so forth. So this has brought a lot of questions. And I want to let's start ranting this because, there's a rule of thought here. There's some different types of thinking here, which is one is like, okay, some people say, hey, we really like the fact that Jeff got in front of this, right? He really got in front of it and dispel a hit piece and to give his facts. And then there's other side that says, look, mismanagement at Microsoft once again. Another first-party game where studios in shambles, and what the hell is? And you alluded to it a little bit on Xbox too, and I also want to talk about it, which is
Jez knows more about this whole situation.
Yeah, Jez knows. I know a little, so I don't know Jez level, but I do know a little something. But the mindset of hands-on Microsoft, crack the whip, get in there, control your own ship, or B, hands-off Microsoft, which is, look, we allow the studios to create what they want to create, and maybe we'll step in if things get crazy, but we're not going to be in the process. So I want to get two-part questions. What do you think about the stuff, all this that happened, and that hands-on, hands-off stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of criticism of Xbox previous generations that they were too hands-on, that they stifled creativity. Mm-hmm. And I think part of Microsoft's pitch to some of these Obsidians and Ninja Theories of the world about being acquired was like, listen, we're going to be hands off. Right. You just make what you want. And that's a good pitch. Like, you got our backing. We're not going to really meddle into your day-to-day business. We want you to remain, have your culture remain. And it works for companies that have a very good, strong leadership, like over at Ninja Theory, Obsidian, Playground, and stuff. Like, that works fine. Microsoft can basically just write the check and that's it. And they'll make the games. Right. But for some, maybe they need a firmer hand. Like, from what my basic understanding of the whole UndeadLabs thing was, Jeff's focus was elsewhere after the buyout.
Right.
And he hired somebody, and that somebody maybe wasn't a good hire and was hiding things or whatever, or like cause of some problems that I think like eventually made it up to Microsoft, and they kind of basically got rid of the person.
Right.
And I think even the end of the article says that they feel like the company is in better position, because I think they went from like 60 people in UndeadLabs before the acquisition to like 120. So they doubled.
Right.
Because they were going from AA to like AAA with State of Decay 3. And obviously they ran into some problems. But what this really kind of does is people take these individual cases. So they take this UndeadLabs case, and they try to link it to the initiative. They try to link it to what's going on with Everwild at Rare.
The Activision deal.
Well, not even the Activision deal. Then they try to link it to the Halo Infinite 343, and like, so they say, look at these cases. This is proof that there's a problem at Microsoft, rather than like this is individual problems that'll be fixed, without Microsoft's intervention or with Microsoft's intervention. But nobody reads deeper than the headlines.
Right.
So the narrative's built that Microsoft has an issue, Microsoft has problems, and they should be more more involved. And I do agree, if you have problems like that were stated at UndeadLabs, like sexism and bullying,
Right.
Yeah, if you as a company can't handle it yourself and get out that bad person, then yeah, Microsoft should step in and be like, no, because one of the things with the whole Activision, I guess like what BitCloud was saying is like, if you can't really solve UndeadLabs with 120 employees, how are you going to solve and cleanse Activision Blizzard with 10,000 employees and has a worse history, right?
Yeah.
So there's that to think about. But for some of it, it's, a lot of people like the console war, like, the initiative, like, I think these things are separate. Right. Yeah, it's things separate. Yeah. Like the initiative was like, they wanted to build a game in a different way. They hired all these people that really didn't work together, and that way of making a game, like, it didn't work. They were having problems, and it was like, okay, we're gonna make the game this way, and those people are like, well, I didn't sign up to do that, so I'm leaving, right? But it does paint the picture, and I mean, you have talked about a cog, like, perception is reality for a lot of people.
For some people, yep.
So for this perception is that Xbox has an issue, and the only way to really solve that issue is State of Decay 3 whenever it comes out. It's gotta be good.
Gotta be fire. That's what I tell people all the time.
Whenever it comes out, gotta be good.
Yep.
That's the only way you're gonna shut up like the haters is by putting out an exceptional product.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. No, I agree with you with the hands-off approach. But I also agree with Fonz in chat. Like, I think that should be a case-by-case basis, Ram, especially with after State of Decay 2. You know what I'm saying? I would literally keep my eye on these guys flat out.
Keep my eye on these guys.
Part 3.
What do you mean? Because State of Decay 2 wasn't a good game, or because
quality-wise it wasn't? It didn't launch in the best shape, and plus, I don't think it made the impact that it should.
I can't really 100% get out on that. Now, I will agree with you. State of Decay 2 should have been a different game than it was.
I mean, what about Scalebound? They gave Scalebound another chance. They brought that developer. You know what I'm saying?
The thing is like, I think Microsoft takes stuff on what it is. Like, we never really invested money for State of Decay 2 to be a different game. So they can't really expect a different type of quality on a game when they're not giving the quality type of budgeting to make that game a better game.
Well, BitCloud, like Microsoft must have liked them enough. They bought the studio. Right. So
I mean, yeah, true. But I mean, like you just said earlier before, it's we got to see the game before we really say that.
Well, right. But I would rather have, I'm a fan of the corporate.
They made some games, You got people out there buying companies that didn't make a game, talking about
we're just pre-ordering. Remember, we're just pre-ordering the game.
Pre-ordering, but also, Jay Raymond has a track record. She's worked on some of the.
He made a game since
the
original
Assassin's
Creed. What you talking about?
They coming for Jay Raymond. Damn.
Made a game since they was on floppy disk. Man, get so good out of
here. Jesus.
You want to go that route?
I will say I am a fan of corporations being hands off in the creative process.
I am too.
So I mean, Sony's typically that way, and I think Sony games, 9 times out of 10 are amazing. So like that was the rag Microsoft got, was that they were too invested and too close, and it kind of stifled creativity. So I'd rather them be hands off. But
so
in this case, like State of Decay, it's like you need to get rid of the person that's causing problems.
Yeah.
Which it seemed that the HR situation and people felt that their voices weren't being heard. And it looks like, that person is no longer there. And then, like I said, like you said,
I'll go last. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, like you said, at the end of the day, I'll jump. Matter of fact, King didn't get a chance to go before I talk. King, like, what's your thoughts on this, man?
I'm just like, here we go again.
Okay.
Here we go again.
Okay.
We give them something to talk about, and everybody needs something to talk about to push their narrative because there's no news going on over there. So, what I don't like is, isolated incidents turns into, huge things. Now, if it's like a group of people doing these things and it's affecting groups of people, then you have a problem with that company. And that company needs to have turnover. You have to go in there and you have to gut out, the bad apples and, fix the situation. Again, until all information is actually known.
Correct.
We don't sit there and pass judgment. Now, on a lot of cases, we knew of a lot of stuff. People died
of in cases that these things was going around with the pictures and
Activision
text and stuff like that. So again, I until everything is out, and I hope that the individual it no longer works there.
Right.
Like Rand said, when the game comes out, they have to make a quality game, because at the end of the day, we play video games, we don't play politics and what goes on inside a company. So I believe that if Microsoft needs to step in and go down there to figure out exactly what's going on with the the developer, they will do so. But again, this is another little black eye, a little bump, a little mosquito bite on their resume again, because you got the 343, then you have the initiative, then you have this and you have that, and there's all these questions. Now, before they're hands on and they're
gonna force them
and they're telling people what to do. They don't let them be creative, and now they letting the inmates run the asylum. So it's like, okay, what is
inmates run this?
It's like what is it? What's happening? I honestly believe that isolated incidents, and and you can't compare apples to oranges. One situation is one thing, another situation is another. What I do know is, being that we're in the Western market, and I believe the transparencies in Microsoft and the philosophies that we have in the Western area is different than in the Eastern market, where they're a little bit more tight-lipped. Everything is done inside house, and unless you catch a dude with a camera, and at
rarely
his
get
front
any stitches
door,
on the other side.
listen, at his front door, because he was trying to do some stuff. Exactly, I'm gonna be rude too. So, but this is no alleged, right? So you got video, on that, right? So, unless it's situations like that, we don't hear anything, right? Until somebody comes out years later and they tell a tell-all book that they was working at some company, that some black ops company that was inside there that was doing games in the background, and they was held tight and they couldn't make games for something else because they had to be a backup studio. Remember? Right. So again, these things don't get out over here. They get out over here because Microsoft is a little bit more transparent, and I believe it's our culture in the Western market that we need to know everything. And that stuff does leak out, and that stuff does, permeate, the air. So,
no, for you, Attic is gonna go or jump in.
Yeah. Okay. Look, this is how I think. Okay, I agree with pretty much both. I agree with all of you. Here's the caveat thing, though. I do feel like the hands-off thing needs to be restructured a little bit. Like, until you prove that you don't need us interfering with your stuff. I'm not saying like hover over them, but I'm saying monitor them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm not saying hover over them, but put a camera in the room.
It's just like, it's like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying to the point, it's like, okay, Obsidian's good. I only got to visit them every 3 or 4 months. You know what I'm saying?
Frequency of visit.
Okay. Another studio that, hasn't proved that they don't need that hands off, I'll visit them every 2 months. Right. So it's just like, I don't necessarily, because I think that it's.
How often you visit in 314? Every other week.
Yo, Rand's a for that one.
Where's 343 located?
They're on the Redmond campus.
They're Redmond campus in the
building. Yeah, you go visit them every day. Like, you just pull through. Like, look. We're not going to get into like clowning because we've done plenty of that. But it's just like, look, like few of these studios. I do feel like because here's the thing, like, regardless if you feel like it attacks creativity, that does to a point. But sometimes that's good for the studio. They put Atreus in God of War. That wasn't going to happen unless there was input from the top. Right. It's like, he didn't tell him to do it, but he said, I feel like there's something missing. Go back to the drawing board. Corey Barlog has never came out and said he was forced to do that. Right. He said, I didn't sense the excitement from him, so he found something else to put in the game. Right. And when he came back, he's like, this is it. This is the game. Like, that's all I'm saying. It's like some of these studios, I do feel like, you might need to be popping in there and be like, yo, let me see what you got. You got to build. Like, but I don't want it to.
gotta
I don't want it.
He got a build.
Yeah, let me see this newest build, man.
Let me see your newest build. Why you put people on the spot? Why they gotta present their homework?
I want
your build.
Let me see your build.
So let me
Get your build. Where your build at?
Let me to the black part of the map, man. Let's go to the building no one else can go to. Like,
Oh my god!
and then once you make a game, and I'm not even saying it's got to be like a mad successful game, just a game that.
So as a percentage addict, you was like, how far will we 50%?
You have a T-shirt, yo. Let me see where your build at.
Take your build out.
So what and once you've proved that you're a studio that doesn't need a total hands-on, then the next game they make, you give them a better budget, you give them more people, and you might pop in there every 6 months.
Addict gonna come through the door, got people scared.
You guys, how you have the little things that flash up on the side, like bend the knee and fraud alert and stuff. You need to have one that says "Show me your build."
Show me your build, bro.
So that's that one. That's how I feel about the hands-on thing, because I do feel like certain studios, I don't want a blanket thing attacking every studio, because I feel like some studios have earned the right that, like, I don't want them attacking their creativity, but I do want them. I think the biggest thing that we're seeing here is what's that they call that tunnel vision, where it's like an outside what's the word I'm looking for? An outside perspective sometimes will get these people back on a better road than they were before that. But we have to see at the end of the day, when you own 30 plus studios, obviously right now they don't own 30 plus studios, you're going to have a lot of studios that's not on track. Just how it is. Like, I don't think this, even with the 3 studios that we have now, like, the Initiative, UndeadLabs, and 343, like, I don't necessarily think that is saying all of the studios are failing. That's like some studios need, they need to show they build. Like, so, and once I feel like that's the one thing I want to point. It's like, I don't want them to go in there and disrupt creativity. I just want them to go in there and just check on the work.
Yeah, where you at? That's where you at with it. I'll jump in.
Yeah, and then I feel like what Rand was saying is spot on. It is a perception thing.
Yes.
Regardless if it's just 3, like I said, you got 25, 30 plus studios. You need to have the sensation that, like, all these studios at any time can be looked at from anyone. Right. And I do feel like that, once they saw the Initiative thing, 343 dropping the ball a little bit with Halo, now you have low-key witch hunt going around where people are looking for more stories to add to the Xbox can.
This is great discussion. I love this stuff. There's a part of me that's with King. It's just like, there is a part of me, if you're a Mets fan, I'm a Mets fan, it's like, here we go again. Right? It's like just when the season's about to start, look promising, you get the injury to Jacob deGrom, he might be out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, Xbox always has that little bit of energy where things always seem to go right. They always see something that seems to happen that goes left when things should be appearing to go right. So look, this is what I will say. With this situation, it's tough for me because, look, I am, full disclosure, I am biased. I love UndeadLabs. I love State of Decay.
You encourage bad behavior?
No, I do not encourage bad behavior. But I will say, you're funny, that was a good one. I will say that, at the end of the day, I'm pulling for them, right? I'm always going to pull for them. I know a lot of people in that building. What I will say is this. What I thought was interesting is Strain jumping out ahead. I've never really seen that, which is a preemptive strike to like, yo, Kotaku or somebody going to put an article about us and me. You know what I mean? And I want to give you my side. And let's be honest.
You know what that feels like, Cog? That feels like I'm going to fix this before it interrupts my current bag.
Right. And let's be honest, a lot of devs, who knows what the reason is, but a lot of devs, they don't put themselves out there because you put yourself out there, you're going to be subject to criticism and people are going to analyze and break that stuff down a zillion times. So this is what I can speak to. What I can speak to is I know for a fact the part about his personal situation, I've known that for a while. I've known that he was traveling he's based out of New Orleans, and he was traveling from New Orleans to Redmond, where they are, to run that studio, right? So it's something for him that's not most likely going to be sustainable on a personal level. I do also know that the part that he's talking about them having kind of like an academy. It was like an UndeadLabs academy. It was almost, think of it like almost like a developer feeder system thing that was going to be based out of New Orleans, where he's from. You know, that corroborates with his story too. I remember when Microsoft and them put out the press statement saying that they're going to have this UndeadLabs thing and so on and so forth. You know, I do also remember, Rand, when the announcement that Jeff Strain was leaving. Very concerned. I was like, what is going on? So I'm trying to find out what's going on in this building. I care so much about this game. I want this game to succeed. I always felt
I love UndeadLabs.
I love Undead. I
like
love
the
State of Decay.
State of Decay is just such an amazing game. And I think what it is, Cog, is we love the foundation State of Decay is built on. We like imagine it.
What's exact? The reason why I love everybody say, look, it's janky and Big Cloud. You're absolutely. I know where you're going, right? I'm not going to discount the warts and the issue. I still to this day wanted to put a bullet through my head when you can't have more than 4 people go around a square block because of the tethering of the co-op. But I will say this, like the potential of that game with a budget, with proper direction, could be special. There's a reason why it's emergent gameplay. You create yourself. I'm gonna let you get balls off. But the thing about it is this, like, so when he leaves, now I go, oh no, like what's going on in there? You know what I'm saying? And from what I've been told, you know what I mean? Like, nah, it's family. It's family. That's all it is. It's not, you know, anything, whatever. Now, whether or not you want to say the transition of power was held smoothly, that could be up for debate. Whether or not the HR and the stuff, allegations and stuff like that, that is clearly up. No one's here condoning abuse, sexism. We're not condoning that, right? From what was left in place. So the transition, and then also people have to understand, when new people are in power, this is the thing Strain said in his piece that I really resonated with, which is that when you're in that pre-production, you're in that, yo, you know what'll be cool if we do phase, right? When you in that phase, so if you're the leader, you're like, okay, this will be cool, this will be cool. Leader leaves, new leader comes in. Right. This is what'll be cool for me.
I don't like anything he was doing.
So now you've got a group of people and devs who were initially with Jeff Strain's, this is what'll be cool. So now they get the new marching orders of what Holt or whoever's what'll be cool. And they be like, nah, fam, that ain't it. Now you throw that in conjunction with potential sexism, abuse, women not getting heard, or what have you. Again, I'm not in that building. I cannot say for certain what has happened. This is definitive. No one knows that part. But I do know that there will be people that's like, yo, that's not the vision that I wanted, or they're going to go and they're going to leave.
Why are you on that? God, like, what exactly are you like expecting?
Who, me?
Like in general, from the like State of Decay 3.
For
like,
me,
are you expecting from what we saw in that trailer, the CGI with the deer eating?
I mean, what can we really say on it?
Like, look, the article comes out to say, according to Kotaku's article, that they kind of scrapped to get that. Microsoft did come by on the check-in and said, look, we got E3 coming. They did not say that, but they did say, hey, if you get away, they say, hey, if you have something, we would like to have something showed for the E3 showcase. And I heard a little trailer was spliced together by them in the 11th hour, and internally they might not have been ready to even do that, but the powers that be push that, right? So that's all.
They did this in the middle of a pandemic,
right?
Too,
so that, but I'm not making no excuses. Like at the end of the day, here's the thing, and I see shout out to Fonz in the chat going hard. Here's the problem: no one cares. No one cares. No one want to hear it. No one want to hear about what's going on. All they want to know is, when is this game coming? Is it going to be fire? Oh, Microsoft got problems internally. Microsoft don't know how to manage. That's the talk. So until they produce the bangers, and until these games that are underneath these conditions produce, they are going to continue to hear it. So what I'm with Addict now is like, yo, it may be for these cases with the Rare, with the Everwild, with 343, with not producing enough content, you know, post Halo launch or whatever. Maybe, right? It's Microsoft's job to say, okay, let me now step in now because clearly there's some issues here or whatever. But again, overall, I am with Rand. Like, I prefer creativity preserved. I preserve you go in there, do what you got to do. Now, there has to be a balance, checks and balances. Okay, like to Adam's point, we at this delivery? Where's your build on the 19th? What's going on here? Like, maybe they have to figure that part out. But I will say this last point. I have to say this last point, and it's the part that's getting me a little frustrated with a certain group of fanboys. We have to stop acting like just because a game is a banger, that absolves it from toxic work culture, that absolves it that they have no problems making deliverable. People don't understand game development is extremely difficult. Sometimes these games do not land until the 11th hour of a project, right? Yep. So we got to stop, like, there's only one way to do it, and these groups know how to do it all the way. We've seen the stories. We've seen great companies that made bangers don't exist anymore. So it's so many variables in this business to just say it's a cut and dry and all you got to do and all you got to do. That's not how game development works. It's still a crapshoot. There's still a lot of factors on it. That's all I'm saying. No one is in the building in every case. I say all that to say this. At the end of the day, these games got to be bangers. Because if they're not, people are going to point exactly and say, you see, we said it. And that's where I give the perception is reality people their due, because they got to execute.
Like, because we're not flies on the wall in these offices. We don't know what's happening, right? So seeing is really the believing type of thing for us. We see with our eyes. That's how we do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I said, like, even though I'm with you, like, creativity is definitely there. There should be like a leeway at some points where we gotta go. Some studios bro.
And you know what's the good
track record,
right?
You know what I mean? That's what it is,
bro. You know what the good part about this, Big Cloud? I like is sometimes you do need a spotlight to happen for Big Bro to come in and say, you know what? Maybe we gotta adjust our policy. Maybe completely hands off ain't the way. Maybe they're learning through this. We don't know. All I know is they got to put out a good product if they want to stop the talk.
So what? You pick up the booty phone, and booty answers the phone and says, "Show me your build."
Booty might have to say, we have to have "Show me your build" month.
We're gonna need some updates.
We might need an update. Maybe like Attic and said. I mean, in Big Cloud, it's like maybe certain people like Bethesda are afforded that we don't check in. Attic said it beautifully.
Yeah, my house.
Yeah, like exactly. Like God House, like bro, you know how our builds do it. You know what I'm saying? So crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it may and maybe
unless it's Fallout 76.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
But that was where they had a budget. That's what
you got a little off on that bill.
But it's true. Maybe it comes down to track record, and maybe when you do the newer guy, like I know Minecraft, people want to know what's up with their bill.
You know, I mean, because you would think, after the 343, you would want to avoid all that. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying, and then you want to avoid this conversation.
It's a good point.
I think 343 has been a victim of mismanagement for a very, very long time.
Yeah, I think mismanagement, and I think pandemic just completely hit them in the face. Like they got spear bombs straight out the ring. Like,
which do you really? Halo's
for delays. Let's keep it a bug.
It's like, man, if 343 should be, I don't even really think of 343 as even one of Microsoft's top 10 studios they have at this point.
Damn.
And it's a shame because they actually they make like their biggest game, their biggest IP outside of Minecraft
I like Halo.
or whatever. And I mean, I love Halo. I'm just saying. I think 343 has been mismanaged for quite some time.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But we got to be fair too. We do it. We can't act like Coalition ain't been holding it down.
Coalition's been holding it down.
We can't act like
hold on.
We can't act like
Obsidian's been holding
it
down.
I think he was talking about 343.
No, I'm not coming for Rand. I meant to say just overall, like because again, perception sometimes tries to bleed into reality, and people have to act like everything is a problem. That's not the whole scope. If you look at every single situation, it's not everybody's mismanaging. It's all this doom and gloom situation. They just won Publisher of the Year, Metacritic, the highest rating last year. So we can't poo-poo this like there's this, oh my God, every studio they mismanage and they're all hands off and everything's a problem.
But doesn't it seem like that after it starts to pile up?
No, but
I don't think no one ever really said that.
I'm seeing it.
We've seen the echo people
like that.
We seen the echo people that don't really have any say on anything, and they don't really know how.
I know, but you know me. I'll be looking.
Go with the perception, but the thing is I'll give people on Twitter the perception. There is a perception that looks bad, but the perception I feel like would be more accurate if Xbox had like 8 studios and 3 or 4 of them were messing up.
Right.
But they don't. They got drastically more studios than that. So clearly you're gonna have issues. You're never gonna have all these studios 100% of the time doing exactly what
you see. Okay,
100%.
No such thing as a perfect launch 90% of the time.
You see, this is where the hypocrisy comes in. Because I smell it and it's permeating the air. Right, but we don't get a chance to hear what went on with Horizon.
You smell that,
right?
King?
I'm surprised you can feel anything in the air with that jacket on.
See, but you feel everything because your nipples is out.
Y'all gotta stop. Y'all still on fire at each other. I love it.
Hey, King, what that jacket do?
It keeps my nipples warm. Hey,
Can you see anything with those glasses on too?
yeah, I can see your nipples through your lens. And I know you're saying to yourself right now, how the hell he know my nipples is out?
Continue, kid.
I just want tips to look. I just want tips for me to like. How can I look as good as you do?
Yeah,
cut it out.
That's all.
King is star.
Listen.
I want the gold. I want the chains. I want the jacket. You looking fly.
They right there in the store. They right there in the store.
saying?
Are
right
you
in the
saying
store, but
that
if you go and you look at the spaces that's up right now, they made the spaces about the jacket, so you can figure out how much it is.
Oh my God!
They made the spaces like 8 months ago, and you ain't never gonna let that go.
No, hell no. Listen, like what I'm saying is,
What's in the air?
the hypocrisy is in the air. I want to know what the hell went wrong with Gran Turismo 7. I want to know what went wrong with Horizon.
Okay.
You see, but we're not getting that information.
Elden Ring went wrong with.
All right? No, you can't say Elden Ring went wrong because Elden Ring didn't make it a broken game.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
Elden Ring just came out. It was superior.
Yeah, it's $5.
You know, it's superior. But then you're talking about a $70 game that came out and it was buggy to
Support
death.
the developer, King.
I'm not supporting
King,
it.
King, Sony,
you're knocking innovation.
King, Sony told you that they need that $70 to have quality products.
But then you got the 70. Where's the quality? This is what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you.
What did I say on Boom Show? When you increase the price of anything, what gets bigger? That magnifying glass, and you look what you're getting.
No, it was the
That's
same. See, this is the problems, and y'all keep overlooking it because y'all want to point the finger over at, 343 didn't deliver this, and
right.
I'm gonna have to get like a
didn't come
giant
out,
finger
and
hand.
This didn't come out. I'm talking about the games from the superior product. We don't hear what went wrong.
No, it's a good point.
And I want to know what went wrong.
But I will say this, to Sony's credit,
They keep that on the down
bro,
low.
ain't nobody snitching in that building.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
It's
Bro.
like the studio.
You know
It's like
that?
the studio lead
Yes.
gets a bonus if nothing gets.
Yeah,
leaked.
like yo, you might
the
find out
culture.
missing if we find out you talking.
It's the culture.
Don't be. You don't never hear them expo. The worst I hear was the Days Gone situation. I was the first time.
Yeah.
I
You
was
know
like,
what it is
wow,
called?
I didn't
They
know that
sit there
exists over there.
talking- They sitting there talking. They're like, we have headquarters in every country. We can hide your body.
Yeah. Listen, and
Dude, I
again,
almost had John Garvin on about that a while, and he was always kind of like missing, like he didn't. You know what I mean? He always want to avoid.
they are
Well, I can say
extremely
this.
media trained. Go ahead, Kane.
I can say this.
Mm-hmm.
When everybody was asking what is going on with Returnal, the Returnal dev came out and said, it's not us, it's them. And they got
He ain't
purchased,
wrong
and the
there. They
gag
did
order,
do that.
and the gag order went in. After they got
Gag
purchased,
order.
you heard nothing else from them again.
What's that? What's that?
East
What's
and
that Star
Culture.
Wars saying, King? Like Order 18,
It's Order 66.
Execute
Order 66. They're like they hit the Order 66 button.
All I know is Sony is strong outside as far as
Yeah,
how you
they-
move, media, PR, review codes, coverage. Sony is strong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they run a tight ship. So I
They
give
run
them
a
credit.
tight ship just like they run censorship like crazy.
Oh
They
my
censor reviewers talking about their games. They
The
censor
NBA
media talking
game
about their games.
is
The NDA game
No,
is no joke.
that game is real.
And
You sign
The
those
NDA
papers.
is so strong, King
they
can't even
hold
say
that
what
against
jacket
you,
he got on.
regardless.
Look,
Attic, if you sign that paper.
yeah, at the end of the day, I personally love Microsoft's transparency, me personally, but this is one of those situations where I have to give King this. Like this is where sometimes it does come back to bite them. Not that I don't want them to jump ahead of stuff, not that I don't want them talking, because we appreciate them when they do, but this is where it does sometimes come back to bite them because we know so much. We be like, oh, okay, this, that, and the third. But it is what it is. Look, we got to move on. Let's get this last topic because Dutch is accusing us, saying we going long and we said we wasn't. So you want to get the super chats there, Mr. Attic, sir?
Yeah, it's just keep going. I'll get the rest of the super chats at the end because
it's a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, final one, man.
You got to tune in every Sunday because I got 15 more jackets to go.
more spaces talk, no doubt. Look, final one, man. Appreciate it. This is a good one. E3 2022, digital and physical, officially been canceled. ESA has confirmed the cancellation. So news broke from Razer PR lead Will Powers, said that an email has been sent out announcing the cancellation of the digital event. Looks like I shot the IGN and put out this story, said they independently verified the contents of the email. So yeah, they were talking about a potential digital equivalent, but without strong momentum to drive them. The ESA now update seems to make plans to regroup for a larger comeback in 2023. ESA has shared an official statement with IGN confirming the 2022 cancellation, and announcing that E3 will return in 2023 with a, quote, reinvigorated showcase. So, what do we think here? Go ahead, Adam.
Real quick, I just brought it up. There's only like 8. You want me to just go ahead and read them real quick before we do it?
Yeah, let's get them.
Because I feel like
let's get them.
I'd rather read 8 now than 30 then.
No, let's get it now. Mm-hmm.
So we got a $5 super chat from Don Otaku. Why don't Sony recent allegations make the headlines though? Even Insomniac had a big thing that no one talked about. Mm-hmm. I don't know about that. That's up to the media to cover. We ain't the media. We $2 super chat from Forza Legends. State of Decay 2 was a good game. I agree. I think it needed to improve, but it was definitely a good game. Mm-hmm. $2 super chat from Shez. Microsoft doesn't seem to invest in people-only products. We got a $2 super chat from Dan Lorenzo. I got 900 hours in State of Decay 2. Mm-hmm. Zip it, bit. Zip it.
Oh, damn! Coming from my man. Damn.
Me?
Yeah, he coming through.
Who else is bit on the podcast?
Zip it, bit.
I thought he said zip it and he censored himself.
So you gotta say that again. You gotta say that again, Cognito.
Zip it, bit. How dare you talk about the great State of Decay 2? That's what they felt.
We got a $5 super.
He said, "Whoa." He said, "Don't you put great?"
I don't have the luxury of playing broken games.
Yes, you do. You play Horizon.
Oh my God! Stop it.
Let me
Horizon Fire.
Let me go ahead and check you there.
Get him.
5 hours.
Big Cloud, did you
just beat that game?
Just out of curiosity.
You like it, right? You like it?
No. I actually went and if I only put 5 hours into that, and
you put 5 hours in.
Yeah.
Oh, you part of the 18%?
And yes.
Okay,
very
cool.
proud.
Just out of curiosity.
Out
of curiosity, Big Cloud, did you play Returnal?
Platinum Return.
So
Broken Game
play
too?
Broken Game.
There's a thing about Returnal.
Shout out to your Platinum for getting all the Broken Games.
All right, so we got a $5 super chat from Lady San. One of the great things about Microsoft is that they don't micromanage their employees. No org is perfect, but no organization is perfect, but Microsoft is #1 in the company culture, even with flaws.
That's true.
So we got a 5 super chat from the Nightbeard. Pretty sure State of Decay 3 is the name of the 3rd tier Spark.
Yo, ridiculous. Continue.
We got a $5 super chat for Nishio Chiki. What if the acquisition terms require Xbox to not interfere?
Okay.
Then we got a $10 super chat from Jigga J. We taking Sony women for Xbox and chill. Mess with Xbox and get your caps peeled. Last gen you shot but didn't kill us. Now you about to fill with the wrath of a menace. Xbox hit him up.
Yo, he's been doing Tupac lyrics this whole time.
What is happening?
What's happening? What is happening?
$10 for Enrique Shaki. How many great games does Xbox have to put out before it is considered enough? Mm-hmm. They're already delivered many, but apparently it isn't enough. would just like to get a threshold that can be measured.
Well, Metacritic says they enough, and Jim Ryan says you not enough.
And I'm not. I look. People keep twisting that word. I didn't say that. You know, I'm saying that when they consistently make the kind of quality games that is out regularly, like their studios, their actual studios. Like when you see Fable come out, like that's what I'm saying. A Valve, Fable, Perfect Dark, like Starfield. When those games start coming out, because those are the big titles. Like let's be real here. People don't consider the smaller titles. Though sure they're fun to play, but no one talks about them to that degree. Let's be honest here. Right. We got a $2 super chat from Flame. I can't. Rand said the studios need a booty call.
He did say that. Rand did say that.
We got a $5 super chat for one bad mother. ILP and all today's guests have a strong build. Keep doing
my build is strong, son.
Hey, it's all natty. It's all natty.
Little natural build right here, baby.
So y'all just
check out my
sexual harassment.
Yo, that needs to be a shirt.
That needs to be a shirt. All natural build over here.
We got a $5 super chat from Don Otaku. So y'all just see y'all ain't just see the sexual harassment allegations a week ago from Sony.
Yes.
Media hit that one real quick. Okay. I don't even remember that.
I do remember.
Like,
I know
that's probably the tweet. That's probably the point of the super chat. I don't remember it. So $5 super chat from Lady Sand. This is addressed to you, Cog. Cog. You need to stop with this Sony's credit. Let's call it out as it is. Sony is a marketing company that manipulates its base and its media. How do you respond to that, Carl?
But did you see they build though?
I mean,
and then
all they build is up front with it. They be up front. You can't front on them builds.
Then we got $5 super from DJ. Or you need to hit us up, man. Where you been? No E3 or GCX still there. Oh, also, hey bestie.
Oh God. You started jumping. Hey bestie. That's my homie right there. What's going on, DJ? Hope you all right, brother. Everything good? We caught.
You know one thing I do have that's really good is a good build in Elden Ring.
Everything. Oh, we caught up. We good? All right, cool. Last one. Yeah. So it was up. I think I was leaving it to Rand. They saying it's not dead now. New update. So it's dead.
It's dead. It's not coming back.
They said reinvigorated. Reinvigorated.
I'm surprised they didn't say virtuous as well. Like Jimmy.
It's organic growth, Rand.
Organic return. There you go.
Nobody needs E3. I mean, in this day and age, you don't necessarily need E3. Like, I know it sucks because like we all have a lot of fond memories of watching it on,
G4,
like our computers or on TV or actually being there, right? And like experiencing it and stuff. It's very nostalgic, but I don't think the ESA is the leadership to kind of come back from not doing it for a couple years at this point. Especially when you have all these publishers have been doing their own shows, being like, why do we need to pay for floor space when we can just fly people out if we want to play our games or, like do our own show? Like, it's dead. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know. It's an end of an era. And I don't know, the Keighley thing, like I like what Keighley's trying to do, but like Summer Games Fest, if I remember correctly, last year was just like
it was more like an indie.
It was like Summer Ad Fest. Yeah. Even with the video game awards, it's just like ads, trailer.
You gotta get paid, bro.
Well, yeah, I know you gotta get paid, but
we had this conversation before.
Yeah, we have. So I mean,
they fronting. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this kind of opens up like companies like Xbox not to be beholden to like we're only having the one show and it's only going to be during June. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't think that's going anywhere. I'm gonna be real with you.
I think. Well, no, they hiring somebody to like kind of do more of that job listing from a couple months ago because I do think they're going to do more shows.
They're going to do more shows,
year.
But I don't think like as far as like the big announcements. I don't think that's changing. Like they're going to do more shows because they're clearly bringing on Activision. They have all these studios that theoretically should have news in the next year. So I feel like that's why they're trying to do more events. But as far as like that big middle of the year show, I don't think that's changing.
what you think? So, I'm gonna ask Rand this before you open it up a bit. Do you think because, and I've had this conversation with Maddie, because of all the acquisitions, and now we had whole, maybe we're looking at maybe 70-30, 80-20, the Activision Microsoft deal does happen. With all that, do you think they can afford to just do only one show? Because of technically all the content.
No, they can't.
No, they can't. They got too many games coming in the future where one show wouldn't suffice it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So they are going to need multiple
Unless it's like
shows.
8 hours long.
Like you're going to need a show you're basically going to need a show in the
for every
spring.
publisher.
You'll need a show at the end of the year, which there still might be like 2 shows this year. You might get your E3 show, whatever, spring, summer showcase, and then an XO, right?
Yeah.
Maybe an XO with an audience, because I know Phil's big fan of, those. Imagine the Bethesda announcement being announced at like an E3 and how like crazy the crowd would have gone for that or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or the announcement of Fable coming back, because remember when Addict doubted that Fable was coming back?
Yes, I remember.
And
Well, I mean, because you guys were telling me for 3 years this event.
I don't know when Microsoft's going to reveal this stuff. I just know what they're doing.
Event. It's coming out this event.
That's true. Addict did suffer for like 3 years of the rumors.
But those announcements would have went over, like people would have went crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think Microsoft will do like physical events in the future, maybe more geared towards XO, but they're definitely going to have to do more because they got 15 Xbox game studios. They got 8 or 9 studios with Bethesda, right? They got all the studios with Activision. I mean, they own QuakeCon now, right? Like BlizzCon.
And think about this,
right?
man.
So it's like
I was trying to tell Manny on Defining Duke, like, people don't want to hear this, but when you own Activision, Call of Duty got to get a spot, bro. Like when you announce,
that's the bad thing about it.
Exactly. People fail to realize that guess what? The Candy Crush and all them games got to get a spot on the show because you own them. Whether or not they're on other platforms or not, they have to be on their platform to advertise the new content. Here's the new zombies. Here's the new joint.
Unless Gamescom's going to be the new Oasis and they'll just branch that out
King,
further. I mean,
we ready? We ready for that Gamescom? We want to fly out?
Speaking of E3, so this right here, this one hurts, man. This hurt. This is a lot of us, man. This is where we all tuned in. This is the Super Bowl for us all for gaming. To see it go, I know a lot of people, again, Rand is part of the group. A lot of them are saying that, it's not needed anymore. We're so past it because, back then we had only one avenue to really get us there, and that was G4 Network.
Yeah.
And we had, the online, but we read the articles. But personally, I mean, it sucks because you see everybody else adapting. You see the Game Awards getting to where they are, and they're moving around and they're making it more accessible to gamers. You know what I mean? Different locations. You would think they would do the same thing over there at the committee with E3. Maybe add themes to it. Treat it like that WrestleMania. Add something special.
I missed
they didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? They did nothing with this, and it sucks. And I get approved for PAX, and here we go. This happens. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like I was really hoping this would be the start, going into it. Now, maybe not this year, I wouldn't be able to go, right? But hopefully that will lead into something next year, and there'll be more interest, and people would, go into this. Some of the most amazing moments in gaming are at E3 with the hardware reveals, like the PS4 reveal, PS3, 360. You know what I mean? And now we got Sony and Microsoft doing this at shows that a lot of us wouldn't even consider flagship shows for hardware reveals. Microsoft had the Xbox reveal at the Game Awards. Here comes Sony doing this in a digital event and has just as much of a big reaction as they did when they had the PS4. So it's like
Sony pulled out way even earlier. They pulled out 3 years ago. They pulled out in 2019 from E3. Like they've been saying E3 is dead for a while now, right?
Yeah, they were saving the money for Bungie.
Gotta save those coins.
Ridiculous.
Things you find in the couch cushions.
Ridiculous.
But no,
that was funny.
That was funny as hell.
I agree, though. Rand,
let me ask y'all this.
The heart and soul died of it.
Did you ever get to go?
To E3? No.
Yeah.
Oh, so
That sucks, buddy.
I
sucks,
never.
man.
I really wanted to.
You know who
totally be
killed
part of it.
E3?
Oh.
Greed.
I can see
Letting
it
in the
because they
public.
always talked about showroom space. and
Sure, it wasn't the
whatnot, and people
pandemic
putting
that
on
killed
No,
you.
you know what? Listen, Rand. It was losing its soul the
Sure.
moment they let the people in.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or elitist talk.
No,
Yeah.
I'm serious because it was disgusting to me. So I
Disgusting.
look over at this guy. He's standing online, and his girlfriend is standing there with a face. And I don't want to be here. I said, then leave. Then leave because you're sitting here poo-pooing on your man's fun right now. If you ain't 100% behind him, don't show up because this is our Super Bowl. This is
Right,
our
the 4-hour
situation.
moment.
And I saw a lot of tagger-ons. I saw a lot of +1s. You know, and dudes playing a game and somebody's tapping them on the shoulder. Hey, man, how about I want to go over. If you don't get away from me, I stood on this line for 7 hours to get to see Zelda. If you don't get away from me, it's just they stopped giving away stuff and started selling stuff.
Yeah.
Greed walked in. The more people that they saw there was the casual people, the Candy
And it
Crush
was the
people.
hardcore. Yeah.
You know, they wanted to buy socks when we was given socks before.
Yeah.
You know, so again, the moment they opened the doors and saw that they can make a buck, that was the moment the soul left.
Yeah.
The moment
that
that you
VIP
couldn't
rope.
sit down and talk with a developer and have that time, but you had to be slotted into time and you only have 15, 20 minutes, it became disgusting to me. When you was shoulder to shoulder like you was at Great Adventures,
Oh yeah.
it was disgusting to me.
Like if you're walking through the convention center shoulder to shoulder with those peasants.
Oh my
And you know what? And I don't care who feels bad about it.
Oh, he keeping a buck though. He's standing on it.
Don't get me started with those special badges where dudes just walk right past you all the way to the front. And get
Listen, let me tell you something. That part right there, that part, that Great Adventure part, that wristband part. Excuse me.
Yep. You already know.
When you had your media badge and you walked in, you did your thing, you set up, you had your interview, and you talked to your peers, you talked to the developers, you talked to CEOs. You got the time, you got quality time.
Right.
It turned into what I can get out of you. When they started selling the ticket for $120 something, it really turned, and this is their own downfall, and they brought this on their self. The pandemic just finished you off. You did this to yourself.
They didn't value us going.
No,
there
they
at all.
didn't.
And there was no actual perks. You know.
What was the last year of the true E3, King? What was the last true E3?
2016, probably.
2016, 2017 was fire.
Yeah, it was the
2015
one where
too,
we was
2015 was my
outside.
first, yeah.
When we stood outside with Major Nelson in the fire pit.
Oh,
That's
you talking
because
about
that's one of the last years they gave you a bunch of nice stuff at game.
Yeah, but you know what? See, listen.
But guess what?
King
They
like the
made
free-
this moment.
Let me tell you the
Yeah,
difference.
break it
right?
down.
Let me tell you the difference. That's when the developer was getting your attention, going for your attention.
True.
They were giving you as much stuff as possible for you to spread the word about their situation.
Factual.
This was when it turned. When they had the casual Joe come in and they said, you know what? I could sell this cool stuff that I was giving away. Why should I go out and invest? Remember the year that we invested $2,500 in t-shirts and I handed them all out?
Oh,
The
yeah.
man addict looked at the budget and said, we
him
hope
And
this,
you was
you know
looking
what
at
he's
me like,
doing.
yo, what are you doing?
And that was back before we even were making
We
money.
were not
That
making
came
money
out-
at that
that came out of your guys' pocket. It didn't come out of mine.
Bro.
But it came out
Right?
of your
Yeah,
guys'
but
pocket.
I had no problem with going in my pocket
You
to do so
believed.
because, again, you have to give to get.
Yes.
They decided, nah, I'm not giving anything. You're going to give me. And people brought. And the more money they made, the more the soul left. So how many times did you say to yourself, oh, okay, we can't go to E3 this year because it doesn't feel the same. You wasn't looking forward to the event itself. You started looking forward and you made things up to your relationships. Tim Dog.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm gonna see Colt out there.
Yeah.
But we started, okay, Brap, you coming? We started forming our cliques, Megatron, everybody, you know, L Boogie, everybody. And we started making our own reasons to be there other than the actual event itself. And then when we got there,
That's
we
real.
said,
It was more of a meeting.
What
It was a
did they
fraternity
say?
at that point.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, and
So
shout out to
no,
Bone
they
in the
sold
chat,
out.
the Cali. You know, I'll jump in. It's bittersweet. You know, look, I'm at that point. I mean, when you talked about it a while ago, like I'm finally at the acceptance stage. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, cause it's just soul crushing for me. You know what I'm saying? As an OG, like it's one of those things. It was magical, man. You know what I'm saying?
was your
like
inspiration
you could.
to
It
do
was
this?
the inspiration. It was literally gaming's Mecca. Like you got to make a pilgrimage to Mecca if you're real. If you real,
Like,
you real about that life.
Yeah, I remember how minuscule it was, Cog. Like we
Bro,
never saw nothing like that. We never had a network dedicated strictly to gaming, and you got this event. And it's like, yo, this is for you.
Facts.
You ain't a football guy. You ain't a sports guy. Guess what? This is for
This is
you.
for you, bro.
You tune in. You see the developers. You see what's
Facts.
behind the scenes. You see what goes into this, the
Facts.
passion, and then you get the epic reveal. And guess what?
Mhm.
On top of that, you get to see what's coming out for the future.
For the future, hands
live
on stage,
big spectacle presentation,
Bro.
and then all of a sudden it just starts going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it go different. And the thing is,
we got dudes with flutes.
You know what I'm saying? The flutes came in, no doubt. It got Hollywood.
Two-step in the Dougie on the machine.
It got Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? It was one of them. I remember. I come from the era where it was so magical. Me and King used to have to go buy a tape.
Yep.
A E3 tape
that came out a month.
That came out a month later.
$20.
Yep. To find out what happened, and you'll have magical moments. You'll have the moments. Shout out to Senjutsu Sage. You know, we're there. They call me like, "Yo, you want to do Halo 5?" And they got like a statue of Locke and a statue of Chief and whatever. You know, all this going on. Rand's in. Like, I didn't even know Rand at that point. He became the man of the billion. Like,
yeah, and you don't even come up and say hi.
I didn't know you were too Hollywood. You was with the elites.
What are you?
He was on a different part of the stage.
He was on the stage. He the part where they look down at people.
And he had his shirt on and his nipples covered.
And his nipples was definitely covered.
Are you sure his nipples were covered too?
But like,
yeah, I saw the video.
But Rand, like, people don't realize, like, Fan Fest.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And it's, bro, it was different. I remember a time they rented out the whole club, and it was like Rod Ferguson.
Well, you talk about the year before.
It's like the after
But before that, before the scandal. I remember Rod Ferguson there, Gears Ultimate. I'm right there with Rod Ferguson. He's letting me play the new joint nobody got, 4K 60 Gears Ultimate. I remember the Bethesda moment, and no one ran a show better than Bethesda. Oh my God, no one ran
to this
a
day
show better than Bethesda.
They made me break my religion to eat meat.
Yes.
And I broke out and
felt like he was dying 10 seconds later.
Bro.
Yeah, right? You remember at it? Yo, my whole body, I look like a lizard.
Yeah, like, bro.
What's funny is I was looking, it was either Cog or Solve. I was looking, I was like, should we call an ambulance?
Funny moments.
But I had a smile on my face though.
Then, like, I remember like leaving the conference, even the ones when you're not happy. Like in 2018.
Yeah.
Oh, what it was? That's 2018. I forgot which one it was. Addict. Me, you saw, and we just went live right after.
It was 18.
I think it was 18. We were like, what?
No, 17. Because I didn't go to 18.
Yeah. Okay. So it was 17.
The Ubisoft.
It was
joint?
one of them joints.
I went to 19, 16, and 17.
Yeah, it was what? Maybe it was 19. Maybe it was 19. We was upset. I think that one of the ones we came out. We was upset with that.
Joint when they ate all
I don't
the
think
pizza.
Solve went to 19.
There was one where it was me, you, and Solve. And no, shout out to Ubisoft for having a whack.
Yo, okay, Big Cloud. They said they was opening the doors. They said they was opening doors at 3:00. We got there. They had like 20 boxes of pizza stacked up there, right? All the boxes was empty. We got there at 3:05, and all they gave us was
they had that Red Bull on deck.
Wait, so you saying that party was sponsored by Little Caesars or something?
Bro,
No.
and Red Bull. They had a bunch of Red Bull, though. And all the Red Bull you could drink.
They had freezers filled with
So they
Red Bull.
gave you
I mean,
energy
they brought
drinks and some pizza.
Yes.
That's it.
That was
We
the premium
loaded our
They brought
Ubisoft.
food later on.
Bethesda
Like, we can't
over here
say they
giving y'all
did. They
filet
did bring
mignon
food out later
over here.
on, but when we first got there, it was Papa John's. It wasn't Little Caesars. It was Papa John's.
I didn't remember.
It was Papa John's pizza and like 8 or 9 refrigerators full of Red Bull.
Yeah.
And when we got there, we were like, okay, let's get some Papa John's pizza. Opened it, it was empty.
It was
Went to
empty.
the second one, empty. Went to the third one, empty. And then there was a table beside it that had something else It was like breadsticks or something. All that shit was empty too.
Let's just say the Ubisoft wasn't the premium experience.
But they did end up bringing out. They did end up bringing out that fast food joint.
Yeah.
But it was hours after we already got
also
there.
we got to shout out to Microsoft because like what I used to like is you go there. You get the little rile up, you kind of had to probably, we came from the, we had to kind of like stand out in a mall overnight, like how kids line up for Jordans, it was literally
sleeping on the floor.
That was 2016. You guys were about the like a mini mall.
Yes.
And they were like, oh, we need to have a raffle because too many people showed up, right?
Oh.
And then it was like you had to wait overnight. I was flying in. Because that was Saturday.
Yeah,
that
bro.
was Friday.
That was
right?
Friday. Yeah.
I flew in on Saturday, and I just got walked right into the Microsoft.
Bullshit.
Picked up
Yeah,
my
that's
ticket.
it.
I see everybody standing
Yo,
in
Ray, real
line.
quick.
Regardless,
While you
if
were,
they had a raffle, like let me say something real
I would
quick.
say something too,
One
Adam,
thing
yeah.
I had to respect about Microsoft is that was a fiasco. Like they had these raffling stuff. It was literally
That's when the jig got out.
Tickets.
Yeah.
And he kept passing them out to people that's never been to E3. And what's funny is like even after they had that, so people pretty much like they were like, "Yo, if you didn't get a ticket, you got to go home."
Yeah.
So everyone that went home, we found out later that Microsoft worked with the ESA and still got them on.
Got them in. Yeah, at the fact. But here's the thing. This is when I knew me and you were gonna be friends. Me and you at it because let's say 2015, I go by myself. King hits me and says, "Bro, you are not. I see you on my Xbox dashboard. You are not leaving me next year. I'm there." It's 2016. King come, the whole crew. Then I forgot what year you come, right? So then I think it was.
I went 16.
16, right? But was your first?
King went the same year.
Right.
Yeah,
So now
that was the list I had on my
which
back.
one was the year?
That's when we were still doing hotels.
Right, but this is the year when it got spooky and everybody started to catch on to the Fan Fest. And they started to come. And then they were like, guys, we don't have enough tickets for everyone.
Yep.
We're going to do a raffle, guys. I saw Addict face like, bro, I'd have blew so much money to fly out here. Are you telling me I'm not guaranteed? And you just see a mall of people, the fear and distress.
People are sitting down.
And you got
to give people in mind how many people
is in this thing. So people
so many that you couldn't walk through. And we're not talking like a small mall. It was a huge. It was like
more than
500.
So they on a megaphone and they giving out everybody raffle ticket numbers, man. So
no, trust me, I know because I'm at home and they're telling me about this on the phone. They're like, "Oh man, it's a good thing that you're like locked in because you're doing this thing because they're raffling." So when I fly in the next day, I get picked up and I go in there with like South and Megatron and those guys, and we can see everybody lined up who slept overnight. In the mall.
Those are the ones that made it, that made the cut.
Right? And here I get it's like, come right in the Microsoft.
You really gonna
store,
say
sir.
this again?
Yo, I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it again.
But because the thing was, it was like, this is what I knew me and him was friends. Because it literally came down to we looking at our tickets.
There's probably 40 people left to be
40
called.
people
like,
left.
We got the littlest details matter here.
Yeah, like 40 people left. Our numbers ain't getting called. And I'm like, damn. Addict's not.
And Cog gets the first number.
So I get the first number. Now, mind you, my E3's on the line. This ticket, I'm good and I'm like, nah, that's my man. He flew out here and he looked at me. He's like, Cog, really? I'm like, nah, bro, look, I can't have you fly out here.
I didn't even catch it. I sat down for a minute because I felt away. I was like, I don't want to turn this in.
And I said, nah, that's you the bro. This is for you. And he left. So at this point now, I'm out. Right?
And then he wins again.
Bro, and this is where I proved.
I gave you my ticket.
Yeah.
And then you won off my ticket. So I was going to get in regardless.
Fact. So then it happened. So I'm staying. Now it's like down to the last 15. I'm like. And then they called my number. Give yours to King. And then I gave mine to King again. So I'm like, nah, King got to get in.
You going for the lottery
I'm
again?
going. I hit the Powerball 3 times, baby. So I said, all right, boom, King get in.
Wow.
And I was just like, this is where it pay off to be.
And what's funny is Corey.
This is where it pay off.
Our friend Corey.
Yeah.
He messed his joint up though.
No, he was gonna go. he was about to go.
Mm-hmm.
Cog was going to give him the last ticket because he got it again. And Black was like, "Man, I came here to drink. Well, I don't care."
I remember that. That one got emotional because it was like that's when you know if you're friends with, because I'm like, I really want to go. I was like, I want to see Phil. I want to be in the.
That's the first time I saw.
Bro, I was thinking about the big lights, big cloud.
To steal a ticket from somebody. Remember when Corey was calling her Aunt Jackie?
Yes. She got mad. Corey was, but Black was drunk. He was getting.
They did everything in the world to keep him out.
Yes.
And she looked at him when he got in with the ticket. And she
what was it, King? Some dude and his girlfriend won. No, he won and his girlfriend didn't win.
Yeah, right.
And she wouldn't let him go unless they both won.
Yeah,
so he handed Black his, and Black went up to this chick, was like, "I got it." The look of despair on this woman's face.
How the hell did you get? We did everything for you not to get in.
But
It's like she found the numbers on his thing and went and told him, "Don't call this number."
Don't call it.
He had it.
Yeah, Black lucky he got it. But look, it was dope. We ended. I think that was the year. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna say that's the Forza Museum year.
Yes.
Where they had the Forza rooftop party. We was in the vintage cars with the Astons, with the bougie food. You know what I'm saying?
2017, they did a raffle, but it was online.
Yeah. Shout out to Black in the chat. Corey Chapel. Flurb is on the set. Yeah, you fell asleep in the museum, Corey Chapel. I remember that you was drunk. You fell asleep in the museum, but we gonna act like we didn't know you. But and then shout out to
Aaron Greenberg.
Shout out to Greenie. And then the parties, and then everything else. But look, it was
such a good time.
It was such a good time, and it just you get.
See, that's a memory though.
That's why I can't 100% like. Look, is E3 needed? No, it's not. We have way more outlets. I would say on the social aspect, it's not needed.
Right.
But as far as like industry, media, influencers, I do think something is needed. It's just not E3 now. Like, keep in mind, like I feel like the issue was. The ESA felt like they were bigger than the gaming industry. Like they could make shots and everyone would have to listen to. And when they started having that energy, now I don't know exactly what they did because I know there was a little bit of friction between them and Sony before they actually pulled out inevitably. But it's like when you. When you go around with this type of energy, you're making people upset. They lost, the reason they lost E3 and they had to shut that down eventually is because they lost the ability to combine the entire industry into one event. Once you lost that, you've lost E3 eventually. They lost Sony, then EA. That's why I feel like as long as Jeff does it in a similar way, it doesn't have to be identical. He has a better chance doing it because he's got Sony on his side. Microsoft messes with them. He can do that what they originally did, was combine them like the Avengers for one event.
That's what my last point was before we get out of here, which was I'm hoping Jeff seizes the moment and does what you say.
The bag get too much for him, and everything turns into an ad fest.
We hope not.
On the side of his pants, on his belt.
I do think if he drops the ball, E3 might try to come back next year.
will say, like I said, all I want, if it's possible.
Yeah, that's a market you're gonna recapture.
Even if the city is different or what, like if you could pick a centralized location, because that's what made it special. It was a centralized location with all the luminaries, all the who's who,
and all the information was in a
bro. We'd walk down the street, you see
the regular people out. I don't want them back.
You don't want that E3 situation.
I can't have that elitist. Let me comment on that. I can't have that elitist mentality.
I just don't want them
No, it is. Like, and you have every right to feel that way.
That's right. I'm trying to conduct interviews.
I don't think the issue.
That's true. Yeah, I see you. You're there for the business / fun. Yeah.
I don't think the issue.
Like we are. Yeah, that's true.
I don't think the issue was bringing in, the common folk. I think the issue was not trying to find a middle ground between consumers
and the media.
And people living.
The media
if you
needed their own
like
day.
A day or two that was exclusive to media, I don't think no one would have had an issue.
Yeah, that would have been better. That would
and give them the stinky Thursday that nobody wants.
I think they would have to extend E3. But I think that was the only possible way of making everything work.
Yeah, I think that makes sense though, because especially with the special badges that we would get, the media versus the normal public ones. Because the ones that open would get those. Or maybe let's say we get it early and we get to talk to everybody before, and then you open it up terabyte with the other.
These
Let's
dudes
say
walking
green light.
around with
I
their
remember back
badge
in the
looking
day-
like they trying to act like they you.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
And you give you like a
we
custom
can-
badge key, and you
we-
get to go like directly
Yeah.
behind the curtain and talk. That would have been a different story. I personally, how y'all feel about that? Like you just
No, you
the
saw.
regular-
Listen, shout out to Kratos for because me and him talking. He's like, "Yo, I'm gonna pay the $1,000 to."
Oh yeah.
I said, "Don't you do that." I said, "I
Yeah.
already know what the badge bring you." They said that you're gonna eat with these guys, and all you do is go in the lunchroom where they at, and you can't interact with them.
I just feel like the
Don't do
only
it.
reason that I
That's
can't
wild.
say about not inviting consumers and stuff and people of hobby, it's like, dude, I remember back then when you don't have media access, and
Yeah, I feel
it's
you.
like
Smaller
they-
outlet.
th-
Yep.
that is something that I
Shout out to
personally feel like every gamer should be able to do one time.
One time.
You know what
No,
I'm
you
saying?
know what, Addict?
And
You know
I
why I
can't put
don't
myself in a situation where I'm putting
Addict.
down, like I'm being the Gandalf in the tunnel and say, "You shall not
Addict,
pass." Like,
that's right. You shall not pass. You know why I don't care?
Mhm.
And that's you shall not pass because I didn't have media access, right, Cog?
That is correct.
but we
Where
had
did you find
Xbox
me
that
at,
let us
Cog?
into there.
Cog, where did you find me at when you saw me?
You was in the VIP
Media
section,
room.
media room.
Yeah, but you
with-
had
with
friends. We
monkeys.
can't put your circumstance into everyone.
No,
you
what
had,
I did was
you had circumstances that
I'll be
led to your
Right.
outcome. Now everyone has that.
no, that was because of you.
Mhm.
It was because of you because somebody said something about you, and I had confronted that individual. So that individual said, "You know what? I was wrong, and I apologize.
Facts.
How can I make it better?"
Real man stuff.
And I didn't know later on.
He said something on me, and somehow you get benefited.
Well,
and I
did you
don't.
know
How does
why?
that make any sense?
'Cause-
Like,
okay, you know why?
Mm.
Because I stepped to him because you're my guy.
Right.
So you're not gonna do that. You mess with one, you mess with all.
you guys got cigars off of that. King got to go to a media room. What
What did Addict get for that? I like that. Look, we gotta wrap up. I want to ask Brad
Yeah,
before we
wrap
go
this
because it's wrapping up. I know you went to one, but what if E3 is dead based on this? What's your favorite E3 moment?
The moment when I was able to hit 1 million game score with Ori, with Phil Spencer, Mike Ibarra, and Jessica Chobot. That's probably the best.
Fire.
I
Addict.
mean, what else could I say?
Of
I mean,
course.
like, unless you mean not personal, just like watching.
So that was the personal, and then what was your favorite watching moment? I know mine.
There's been a lot of cool ones. I do remember this because this prompted a lot of salt in one of the greatest memes to come out of NeoGaf. When the dude walked up behind Don Matrick, tapped him on the shoulder, and Final Fantasy 13 trailers started playing, and it was coming to Xbox because at the time it wasn't. And oh boy, were people upset.
remember
upset.
Remember when Ted Dog fell asleep for a couple minutes?
Yeah. I
Yes.
remember when Tim that was
meme that
They
hell
beam
out
with
of
them
Ted
how
Dog's
J-Dub still be beaming that meme. It's ridiculous. No doubt. Addict. Favorite personal and a moment. So basically two.
I think my favorite personal is the very first time you walk into that conference. When you see the music
lights
in the
and the-
background, you see the lights going back
Welcome
and
to the
forth.
Microsoft. You made
that
it big
is
time, baby, when you in
by
that room.
far the most satisfying feeling. Because keep in mind, this is after I went through the ruffle tickets. It's after I went through that. It's after I slept. It's after I slept through the entire night on the ground.
Slept on the
a hard
concrete.
floor. Like we earned those. We
Facts.
wasn't like ran and got escorted in the back room.
We wasn't
okay?
ran out Thor bougie.
He
So,
got
you know,
We had to grind. We had to work.
And I would have to say
I'm messing with Red.
the best experience, like besides the personal one, like I remember the year I left. There was the year I didn't go with you guys, 2018, is when he announced all those studios being bought.
Oh yeah.
And I remember I at the time I was a panelist on Planet Xbox, and we were live streaming it. And I will never forget. Kidsmith was a little bit ahead of us, just a little bit, like 2 or 3 seconds.
He started
But it was-
freaking out, right?
It was enough to see the most crazy reaction I've ever seen in my life for this man. And I don't know, just that joy to this day I remember. Like,
Yeah, that's real.
because it was like, just keep in mind, it was like every 5 seconds, like, because it was 5 studios. There's a lot. Like you hear, oh my god!
That's what it was like. Digitary.
And it just,
Yeah, that's crazy.
You heard his voice get higher, and I'll never forget.
Oh my God, we got it today.
No, that was big. But I'll never forget when he says, "And we have a 5th studio," and Smooth was like, "Oh my God, why?"
I do remember that. Kid went crazy. Absolutely, King. 2 moments: personal for E3, and what moment was the best E3 moment?
Best E3 moment. I ain't gonna lie. When I first talked to Phil Dominus Maximus,
Let's go.
And you know, he gave me the political answer, but he didn't. Because he asked me, you know, how was the show? I said it was good. And you know, you're shaking somebody's hand, when they firmly shake your hand and bring you in close and said no.
What's the real?
How was the show?
How did you like the show? What's up? I said, you want the truth? He's like, yeah. I said, why the hell did you end on somebody else's IP and not ours?
King did not like that anthem ending.
And he said, business. Respect. Respect, because he had a foresight on something else that I didn't. He had information that I wasn't privy to. It was a need-to-know situation.
You mean Cyberpunk coming on Game Pass day and date, that information?
That situation there. So, but okay, my personal, it's 2 personals.
Let's go.
Because they weren't for me. Both of them. It's for 2 individuals that I love dearly. One was Monkey.
Oh, Hot Monkey Lover went viral.
No, that. Not that. It was the fact that he didn't have a media pass. Yeah. And, you know, me and him driving around the city in Corvettes, doing everything together. He came out there to hang out with me.
Factual.
And I said, let's go. I got my media pass. I said, let's go. He had his camera. I said, you got your camera on you? He said, yeah. I said, let's go. I said, don't say nothing. Just follow me. Walked in the door, showed him my media pass. He was like, who's that? I said, my cameraman.
They ain't gonna argue with a 6'4" white.
No, me and him both.
Like they not arguing
gigantic
with that. They
monsters.
are not messing with y'all. Like, y'all look like y'all was running the whole situation.
What's funny is we did that a few times. Not just once, like a few times.
Oh,
and multiple different events.
But the next one was Destiny 2. And I had the PC backstage with Bungie to play the demo. Right, the nobody got a chance to do that, and you got to record it on your own.
We had to wait in a line, like a very ridiculous.
But I was able to cut. I didn't have no line. There was no line. I had a scheduled meeting that I went in. Somebody scheduled it for me. I walked in the door, but Ant was standing there. I said, Ant, you got your camera? He said, yeah. I said, let's go.
Coverage on the spot.
And we went in there. He recorded, he took pictures, he did everything, and he got a chance to play. But those are 2 people that I love dearly, and the fact that I was able to facilitate certain things with them made it way better.
Facts. Oh, bro, yeah. I'm gonna jump in. Personal level, first one, because there's a nervousness like, what the hell are you doing? You are jumping into a plane in California. You don't know anybody.
By yourself.
Solo. Yeah. And it's like, I get off the plane. Shout out to Wagga, man. He's one of the first people I see. And he's like, hey, man. And I was like, yo, is this the... He's like, Xbox Fan Fest. Yeah. So I get there, because that was the only way. My dream, I just wanted to be in a press conference.
Yep.
I just wanted to know how it feels like live reaction, Phil Spencer, all these guys saying the stuff live. That's all I care. I really didn't care about E3, the show after. I more cared about that's it. And that was FanFest provided the direct ticket to that. So I get there, I see Megatron, L Bugs, you know, all these people, I don't know who they are. And the ruler comes up. Hey, you know, Cali Hovey's in the building holding me down. You know what I'm saying? Boom, we're going to go over to Fat Burger, cuz. You never had Fat Burger, cuz? All right. You know what I'm saying? I'm in New York. You know, you New York. I can hear how you boning everybody. You know what I'm saying? Yes. So we go, and I just meet these people. And it just grows, and we sitting there. We in a mall. I don't know anyone, but all I know is we all love games. We all love games, and we sit. We about whatever's about to happen. The night ends. They lock us in the mall. We're on the floor sleeping on concrete, and this is an outside mall. This is not an inside comfy. No, we're outside. So morning happened. You know, you're developing these friendships, whatever. I never forget. Like, you just start to see a caravan of people. There go Aaron Greenberg. Yeah. There goes Kudo, who I believe was HoloLens. There go, wait a minute, is that Ferguson? Okay. Oh, is that the turn 10? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, you saw the like a WWE thing with the limo.
Yeah, it's like they just coming into the mall one by one, and they shaking everybody head on this line. Hey man, we're gonna reward you. You guys, thank you for like they giving us a little care package, had a little state of the care, little food in it. You know what I'm saying? So we like, all right, you know what I'm saying? The kick man come through. He's fairly new at the time. Phil Dominus Maximus, really expensive. So they like, yo, talk to Phil. You could talk to him. All right, let me go. So I poly with Phil for a minute. I'm like, Phil, why y'all don't got no baseball game though? I said that. He looks at Aaron. He's like, yeah, why don't we got a baseball? He's fairly new. And then, like, Aaron had that look like marketing, MLB. We kind of talked about this at the time. I was like, it's unacceptable. Y'all don't have, because at the time, you know, you could develop your own. So anyway, that goes on. Then there's this other little guy in the corner. Don't know who he is. Not very nondescript. He's with Greeny, bearded guy. I'm like, who is this guy? Nobody knows who he is.
Bill Stillwell.
And I'm like, he comes up, hey, what's up, man? What's going on? I was like, oh, hope you like the show tomorrow. I'm like, all right. Well,
Jason Ronald?
No. But at the time, it was Bill. I had no idea.
Oh, Bill?
So then the show go, and then I shot the Senators Sage and them. They're like, Carl, you're going to get to go to E3. I'm like, yo, don't gas me. I'm good with just this. The next day, they take us to the USC Center, USC campus.
For breakfast.
Come through with the big gourmet breakfast. They give us the shirts, the little Xbox. You gotta wear the shirts. If you want to eat, you gotta wear the shirt. So then you got the shirt on. Okay, cool. Phil comes back out. Just want to thank everybody for coming. And just to let you know, every single person is going to E3. Oh my God, Phil said we're going. Then they put us in the little executive limo, little buses, zoom us out. We go to the conference, and like Addict says, when it hits you, and them dark lights, them strobe lights, and that stage, and you like, oh my.
Welcome to the
Welcome to E3. And you're like, yo, you made it. Nobody can tell you nothing at that point. They come out on stage. I see Mikey Barra. I see them, and they're like, look, guys, you know, we got an announcement. And I'm like, what are they talking about? You know, never before done Xbox back compat. To this day, the loudest pop I have ever heard at a conference.
Yeah.
And you could do this right now. It's free. And then I look over and I see that guy that I saw before that I didn't know who he was. I was like, it's Bill Stead. He got the smile like, I'm like, you was home. So we just vibing like, yo, how did y'all do this? This is crazy. It was a thing. So that 2015 is always going to be special because at the end of the day, look, ILP wouldn't exist. And I told Ed at the time, I want to start a podcast. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to bring you guys through, you know, stuff like that. And it was magical. And as far as other moment, for me, that was the personal, but as far as like another E3, I would say 2018, like how because it showed, let's be real, Rand, Xbox, we weren't sure during the Xbox One era how committed they were. Let's be real. You know,
I was thinking back to when the Attic was talking about the studios, and he's like, you got 30 now or whatever, and he's like, you coupler, whatever. He's like, hey, remember when Xbox only had 5 studios?
Yeah, bro, I remember it, only 5. I remember it was fresh off of this is how you trade game. Like, they were getting pummeled.
Yeah, Sony was killing.
It was bad. Like to even say you even liked Xbox was kind of like wow.
We were coming off a year.
You were getting the stink eye.
Yeah,
we were coming that had Halo Wars 2 and Super Lucky's Tale.
Bro, you'll appreciate this. Blaze used to ask me like, why do you even like that system?
Yeah.
I was like, but I like the community and the infrastructure, and I like multiplayer co-op games. You know what I'm saying? He's like, but why? Like, you don't see God. And I remember, Attic, we would go to the crib after the Sony show, and we see the God of War, the E3 one of Dreams, and we like after what Microsoft
I'll
did.
never forget when we saw that. It was like,
oh man. Well, I don't know how they gonna respond to that. Yep. So 2018 was special
it was
because
literally, if I remember correctly, the first thing we really said is like, "Well, it's over. This is
it's over. It's a wrap." It's like they got smashed in the mouth. It was over, right? So 2018 was the hope because you come out, Phil comes out, and you just see what is it, Minecraft or whatever it was, like 1 or 2. You're like, okay, and then that graphic keeps getting bigger and bigger and studio, and then you're like, wait, they got Ninja Theory. Wait, what? They own Playground Games, Compulsion. Like, what is going on? Like, they own them? What is happening? And shout out to King, one of the most gay. This man's a G, man. I don't know how he did this. This man gets backstage better than anybody I know. He got exclusive interviews with the heads of Ninja Theory. He got exclusive interviews.
Nina Christensen.
And I'm like, how is he doing this?
Remember when we interviewed the person of Bleeding Edge right there in the line?
Like, listen, for those who hasn't experienced.
You remember that time she said, because she saw me again the following year, and she's like, "Oh, come on." I'm like, "All right, what's up?" She's like, "Yo, I got a whole bunch of merch. Your friends need anything?" I was like, "Yeah, cool." Monkey was like, "I need a skateboard."
Look, y'all, it was a special time. It's a shame for those who didn't experience it. And what we just hope is that, Jeff and Keegley could try to, if they're going to bring it back to a physical event, try to get the spirit back, try to get everything
I just want Microsoft to do FanFest.
Even though I didn't get a chance to go, and that still bums me that I might not ever get that opportunity. That's what hurts out. I know, true. That's true. No, that is true.
You'll be at PAX this year?
Nah, not this year. I got approved for it, but I won't be able to.
It's all right. Next year we get you, man.
But again, that's the cool thing about it. You can always, it's always next year.
No doubt.
For it.
Rest in peace. It was a good run.
For me,
what's up for you?
For me on that one, man, and it sucks I wasn't there to have like the actual. That's the thing, obviously nothing will compare to actually being there and meeting everybody and everything. But the one. Obviously, the one that started it all, I guess you can say, and this is back where I was watching G4 like religiously, and I was watching the X plays and the Attack of the shows and going, man, this is really good, man. It's something for gaming. And then they keep talking about E3. I'm like, one guy's name is E3, and they was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a big show. This is the showcase of gamers. I'm sitting going, oh, so it's a special. Okay, I'll tune it. I watch this. I see everybody. I see all these gamers. They got the passes on. Everybody's talking about the games. We're seeing the gameplay demos. We're seeing the presentations. And then we get into the epic reveal when Ken Kutaragi shows off the PS3. And then he says the infamous price tag. But we get to that moment. And I was sitting there going, aside from that price tag, which didn't even bother me because it wasn't my money. I was I was on my parents' budget. But I was gonna go, yo, this is lit. You got the games, you got everything, all these cool reveals. And the funny thing about it is, I was like one of only a handful of people. It felt like in my class when I went to school, and I was like, yo, did you guys see the PS3? They was like, there ain't no PS3. I'm like, you guys didn't see E3?
What? Yep.
They didn't see E3.
Facts.
The E3 though that stood out for me personally. And will always be like that, just that badass epic moment.
Which one?
Like you will always remember. And this was synonymous with PlayStation. This is the one where I just thought Sony really just
they was
had everybody.
They was dancing. I know which one.
Hands. You know what I'm talking
Let's
about.
go.
I'm about to go ahead and do it. E3 2016.
Oh,
the
Lord.
orchestra.
Oh, Lord.
The everything. When you hear this little boy playing with these toys, and you hear a boy. And you got Kratos coming to out of the shadows. And then it cuts to Corey Barlog playing this game. You got monitors surrounding this man. This man's laughing at the crowd, go crazy. Him throwing axes, throwing everything. That's still one of the most epic things ever. And on top of that, we ain't even want to talk about the intro of that show with the orchestra. Everybody was sitting there going, what kind of song is this? This has some Viking-esque vibe to this song. And then it goes, oh my God. And then you like, and then they give you the confirmation for the first time ever. A live orchestra is gonna play for every single game reveal at this show. Days Gone, the most crazy moments where he's like getting about damn, like all the zombies coming at him, he's shooting, and you got the orchestra going with the beat, crazy, adding to the tension. You got the Spider-Man King. You already know how I feel about
Spider-Man.
I was like, oh my god,
bro. So when they showed him in the cafe jumping over doing the parkour, I was like, that's gonna be it. That's it. And it's exclusive. And this is from Insomniac. What? Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, dog, they had everything. And then they pulled at my heartstring. Yeah, I remember I told you this when I first came on here. What was the game that got me in the platformers, King? Crash Bandicoot. That was the game that sold me on the PlayStation. What was the game that inspired me to get a PlayStation 1? It was Crash Bandicoot. We got the epic reveal of Crash Bandicoot after years of speculation, years of silly PR. Like Charlene, like he knew everybody was waiting for Crash, but he comes out with a Crash Bandicoot shirt. He said, sorry, no t-shirt today, but we're bringing back the original Crash.
Yes,
Crash 2 and 3. I was like, you know what?
I'll take it.
End the show. Take
bro.
Just end the show.
Insane. Wasn't that the same year of was Final Fantasy VII remake that year too, or next year?
No,
it was next year.
No, okay, and then when was the Shenmue in one?
Shenmue was before that, I think, right? Wasn't there a Kickstarter?
Because that one was
the
crazy.
Shenmue
too.
all that same year.
I thought that was the same. Like one of them was. It was
Final
so.
Fantasy. I think all that happened in the same year.
Bro, they was calling it the E3 of Dreams.
So
And
I
2016. That was 2016, wasn't it?
All I know. I seen
someone in the
grown
chat
men crying in that
or
joint.
tell me I'm right.
That's how real it was.
But it was just like, if there was a moment I was jealous of, because again, I'm over here, and mind you, just before I even really was pushing the YouTube thing, I had my laptop. I was in my room with the laptop. I'm over watching this, going crazy. I'm sitting going, there was a damn show that I would want to be part of, just to be there to get everybody's reaction. It's that
looks
one.
like it was 2015.
Okay. And if it wasn't that one, it would be the PS4 reveal where for the first time ever, gamers legit felt like they made a difference. That's the thing. It ain't about the price reveal. I got you think I'm gonna go there. No, it's not even about the price reveal. It's the simple fact that everybody voiced their opinion and that we were heard and we made change, and it was that big for everybody. You see what I'm saying? Everybody walked away happy. And 2016 is one of those things where it's like, bro, how can you not just be a fan of gaming when you see this? You know what I mean?
Magical.
You got gaming doing stuff like this and getting people this hype, people screaming, getting emotional. They see Kratos and all this. Like, dude, this is what I wanted. And
absolutely.
That sucks. I probably will never see that again on an E3 stage, and I'll probably be relegated to watching that at a Game Awards show or a you know what I mean? That's the thing.
The way you're going to be at a Game Awards show.
Yes, you'll be there, bro.
That's true. I appreciate that.
Yeah, facts. Look, we got to wrap up. We can bloviate for hours.
Rand is like,
you told me this was going to be short.
That's it.
I
Would you hurry up and turn the show off?
Look, man.
I can see the sweat pouring from King's bald head right now with that jacket.
To be honest,
wait, you said sweat? I thought you said I was cold.
Hot in there, right?
Which one is this? Am I hot?
To be honest with you,
what's up, Addict?
E3, we had so many good memories of E3. I knew that topic was gonna
no DJ R's, no more 4 more hours. Stop. Anyway,
did you know?
What's up? What's up, man? What's up, man?
WrestleMania. This is WrestleMania.
This past week was eighth anniversary of Philip Spencer Aurelius, however King says it.
Phil Dominus Maximus
Aurelius. Yeah. The 8 years
wow.
as head of Xbox.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Can't believe it's been that long.
And then dudes thought he wasn't the one. Hey, grind my gears. Where you at?
I leave him alone.
No.
There's still people to this day that want Don Matrick back, and it's like,
what? I don't know why.
What's funny is
Donnie did some good stuff.
What's funny is we've been covering
PR. He's not good with PR.
What's funny is we've been covering the majority of last generation. We've been doing this for a minute.
We've been doing it for a minute. But like I said, ILP, we owe a lot to E3. There's no doubt. Look, we got to get this super chats rolled up. I'll do the poll. All right, with the latest revamp of PlayStation Plus as it currently stands, do you view this as a viable competitor to Xbox Game Pass? The choices are A, yes, multiple generation of PlayStation game libraries, blockbuster catalog that will evolve, and sheer volume of titles. B, no, without first party PlayStation Studios launching day and date or non-streaming options for legacy titles. It is a lesser service. Or C, I don't care. We revolt if Vita is not added to the damn service. Rock the vote when it goes up. Salute to the legendary man with the $1 million Althor 19 Big Cloud Gaming, Hogue, Law, Hustle, and Motivate, all pulling up to help us out for Solve during his not so tough, he's at work time that I can't talk about. But first, let's start with you, Rand Althor.
I was gonna say, Cog, where's the option in that poll for D, where it's basically says, I talk crap all the time about subscription services on Twitter, but now I love it because Sony has one. Where's that option?
I was thinking about it, but I was like, it'd be too personal if I did. I don't care. I only like subscription services when it's for my favorite platform. I was gonna do it.
Buy my games.
Yeah, I was gonna do it. But look, bro, first of all, salute to you for pulling up, man. At last minute, and always been love from you, and always enjoy having your perspective and takes. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, Mr.
I got nothing going on, Cog,
When we get the video.
I got nothing going on. I got my nipples out right now.
The mystery is revealed.
Yeah. That's it, baby. Hit the switch, baby. Let's get this OnlyFans going.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so,
Show me your build.
Show me your build.
Show me your build.
Looking like Thor from damn
I love it.
No, I should be coming out of my sabbatical this month. So
we miss you.
We got the podcast with the one and only Jez Corden. Possibly might be some info on the next podcast about something. You never know, because Jez is out here dropping stuff with Miles Down PA on checkpoints.
Oh, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Shit, I'm gonna have to put somebody on timeout. Somebody said, "Let me get them nipples." Yo. Time out. Show us the build ran only build. They wanted you to have an only builds page. They want the nipples. They want them. Continue.
Addict, that needs to be a shirt.
That's one of Addict's favorite best boss ever. Continue.
Yeah, so YouTube channel, youtube.com/RoundOfThor19, where you can find all my social media stuff. And it's been a pleasure, gentlemen. As always, you guys are amazing.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
You too, brother.
Love rock. And of course, the man I am so proud of right now, killing it with the PlayStation Dev Studio interviews, killing it with the channel, killing it with the pod. Had some WWE legends on the show, killing it. IGN free. You're running out of titles, man. Your intro is going to be it's going to be so crazy when you come back. It's you keep adding a new title. And there's more I heard coming. It's more.
Shout out next month. King all of this.
Shout out to Big Cloud Gaming, the homie. Love what you are doing. You're killing it, brother. And I just love to see the professional growth on so many levels. When I saw you in there, you like that? You see what I did? You like that? Love to see the professional growth. You know what I'm saying? But, bro, we're proud of you. Where can the people find you that don't know who you are, what you got going on?
Yeah, man. First of all, I want to give you your flowers real quick, Kai. I really appreciate the conversation we had back in 2014 or 2015, I think.
Yeah, we had a real one.
This was a real conversation. You talked about potential. You talked about where I could go, and I didn't want to listen. I didn't want to listen. Then things started to happen, within a year, and I was like, damn. It really did. It really did click. And I really appreciate you. I'm very proud and happy for you over there with Oculus and everything. Finding Duke. I'm glad to see this podcast get to where it was. Go from 50 viewers a podcast, guys, to where we are now.
Appreciate
doing great things. Industry. Got everybody knowing you getting flown out. That's awesome. I'm very happy to see that. King, you already know I talked to you on Boom Show and I can't. We laugh at a lot of this stuff.
We got a good
but when I tell you I love you like a brother, I really do.
Brother.
Appreciate everything you do for me. I appreciate you always having my back, being there for guidance. I do.
Always.
The world. I appreciate that. Addict, again, another one, always in the chat. always there with the words when I need it. You and Blaze.
Yeah.
When I do something wrong, I can count Attic.
Oh, he gonna let you know.
Blaze, kick me when I'm down. Like yo, get up.
Famous words. Famous. Don't listen to Blaze. This is what you.
Don't listen to Blaze. This is what
I
you
get
need
it
to
all
do.
the time. When I talk to these dudes, I support the hell out of
Blaze would say some crazy stuff that he should. I'm like, don't listen to Blaze.
Salute to Blaze.
But he be saying it about me too.
Dude,
Like,
salute to
who
Blaze.
could
Good
listen to
dude.
Addict for?
Blaze is a good dude.
Yeah.
But me, like in all sense, like me and Blaze, me and Blaze compete to see who he listens to all the time.
Every time. There's so many guys, baby.
That's my dude.
He reps Sony hard.
Oh man, but real talk, everybody, Rand, you especially, I appreciate you too. But everybody here, these four brothers, of course, Sovereign, the rest of the team. When I tell you I appreciate y'all, I support y'all, everything you do. I'm here every week. I try my best. Even though I miss a show, I feel bad. I feel like I did myself a service. I always miss out on something. I learned something. I miss out on some fun laughs. I love it. And this is before we even got to where we are now. For those you wondering what I do, I work with IGN as a freelancer. I do video game guides for them. I met a lot of awesome people. I signed a deal with WWE as media to interview wrestlers. That's what I do as well. That's right. That's exclusive right there. ILP. I also have a big interview next month with the creator of the Game Awards and the creator of Summer Games Fest, the one and only Jeff Keighley. That will be happening next month. We're gonna make that date.
Put the damn channel in the description. Put the channel.
You guys want to check that out? You guys want to follow me? It's youtube.com.
Right. Put the damn. This is how you do it. This is how we moving out here. Big Cloud Gaming. Yeah. I'm putting the channel right now. Get ready. Put the channel right now. Get the damn subscribing. Stop fronting on my man. He out here working. There you go. Bam. Big Cloud Gaming.
You see him more than you see Sony.
Listen, man. He ain't on Twitter all day. He actually making moves happen.
And that's the funny thing. When I'm on Twitter, it's always to announce something good. Like, for example, I was interviewed twice, actually, by vidIQ. I actually dropped ILP in the other one, which they're writing. They have to wait for them to write. This one was Tube Talk, where it was Viper, but they interviewed small content creators making a big impact within the community, and that's where I was highlighted. So that was actually on Twitter. If you guys want to see that, it's on my Twitter handle, Big Cloud Gaming. I have a link in my video if you want to check my video, my recent video. It's in the description there.
Right there, boom. We got the channel in there.
But I appreciate y'all. And that's where you find me, Big Cloud Gaming, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. Boom. And every Friday, RGT podcast, what I host. That's usually where these interviews are. That's usually where we talk about gaming news, everything, the whole 9 yards. And again, it's our raw opinions. And I've had the privilege of having King on, and a one-on-one. I've had Cog on. I had Attic as well. Gotta get the whole crew on one of these show. And so that's what we gotta do. We gotta get the whole crew one of these days. But
no doubt.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much,
brother. Keep doing the damn thing. I'm gonna be tuned in. Like, oh man, I can't wait when you do that one. That's bucket list right there, bro. Those ones on my list. I'm like, yo, I'm tuning. I'm taking notes. Hey, let me tell you, man. You were killing this so much that like when I do catch your joints, it's hard to follow you because it's like I gotta try to ask questions that they ask because Biz asks like amazing questions.
Dude, I have so many things covered. I'd be like, I love, but I always be for things because the thing about it too, I see a lot of people try to get info out of them for upcoming releases, and I think that's not really the right way to go about it. I think you lose the actual human side of the interview and actually getting to know the person. It's better to do that. That's why I love interviewing the actors who bring these characters to life because you get to see how you get to learn more about them. Like for example, Agent 47, we interviewed David Bateson, and David Bateson was incredible because he opened up so much about which one was his favorite, and I even told him about that epic moment where we first got Hitman. We got legit big crowds of characters. Remember Absolution when he walks in Chinatown and all those characters are walking through. It's like, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like you missed that human aspect, so that's where it's dope.
Absolutely proud of you, man. Again, great contact. Love what he's doing. PlayStation sent him some love, and even if you're not a PlayStation focus, go check it out, man. Quality stuff. A lot of stuff going on over there. Lord Addict. Where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can find me this Wednesday at 5 p.m. on the Addict Show with my co-host Hustle and Motivate.
Yeah.
And this week we're going to be having Tiger Travis on, so definitely
Philadelphia. That's gonna be spicy.
Going to be interesting. Hopefully Monday I'll have the new artwork for the podcast. So hopefully I'll debut it with that podcast. Want to thank Rand and BitCloud for coming on. I want to thank BitCloud for letting for having his camera on and letting us see his build. So, I appreciate that.
The build was lit.
Sir, what are you saying, sir?
People wait to see your build. You don't play. You don't
I
do
appreciate everyone coming through.
Listen, everybody want the nipples.
And one thing, we got 534 people in
Still
here.
here.
Hit that like button.
Hit the
You
like,
guys
y'all.
enjoyed it. We had a great show.
Yeah, you had like almost 900 at one point. And nobody
Wow.
was hitting that like button.
Hit the
Why didn't you
like.
say nothing?
No, we gotta do better. We gotta do better. We gotta do better. It's just like it's a habit we gotta improve.
What we need is we need like, how like we push a button for like throw them into the bushes. We need one for
Hit
like
the like button.
something like
we'll
that.
work on it.
Like and subscribe.
And make sure you subscribe to Rand Outdoor 19 if you ain't already. You know what I'm saying?
Man, he's on everybody's channel.
Yeah, make sure you
I
do
go
that.
to sleep, he pops up, he talking in my head. I'm like, yeah,
Lord
he's sitting there
King.
with his nipples out like, yo. I'm like, yo.
Oh my God. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
First and foremost, I want to thank our esteemed guests for showing up. Hogue Law.
Oh Lord, Hogue's in his bag.
Yo, Hogue is a gem. He's a special person, and the way he breaks things down, he breaks it down for the layman, and I actually love that stuff.
What I like about Hogue is he explains it in a way that my ignorant ass can understand.
Yeah, I'm with that.
I don't know nothing about
Just like
law,
you.
but he explains it in a way that I can understand.
That you can understand it. Rand.
King.
Rand had to let you know exactly how elite he was. He said, while y'all was laying on the floor, I was
You see how I didn't feel.
I love
how he
him
flexed.
for
That was a
that. I
flex.
love him for that because I remember, I will never forget seeing that, and I was like, wow, somebody got 1 million gamer score.
Yeah.
And the fact that I know him and I talk to him,
Facts.
it blows my mind. Okay, so and I can't imagine having 1 million gamer score. I can't imagine it because I remember when me and Mr. Ha was going at it, getting games, and we was trying to finish. This man is you're a savant, sir.
Yes.
And I truly respect you and everything that you're doing. I love you to death. I swear.
You're
I
the
swear
best,
to
King.
you.
Thanks, brother.
You and your nipples. I love it.
The whole package.
Is this really going to be?
it's
don't tell Jez about this. 'Cause
Yeah,
Jez will bring it
we're
up
telling
on-
Jez.
on the Xbox
Jez don't know
2.
about
This
the
is
nipples.
no.
This will
Jez
definitely get
Jez
in the
won't
Xbox
know
2.
that I was on the show. Nobody told him.
Bit.
Yes, sir.
I told you in the beginning when we started politicking.
Yeah.
To hell with everybody else. Keep on moving.
Do what you do.
Thanks.
And what I said. And yo, the fact that you got an interview with Sean Layden where nobody could get
Oh, that wasn't
No, that
that was the
Barry.
homies. That was other
That
homies.
was Barry.
That was Barry. That was Barry. That was
Are
Barry.
you the one paying attention?
That was other homies.
No. He got an interview with somebody that was
He got
very
like
important.
4 interviews with so many of Sony's first party studios.
The one where it was the potential. We had that conversation. It was Gio
Right.
Corsi. You're talking about Gio. That's when
Yes.
Yes,
Gio
Gio.
Corsi. Yeah.
The fact that you're in this space, you're in this pocket, and you're multifaceted. Like you're doing video games, you're doing wrestling, and I talked to Cog about that space because that's where we come from. We come from wrestling, and you're doing interviews with wrestlers right now, man. And the fact that you're a freelancer, brother. The sky's the limit, and you will be on that award show. You will have your E3 moment. You will have that space, and that stuff is definitely going to happen. I do appreciate you and your time today. I swear, God, I do.
No doubt. Shout out to Flame. Yo, Iron Lord Podcast. Ask Rand if Manscaped is good for shaving nipples.
What is happening right now?
You can catch me on
Okay.
DCX Fridays at 9 p.m. where you can see a bunch of rich thousandaires by statues. KOS is coming back soon. After PAX, actually, that's set up. Shout out to Graphic Guard. Shout out to Dallas. Shout out to Drumstar for getting stuff together. And Combat Talk with the King is coming back for Aerospin versus Ugas. It's magical.
No doubt.
That's all I can say. It's magical. And the way we're going to change the game, we're going to change the game in a manner that people can't follow.
No doubt. All right. So, Attic, you got the Super Chats line?
I'm waiting for them Iron Man suit reveals.
Get the line. Everybody, if they got to go, they got to go. So good. Everybody stay.
I'm more like an Iron Tank or
people. Our guests, you can leave now if you want because we are reading the Super Chats. But so got a. Let me find where we were.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a $2 Super Chat from Lady Sand Cog that builds like GT7. We got a $10 Super Chat from Dawn Otaku. Nintendo already has the perfect system. February Direct for the first half of the year. June for the big reveals and holiday with a little for next year. September for early next year reveals. I mean, I'm never going to say Nintendo don't have good information outlets. We got a $5 Super Chat of Dawn Otaku. Then you have smaller direct. Oh my, he's continuing it. Then you have smaller direct for specific games and franchises or third-party partners and Game Pass announcements. Xbox just needs to copy that format. I agree to a point. Then we got $5 Super Chat from JD Gamer. He's asking the panel, what studio publisher is the first post-Activision acquisition for Microsoft? Avalanche, Crystal Dynamics, 101, the people who make Hitman, Eldos, the people who make I'm not telling that. Cryotech, Sega, WB, or someone else.
Damn, that's a lot. Randall.
I mean, who knows? The thing about acquisitions, they take so long, and there's so many things to it. It could be anybody.
I'm gonna keep saying Sega till it's Sega. But anyway, so then we got another $5 Super Chat from JD Gamer. Hold up, King, did you answer that real quick? What studio after Activision Microsoft gonna buy?
Ubisoft. I said it already.
Ubisoft. Okay. $5 Super Chat to the panel. What could save E3? Could becoming part of PAX help? New management? I accept it may be gone, but gone after I've been a few times. I think maybe he's heard that a few times. To be honest with you, it'd be drastic stuff to save E3. And I don't know if the ESA themselves are willing to make those kind of changes. We got a $5 spirit from Dragonheart UBTV.
Yobi.
Hashtag, huh?
Dragonheart Yobi.
Good dude.
Yobi. Hashtag peace, love, life. Keep up the great work, gents. We gotta treat Iron Lords like Red Sorry Code Carpet Premiere. Let's go.
Salute.
Then we got a $2 Super Chat from Shez. Respect for you guys for always showing love. Is there been anything since I started reading Super Chats?
I think that was the last one. So look, we got it. Appreciate y'all for coming out. Everybody enjoy your Sunday if that's all. Yes.
Keep in mind, we do apologize. The only things you could see in that screen is Super Chats. You don't see.
If we missed anybody, we got y'all.
Yeah. Blame Soft.
Blame Soft. It's awful. Yeah.
Blame Soft.
Anyway, we up out of here, B.
That's petty.